Thank you very much. How fabulous to see such a crowd. How fabulous to see so many people here to tell the courts and to tell the whole country that we wish to see Julian Assange freed. I brought with me a banner this morning with the names of 40 trades unions from New Zealand to Norway, from Peru to the United States, from Indonesia to India, all of them demanding Julian Assange's freedom. And you might ask yourself, why would journalists all over the world wish to express their concern at this case in a British court brought by an American administration? And the reason is simple. The actions for which they are seeking to prosecute Julian Assange are actions that journalists undertake every day. He recognised that there had been wrongdoing. He found a confidential source. He encouraged that confidential source to share the information with him, and he published it to the world. Be under no illusions. If this prosecution is successful, vital cases will not come to light. So many famous investigative cases, the names of which we all know, thalidomide, the Panama Papers, MP's expenses, all came to light because whistleblowers shared confidential information and journalists published it. If Julian Assange goes to prison, journalists the world over will be dissuaded from doing the same. That's why our message should be clear. Free Julian Assange, support journalism, safeguard free speech. Thank you.
Fantastic to see the crowd growing so early in the morning. Thank you very much for coming out. Thank you very much for standing up for a free press and to free Julian Assange. Now, the next speaker that we've got for you is a very special journalist and a very special reporter on the Assange case. He's followed this case from the beginning. His reports on the case have been some of the best journalism that you can read about the Assange case. Please give a warm welcome for Craig Murray.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all here in the morning. I'm having an excellent morning because it's nearly 9 o'clock and nobody's arrested me yet. We are here today because one of the greatest injustices in the world continues. Because a man who brought the truth about governments, the truth about the lies of governments, the truth about the crimes of governments, who brought that truth to billions of people, is languishing in a maximum security jail where he has been now for 5 years. And that is wrong. That is wrong. If Julian is imprisoned, if this stands, if this continues, it is not just an attack on the freedom to speak. It is not just an attack on the freedom to publish. It is an attack on the freedom to know. It is an attack on the right of citizens to have knowledge of what their governments are doing in their name and with their taxes in private. It is an attack on the rights of every single person here and every single person around the globe. Now, I've been at every day of these hearings over years and years, and I tell you something, I have lost all faith in the independence of the judicial system. I just do not believe in it. Today, in that court, Lady Judge is going to sit at the head of the court, who is the sister of the man who arranged an £800,000 loan for Boris Johnson and then became chairman of the BBC. Because that is how the British establishment works. It is corrupt to its core. And I'm not here expecting justice from an unjust establishment, but I am here in the hope that we can scare the establishment, scared of the power and the voice of its people, into being forced to give justice, because that is the only path to justice in this country. public opinion has slowly changed. It's been like turning an oil tanker, but over years and years of effort and campaigning, we have now reached a stage where most people understand the issues at stake here, where the lies and flim-flam being put out by the media has been washed away, and we're thankfully nearly all major publications now oppose the extradition of Julian Assange, where the publications that worked with him initially have come round to saying he should not be extradited, where the journalists of the world are standing up for Julian. We have now got public opinion and public pressure on our side. I don't think this will end today or tomorrow. I think we still have a path ahead of us, but there are far more of you here today, even at this time in the morning, than were here last time we stood outside this court. There are more of us all the time. The pressure is growing. I'm going to keep campaigning. I know you will keep campaigning, and I thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm with Defending Rights in Dissent, and I'm covering the trial today for Jacobin. And I was at the court-martial of Chelsea Manning, where I joined a number of people, I don't know how many years ago it was, where we took Obama's Nobel Prize and laid it on the gates of Fort Meade, saying Obama should give his Nobel Prize to Chelsea Manning, who has done more for peace than he had. This is the most important. The reason why I am still here 14 years later isn't just because the US and the UK governments will not stop persecuting WikiLeaks. It's because of the 21st century, not just for my country, where the stake of the First Amendment is on the line, but for the world. Julian Assange is not an American. WikiLeaks is not an American publication, but the US government says they can come and find you anywhere in the world and put you on trial for exposing their war crimes. If that precedent is set, it will be the death of journalism in the US, it will be the death of journalism the world over, and it will be the death of all of our rights to say no to war and militarism. We have to remember that when the collateral murder video came out, when the Iraq and Afghan war logs were released, many people were disturbed by how the corporate media had cheerleaded on the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. And WikiLeaks was a breath of fresh air, reminding us what critical journalism that spoke truth to power was. Here we are 14 years later, and the media is once again cheering on more wars, a genocide in Gaza, bombing in Yemen, maybe another Iraq war, who knows? From the very beginning, the US government knew that you can destroy journalism by destroying the sources. The imprisonment of Chelsea Manning, the attacks on Edward Snowden and Daniel Hale have always been part of a backdoor war on journalism. Now they are going through the front door and trying to lock away the journalist himself, and we cannot allow that to happen. Thank you very much.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is André Junko. I'm member of the German Parliament and of the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe. And that assembly is the assembly who elects the judges in the Court of the Human Rights in Strasbourg. And I have to say that 3 times in 2020, in 21, and some weeks ago, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe called with huge majority for the immediate release of Julian Assange because of what it means for press freedom, and that is, I think, a very good sign. You know that this could be the last hearing today, and if the extradition will be given free, then there could be an intervention by the court, by the European Court for Human Rights in Strasbourg. It's the so-called Rule 39, it's an interim measure, and I really expect, if this is the case, I really expect the British authorities to respect the Strasbourg court, because this is binding. This is international law, and I don't want Britain to breach international law. So, you know the Rwanda case here, it was a big issue in Britain, and the court did an interim measure, and the British authorities, the British government, in the end respected, but made a lot of noise about Strasbourg. But I think it's important to have this, and I'm quite sure if the case of Julian Assange will be given to Strasbourg, to the European Court on Human Rights, then I think the chances are very, very good for Julian to be released. But we don't want to have punishment through process. Julian has to be released immediately and tomorrow, and that is why I'm here. That is why I'm supporting all your struggle, and why I will observe the trial. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, sisters and brothers and comrades and friends. Can I first of all say a huge thank you to all of you for being here today. My emotions range between sadness and anger. This man who's done absolutely nothing wrong has been persecuted for years and years and years. He spent over 5 years in the high security Belmarsh prison. I had the opportunity, along with Jeremy Corbyn, to visit Julian in September. And my blood boils at the idea of the establishment, both in America and, of course, the poodles that we have here in our own government, persecuting him. For what reason? He's not been charged with anything. He's simply told truth to power. And that's what this is all about. This is about the American establishment and indeed the global establishment making it absolutely clear that they have no intention of being accountable for their criminal actions. None whatsoever. They see themselves above any law. And anybody who attempts to expose, as Julian did, what they are doing, they are relentless in their pursuit against them. And the only thing we can do is to protest, is to raise our voice. And there are millions throughout the world who are supporting Julian's demand for freedom. That's why your presence is so very important. And you know, I have a great belief that people power can make a difference. I have a belief that when ordinary working people join hands across nations and across oceans, that anything is possible. And that's what we must believe. Keep fighting for justice, and it will prevail. Thank you, comrades.
And can I just start by saying thank you to every single person that's here this morning. We sent a call out saying, be outside the Royal Courts of Justice this morning to show your support for Julian Assange. And I hope on this occasion the British media have turned up as well, because it's been markedly obvious how great the reporting has been all around the world of the appalling injustice that's been done to Julian and how little the British media have covered it. It's a story right on their doorsteps. But I guess for the British establishment, the whole question of Julian Assange is just a little bit embarrassing. And so I think we should also say a huge thank you to the steadfastness of all those that have organised the campaign for Julian, and in particular, our love and solidarity to Stella for the work that she's put in and the obvious stress and strain that she has been under. Now, Julian is currently in Belmarsh prison, which is a maximum security prison It is an awful place. It is awful conditions. It's not the kind of prison that should exist anywhere. I want prisons to be supportive, corrective and reformative, not punishing and destroying of people's characters and lives. And before that, he was in exile in the Ecuadorian embassy, and I think we should say thank you to that government of Ecuador that was prepared to support Julian. And then you ask yourself the question, why was it they were prepared to stick their necks out so far and support Julian? It was because he was telling the truth about what was going on around the world. He was telling the truth about the US involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq. He was also telling the truth about corporate greed and corruption around the world, stealing the resources from the poorest countries and the poorest people in the world. He was telling the truth about the corruption in the way in which our media conspires with governments and the military to hide the truth about the horrors of war. And when we held an event in solidarity with Julian in the National Press Club in Washington, we held it in exactly the same place where the film was exposed, where an order was given, a direct order was given by the US military to kill civilians on the street in Iraq during the Iraq War. If only Julian were alive in reality in front of us, alive to give the reporting rather than being stuck in that horrible cell in Belmarsh, what would he be saying? What would he be saying about the bombardment of Rafah and all the destruction of life all across the Gaza Strip? What would he be saying about the highly sophisticated weaponry that is being used?
By some margin the greater, we too are out here on rainy days, on cold days. We too are spending time away from our families, away from our friends, to try and defend civil liberties as we all are. And I know on a day like today, that's not an easy thing to do, and it's easy to think why, when our friends roll their eyes and say, but you've been on so many Julian Assange demonstrations, why is another one necessary? And reflecting on this, I thought about some of the others who have spent long periods in jail. The Alfred Dreyfuses, the Nelson Mandelas, the Birmingham Sixers. And I found myself thinking, the thing about their cases is their names resonate decades, centuries after they were in prison, because the achievements that they made, either during their lifetimes or by their example, have benefited humanity for decades afterwards. And I have no doubt that if not already, the name of Julian Assange will join that distinguished roll call. Of all the arguments we heard in court yesterday, the one that struck me most hard was this. Everybody knows that the front page of the extradition treaty between the United States and the United Kingdom states that one cannot be extradited for political reasons. And we know that the American lawyers have engaged extraordinary sophistry to argue that this shouldn't actually apply. Julian Assange's legal team made a strong case yesterday that if we allow this to happen, it will extinguish a liberty that we have enjoyed for centuries. That protection that people have from extradition for political reasons, no parliamentary debate, no parliamentary decision has been taken to extinguish that liberty. We will be doing so, we will all be losing that liberty simply for the convenience of the American administration. So when we ask ourselves why are we here in the rain, why are we here in the cold, I say to you, it's because we want to defend those civil liberties. We want to defend press freedom, and we want to see the freedom of Julian Assange. Join me. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange. Free Julian Assange.
Thank you very much, Tim, for that powerful support for Julian Assange. Now we're going to hand over the platform now to, as I said, to the campaign to defend jury. So they'll be taking over from 9 till 10. We'll be back at 10 o'clock. But before I go, let's just hear what we want the judges to know very, very clearly today before they come to a decision. And the decision has got to be that there won't be that there will be no extradition. So there's only one decision: no extradition. Only one decision: no extradition. Only one decision: no extradition. Okay, wave your umbrellas in the air for Julian Assange. See you back here in an hour.
one on the right there. Okay, so I just made a already might.
And then we introduced the video of oh no, this morning we yeah.
So, Deepa, who is a legal observer for the Assange campaign, she's also been talking to defend our juries. What connection do you see between the attempts to undermine jury trial and the treatment of Julian Assange?
Oh, that's the one on the phone.
Yeah, we have one on me. I'm going to be first and then.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
So this is the thing. I interviewed Corbyn.
Yeah.
Then she comes on camera straight away. So we both should be like, no?
Well, all right. Well, then I need 3 mics or outside booth. Right.
Yeah, outside
There's
booth.
just somebody saying that somebody wasn't loud enough in the booth.
Oh, right. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine by me. But and well, I'll tell you
Alright, so they're just bringing him over.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, okay. Jeremy's here, so we should start.
Those who are defending the right to a
Jeremy, were you in court yesterday? So, I'm just going to ask you what what's the danger of being prosecuted under yesterday?
He's going that side.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm going to have to boom Jeremy. So come this side though. He's going to step in there.
So, very friendly.
No, I get that. I just remember showing you around. No, that's it.
How should I introduce you? Jeremy Corbyn, former head of Labour. Alright guys. So you guys can count me in whenever the camera.
You both move to your left a little bit. That's Jeremy. If you could move left a little, then closer. on or off? I think all of this weather, don't you?
What?
Cap.
Yeah, cap for. Sorry? It is a very nice cap, I have to say. I remember when they were putting a lot of effort into what your jacket as a point of power. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Power. There's a lot of debate.
It's absolutely.
There's a lot of debate.
Julian had dirty nails apparently. That's the one that they kept on saying.
Really? I'm not sure I can support him any further.
And yeah, exactly. And holes in his socks, you know?
Well, I'm off then.
Oh yeah, definitely.
If this is the kind of person we're supporting, I don't know what to say.
Sorry. Hi guys, can you count me in? Hello there. Welcome back to the High Court in London. We're outside. It's raining. This is the second day of the extradition hearing for Julian Assange, and I am here with Jeremy Corbyn, former head of the Labour Party and just general rock star. Jeremy, what is the precedent set by this case in Britain?
Well, Boris Johnson himself said that the extradition arrangements between Britain and the USA are unbalanced. And this is somebody that has been convicted of nothing in Britain, who's now had 5 years in a maximum security prison on top of the years in the embassy, and will be, if the court wills it and all other procedures fail us, then Julian will be sent to the USA, tried under the Espionage Act, which is an incredibly unbalanced piece of legislation, and sentenced to a supermax prison. For what? Telling the truth about Abu Ghraib, telling the truth about weapons sales, and revealing to the world the secret state and untrammeled power that not just the US military but other militaries have around the world. To me, this case is of a huge significance. Obviously for Julian personally, obviously for Stella and their children personally, enormous, but it also has enormous implications for the safety of journalists anywhere in the world. We're just witnessing 80 journalists being killed in Gaza. They are brave journalists who are doing their best to report. But do you know what? If Julian goes down for this, every other journalist around the world is going to say, ooh, let's be a bit careful. Don't start questioning any military, particularly the US military.
It's been 5 years. The case has been fraught with irregularities, judges with conflict of interest. Is it even possible to have a fair hearing here in the UK?
Well, the irregularities have been enormous. The whole discussion has been one-sided. The role of the British media has been shameful, with one or two honourable exceptions. But generally speaking, the British media have ignored this case and the significance of it. It may well, not definite, but it may well end up in the European Court of Human Rights, where the European Convention of Human Rights is the basis on which the case will be heard. That includes quite specific protection for journalists, and if it ends up there, it ends up there. And Britain is a signatory, indeed the author of the European Convention of Human Rights, and it is part of UK law, whatever the Tory press says about it here.
Thank you very much, Jeremy.
You're very welcome.
We'll catch up with you later.
Can I say thank you very much to all those that have steadfastly supported Julian over all these years. He has suffered enormously, his family have suffered enormously, but the steadfastness of people being prepared to stand up and speak out for the right to know and the right to free speech, they are the heroes of this, because they, at the end of the day, will protect our right to know and our free speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. We'll catch up with you later. So we, as I said, we're on the second day of the extradition hearing. Yesterday, Julian's defense laid out the points on which he would want to appeal. Now, Chloe, can you tell me what is the relevance of this moment?
Well, yesterday we saw a tough day all day. First with audio issues throughout the court. We know that people who were annexed had real difficulty accessing what was happening. Obviously, as we spoke about yesterday, we know that all our international journalists, friends and supporters have had great hassle trying to get into the court, trying to access the feed. So we started with that. Julian, of course, was not present, was also not present by video link. He's not well. The court then continued, the defence laid out its points, the judge asked for clarification on whether anybody had ever been harmed by a WikiLeaks disclosure. I know there was a section on talking about the significance of WikiLeaks disclosures, certainly how they've helped in countries like Pakistan, and also about the assurances that the Americans were providing, how conditional these assurances are, that Julian could in fact face the death penalty upon arrival in America. So that was the case that was laid out yesterday. Speaking to various people outside, there was a kind of mixed reaction to that. Some people felt it sounded positive. The judge, speaking with Craig Murray, the judge, he felt the judge, for one of the first times he's heard in court appearances, did not treat Julian with contempt when discussing him. So maybe there was a shift change that we should feel positive about. Of course, today is the American arguments. Juan will be returning to your room to listen to the remote access, and we will be providing you updates as and when we have them. As you can see, this is a brutal day, weather-wise, justice-wise, so we're hanging in there, and we want you to hang in with us.
I think it's important to remember what this hearing is about right now. Julian is not appealing at this point in time. He's asking for permission to appeal. Most democracies give permission to appeal as granted. It is the right of a human being to appeal in a court of law, but in Britain, you have to ask for permission to appeal. Now, this process has taken 18 months whilst he's been languishing in a supermax prison with only 1 hour a day, solitary confinement. And yesterday we heard important points like Julian his political views are being sorry. What I'm trying to say is I'm blank. Let's go to the next video.
Christian Harfordson, the editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks, is now going to give you his take on what's been happening today, and then we'll be working through a few guest speakers before we go.
Today, Julian's lawyers were presenting the arguments against his extradition, the arguments that they do want a chance to present in a full appeal. And it's so amazing that you should have to go through all this to get a chance to have these arguments presented in an appeal court. It should be a given thing, but it's not a given thing. We still have to wait for a decision by these two judges here. Each and all of the arguments presented here today by Julian's lawyers would in itself suffice in a normal country to stop the extradition. How can you send Julian Assange to a country which wanted him dead and openly discussed the ways and means to do so? That's outrageous. That should in itself be sufficient. All the other arguments that pile on top of it just strengthen the case. The fact that it was a spying done on his legally privileged communication, tainting his possibility to have a fair trial in the United States, should in itself be enough and sufficient. I could keep on going about the legal arguments presented here to the two judges today. such arguments that it would be, in any normality in a civilized country, absolutely impossible to come to other conclusion that at least allow him the opportunity to go through the appeal process. My hope is with you, that you can persuade the judges to finally listen to the argument. You tell them you are watching, your eyes are upon them. You will be their judges. If they want to be on the right side of history and not go down the drain, they need to listen to you.
The persecution and the attempted extradition of Julian Assange is all about stopping the truth. Because they don't want the truth to be out there. Because they behave badly. They're still behaving like colonialists. Their mindset is still colonialist. And that too has been exposed in Ukraine and in Gaza. Western imperialism is still on the march. And Julian Assange had the audacity to expose the fact that they commit war crimes morning, noon and night to achieve their ambitions. Well, you know what? The people of the world are waking up. The people of the world have had enough of them.
Because we represent the voices of truth, the voices of freedom, and the voices of resistance. And that is why Julian Assange is in that court.
So there is a risk that Julian could face further charges once in the United States, and that the conduct as described on the indictment could in fact be used to form the basis of a charge under the Espionage Act that could attract the death penalty, and that's prohibited by the Extradition Act. So it was a long day in court. We heard a lot of very complicated legal arguments, but I think that the judges were receptive. I think it's difficult for the US to answer some of these arguments. Of course, we heard today that a number of these points could have been dealt with by the US in terms of assurances, whether we talk about they could have given an assurance that they will not charge him in ways once returned to the United States that would attract a death penalty. They could have given assurances that he will benefit from the First Amendment, and they will not ask a judge to say that he won't benefit. We haven't had any of that from the United States. So they're going to have to grapple with that in terms of their legal arguments. I think we'll hear a lot about the US current prosecution strategy, which I think is a grave concern for all journalists. This is a US administration and a Department of Justice who in this case is prosecuting a case that protected what we would consider to be Article 10 protected activity is a crime.
What happened inside I thought was quite promising. There were two lawyers arguing for Assange, and they went over the basic tenets of the case, which is that this is a political prosecution, which is outlawed by the US-UK extradition treaty of 2003. You can't extradite people for political offences. And he's charged mostly under the Espionage Act of 1917, and espionage itself, case law has shown, is a political offence. So at heart, it should be struck out. They also went through the arguments about how it contravenes the European Convention on Human Rights. One of them, Article 7, is about foreseeability, which is that no publisher has ever been prosecuted by the United States for publishing state secrets. That's never happened. This would be the first prosecution under that. So in 2010, when Assange started publishing the cables, there was no way he could have known he could have been prosecuted for it because there was no precedent for it.
I think that the arguments made by the defence today were quite compelling, and the issues raised certainly merit full consideration in a proper hearing. It was really refreshing to be back on the broader substance of the case, because for the past 3 years, proceedings became more and more narrowly focused only on mental health issues or prison conditions in the US. So today we heard arguments again on the political nature of the case, the fact that that this is the first time that journalistic activity has been targeted this way by the Espionage Act. We heard for the first time really in court about the shocking CIA assassination plot against Assange, and that's one of those things that if it were any other case, I think would have drew a far stronger reaction than it did, but somehow it gets dismissed here. It deserves examination by a court. So what I walk away from today saying very much is we need a full hearing.
We have never been able at any point to rely on the political establishment or the court system to defend Julian Assange. This has been a work that we've had to do ourselves. This has been about people power. But every movement produces the spokespeople it deserves. And this is a good movement. And in Stella Assange, it has produced an exceptional leader.
So today was a day of legal arguments, but really what it was an indictment of a rogue agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, which pops up in each of the arguments. Whether it was Julian exposing their torture program and their involvement in illegal killings, or their own plots to murder him. Throughout, the origin of this prosecution came about when the CIA head, Mike Pompeo, lost the plot. He lost the plot, and then he instrumentalized his agency to go after a media organization, to plot the murder of a journalist, and to imprison a publisher in London. They lost the plot. It is rogue, it is out of control, and now it is targeting the press. Whatever happens in the coming days, it's now been aired in court. The murder plot, the political motivation coming out of Mike Pompeo's obsession with killing Julian, and the murders that Julian exposed in Iraq and Afghanistan, the torture program that European countries willingly participated in. We free Julian, we regain our democracy.
Welcome back to London. We are standing outside the High Court in London, reporting on the Julian Assange extradition hearing. As you can see, the weather is appalling, but still hundreds of people have joined us to support Julian and to support democracy. It is important to remember what Julian is trying to defend himself from. The US and UK extradition treaty forbids extraditing somebody for political purposes. The MP who wrote this piece of legislation, David Davis, has stated that the first ruling on this case that Vanessa Breitzer, Judge Vanessa Breitzer, did, where she misread the law, and Julian is asking for permission to try to appeal that decision and be able to defend himself under the extradition treaty's prohibitions. Chloe, you have another point to...
Well, what's important also to mention is that Julian is the first journalist who is being charged under the 1917 Espionage Act. That is a massive overreach of the very archaic act in itself. And when, as you mentioned yesterday, Juan, that when Daniel Ellsberg was tried under that, actually as soon as it was discovered that the CIA had broken into his psychoanalysis office and gained access to his health records, that case was thrown out. Of course, as we mentioned yesterday, we now know that the CIA were actively spying on Julian, all of his private meetings, all of his legally privileged meetings. So again, it's just another testament to the lack of justice in Julian's case as to why this charge is still going ahead. Again, in relation to the Espionage Act, of course, as we've mentioned, once Julian is, or if Julian is extradited to America, he is then sat within the Eastern District of Virginia. That again is an area surrounded by the three-letter intelligence agencies with massive access and connection to the jury pools. So at every stage of Julian's trial, every stage of Julian's case, there is just a fundamental lack of justice.
Yes, and of course Julian is asking the court to admit new evidence. There has been, since this extradition hearing started 5 years ago, new evidence on 30 intelligence sources confiding in a journalist that the CIA had plans to assassinate Julian inside the Ecuadorian embassy or kidnap him. This is new evidence and should be enough to throw out the entire case. If the judges don't hear this, don't approve this evidence, they will be basically extraditing Julian Assange to the country that planned his murder. We're now going to show you a little video that we prepared on what are the 9 points Julian will be appealing for, and hopefully getting permission to actually debate these in court.
Join us later.
Why is the US trying to extradite Julian Assange? In 2010, WikiLeaks published documents detailing war crimes committed by the United States during their engagements in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We'll show the true nature of this war, and then the public from Afghanistan and other nations can see what's really going on and take steps to address the problems.
These documents included evidence of torture and assassinations committed by the US military, as well as rules outlined for US airstrikes and a list of prisoners held captive in Guantanamo Bay. Julian Assange is the first journalist in the history of the United States to be charged under the Espionage Act for publishing classified documents which exposed war crimes. In fact, the Obama administration made the decision not to prosecute Assange for his role in publishing this material. However, charges were later brought by the Trump administration, with the publisher now facing a potential 175-year sentence in the United States' highest security prison.
We're going to find the leakers. They're going to pay a big price for leaking.
What's at stake? Assange is being prosecuted under the 1917 Espionage Act. The US have previously used the Espionage Act to target whistleblowers who have spoken out against government corruption. However, Julian Assange is the first journalist to face these charges. In the case of Assange, the United States is extending its judicial reach beyond its borders, attempting to prosecute a non-US citizen operating from the United Kingdom. However, prosecutors remain steadfast that due to Assange being a non-US citizen publishing from abroad, he won't be protected by any First Amendment rights, which guarantees a free press and freedom of speech. If Julian Assange is extradited, it would set a precedent that journalists around the world would face the risk of international prosecution simply for highlighting the wrongdoings of the powerful. What will happen at the hearing? On the 4th of January 2021, it was deemed that Assange could not be extradited to the US on medical grounds. Should Assange win the case, a date will be set for a full appeal hearing. If he is denied the right to appeal, all avenues of a resolution through the UK courts will have been exhausted. However, the case can still be brought before the European Court of Human Rights. What will happen to Assange if he is extradited? If Assange is extradited, he will be transferred to a US high security prison where he will await trial. The trial would be heard in Alexandria, Virginia, a court commonly referred to as the Espionage Court, because the jury would be selected from employees and their family members of the CIA, the NSA, the Pentagon, and other national security organizations. The very organizations responsible for the war crimes exposed by WikiLeaks.
You don't stand a chance in the Eastern District of Virginia. That's why they charged you there. I fear the same thing for Julian, that they charged him in the Eastern District of Virginia because it's called the Espionage Court, because no national security defendant has ever won a case there.
What abuses have there been in the Assange case so far? This wouldn't be the first time the United States have abused their powers against Julian Assange. While staying in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, the Spanish security firm UC Global were employed to keep guard over him. It has since been revealed that UC Global were spying on Assange, his lawyers, and other visitors on behalf of the CIA. There was also a plot to kidnap Assange from the embassy and assassinate him.
A new report by Yahoo News has come out with some serious claims. It goes into details about the CIA's war on WikiLeaks and its founder, even stating that the U.S. had plans to abduct or even assassinate Julian Assange.
When Richard Nixon ordered a break-in on Pentagon Papers whistleblower Daniel Ellsberg's psychoanalyst office, the judge dropped the charges. Spying on Assange's privileged meetings with his lawyers should be enough to end the prosecution. But judges in the UK have ignored this information in their decision. What are the points Assange is appealing? Number 1. Mr. Assange should not be extradited to face prosecution and punishment for his political opinions exposing state criminality. Assange is being prosecuted for exposing war crimes committed by the US government, for which extensive evidence was provided. This evidence included Assange's political opinions that governments should be held accountable for their actions. Extradition for political opinions is simply not allowed. Number 2. Mr. Assange should not be extradited to face prosecution where the criminal law is being extended in an unprecedented and unforeseeable way. There is quite simply no precedent for the prosecution of a publisher of US state secrets. In fact, unchallenged expert evidence showed that the publication of state secrets is a common practice, and that there was an unbroken practice of non-prosecution when it comes to publishers. The extradition of Assange would therefore require an extension of criminal law, directly contravening Article 7 of the European Convention of Human Rights, which states, "No one shall be held guilty of any criminal offence on account of any act or omission which did not constitute a criminal offence under national or international law at the time when it was committed." In other words, an act cannot be retrospectively made a crime in order to secure a prosecution. Number 3. Mr. Assange should not be extradited because his prosecution amounts to a grave violation of his rights to free speech under Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights protects your right to hold your own opinions and express them freely without government interference. This includes the publication of information. In fact, the ECHR recognizes the important role publishing state secrets plays in a democratic society. Criminalizing this act criminalizes journalism and the essential practices required to hold governments accountable, and the disproportionate sentence of 175 years is likely to deter many journalists from publishing their own findings. Number 4. Mr. Assange should not be extradited when the US is stating that he may not be granted any First Amendment protections at all. As stated earlier, given that Assange is not a US citizen, nor is he publishing in the United States, the US government has said it will argue for Assange not to be granted First Amendment protections, meaning he won't be able to use a free speech defense as he would if he were a US national. Number 5. Extradition should be barred because Mr. Assange will not receive a fair trial in violation of Article 6 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Innocent until proven guilty is a basic right under any democracy. It's something which is enshrined in law within the European Convention of Human Rights. However, Assange's jury, should he be extradited, will be far from independent and impartial. His jury will be comprised of a group of people with close connections to US government agencies and contractors. Individuals who could possibly have a vested interest in the publisher's prosecution, or at least be in some way prejudicial to Julian Assange. Number 6. The US-UK treaty prohibits extradition for political offences, meaning Mr. Assange's extradition would violate the treaty, international law, and amounts to an abuse of process, including Article 5 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Espionage and the obtaining and publishing of US state secrets. These are the charges by which Assange is being prosecuted, and they are all formally what's known as pure political offences. Under the US-UK extradition treaty, offences such as these are extradition barred, meaning that no extradition can be sought. Number 7. Renewed application to admit fresh evidence about US plans to kidnap, render and assassinate Mr. Assange in 2017, relevant to Article 2 and 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Given the CIA's plot to kidnap and assassinate Assange, it's a reasonable assumption that placing him in a US prison would subject him to inhuman and degrading treatment. His would-be killers would now be his captors. Number 8. The extradition treaty would allow the US to amend or add charges which could expose Julian Assange to the death penalty. Assange is currently charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit computer intrusion and 17 charges under the Espionage Act, totaling the 175 years he could face behind bars. However, there is nothing preventing Assange from being recharged under provisions of the Espionage Act which allow for the death penalty. US government officials have already accused Assange of treason and called for capital punishment.
They claim to have interviewed more than 30 former US government officials, including 8 who spoke of scenarios such as a possible abduction of Julian Assange or even plots to kill him. They were concerned about possible plot for the Russians to break Julian Assange out of the Ecuadorian embassy, and some of the scenarios then did involve British assistance as well.
This could be Julian Assange's last legal recourse in the UK. If he loses, he could be extradited within months or even weeks. If Assange is extradited, any journalist can also be extradited for publishing government crimes. And if this happens, we lose our right to know what our government does in our name. 11th of April 2019. Julian Assange is forcefully removed from the Ecuadorian embassy in London. He is sentenced to 52 weeks imprisonment for skipping bail and served with an extradition request by the United States. He is sent to Belmarsh, a maximum security prison where Britain's most dangerous criminals are detained. 23rd of May 2019. The US issues an 18-count superseding indictment, including 17 charges under the Espionage Act. The charges are related to the receipt, possession, and publication of classified information. Julian Assange is now facing up to 175 years in prison in the US. 24th of February 2020. The first week of Assange's extradition hearing starts. During this period, Assange is handcuffed and strip-searched dozens of times. Assange is also refused permission to sit with his lawyers. Instead, he was placed in a dock surrounded by bulletproof glass, rendering effective and confidential communication with his legal team essentially impossible. The hearing is adjourned till May. Assange is kept under solitary confinement. 4th of May 2020. The extradition hearing is adjourned due to COVID. 24th of June 2020. The US issues a second superseding indictment, broadening the scope of the initial charge of conspiracy to commit computer intrusion. However, this indictment is based on the testimony of a convicted conman, Sigurdur Thordarson. Thordarson is a clinically diagnosed psychopath and convicted sex criminal who later told journalists that he lied to the FBI. 7th of September 2020. Assange's extradition hearing resumes. The defense highlights the essential work of WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, including the revelations of war crimes. The defense argues that the precedent set by this case would render every journalist liable to extradition for publishing classified information in the public interest. Assange's poor health is also discussed, along with the prospect of the horrific conditions he would face in a US prison. Those conditions would amount to torture, according to the United Nations. 4th of January 2021. Assange wins the trial. The judge argues that the restrictive prison conditions that await him in the United States, along with his poor health, posed a threat to his life. 5th of February 2021. The US offers conditional assurances that Assange would not be detained under the highly restrictive Special Administrative Measures regime, nor would he be detained in the Colorado Supermax facility, ADX. The US did not offer any guarantees that they would not renege on the assurances. 26th of September 2021.
Did the CIA, under President Trump, plan to kidnap and assassinate WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange during a shootout in London? That's one of the explosive findings in a new exposé by Yahoo News. The report details how the CIA considered abducting and possibly murdering Assange while he took refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy in London.
This information further substantiates evidence already presented to the magistrate's court by a whistleblower from inside the embassy. If Assange is extradited, he would be sent to the country which planned his murder. 27th of October 2021. The US appeal hearing is heard before the High Court. While the US prosecutors argue that Assange is in full health, he suffers a stroke and is unable to continue following the procedures. 10th of December 2021. Despite his poor health and the explosive revelations concerning the CIA's plans to kill Julian Assange, the judge rules in favour of the US ordering his extradition. Assange appeals this decision. 14th of March 2022. Assange loses his appeal on the basis that it did not provide an arguable point of law. 20th of April 2022. Westminster Magistrates Court holds a 7-minute hearing which concludes in Assange's case being sent to the then Home Secretary Priti Patel for a final decision on his extradition. Patel orders his extradition. 26th of August 2022. Assange's legal team asked the High Court for permission to appeal the decision to extradite him. 6th of June 2023. 10 months after the submission, Justice Jonathan Swift denies Assange's request. 12th of June 2023. Assange files a renewed application for permission to appeal. On February 20th and 21st, 18 months after Assange's request for permission to appeal, 2 judges will hear Assange's request and will decide once and for all if he is given permission to appeal the extradition order. If he is unsuccessful, there will be no more opportunities for Assange to have his case heard in the UK courts. His only avenue at this stage would be to appeal to the European Court of Human Rights. If, on the other hand, Assange wins the case, a date will be set for a full appeal hearing.
Julian Assange has been in Belmarsh maximum security prison for over a year now. It is astonishing that despite the various completely unethical, improper behaviours that have taken place during this case, he continues to languish in prison and the case against him continues to go on. He has been suffering psychological torture for about a decade now, and those of us on this panel are looking forward to discussing some of the ways in which the rule of law has been breached and how Julian's rights to a free trial have been undermined. And so I'm very glad to welcome to this panel Fidel Narvaez, former Ecuadorian consul, Professor Mats Andenas, former chair of the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, Stefania Maurizi, journalist and the expert behind several Freedom of Information requests, which have shown a lot of light on this case. And shortly, Max Blumenthal will be joining us. Max has been doing some excellent investigative work in relation to how Julian was spied on within the Ecuadorian embassy. Max is having some technical difficulties joining, but he will be here shortly. At this point, I'd like to also acknowledge one of our long-term supporters at the Free the Truth events, Eva Jolie, who is unwell today and therefore unable to join. She was supposed to be on the panel. I'd like to also send a solidarity message to one of our long-standing and very well-loved experts, Craig Murray, who is going through quite a difficult time given the case being prosecuted against him in relation to contempt of court. All of us across the Free the Truth platforms and Don't Extradite Assange are very supportive of Craig and the excellent work he has done in relation to being our man in court, explaining to us what's really going on in relation to the Assange trial. Our solidarity as well to all the protesters and activists taking a stance against centuries of structural oppression and inequality, out in the streets now protesting in relation to the extraordinarily harsh police treatment and the killing of George Floyd. So our solidarity to all of you worldwide. Thank you very much to the Committee to Defend Julian Assange, which is the group of grassroots supporters in London who have been helping us run our events in the past, and to Don't Extradite Assange for broadcasting this event across 7 different channels. And special thanks to Juan Passarelli and Jose for the fantastic work in putting this through. We also are broadcasting through Consortium News in Australia. Thanks, Kathy Vogan, for that. I'm joined on the panel also by my colleague and fellow expert, Professor Ian Munro, an expert on whistleblowing and a consumer of any book that is possibly available and therefore a font of all knowledge. So welcome, Ian. And I'd like to start, Fidel, by asking you a question, if I may. And the first question is, could you give us a bit of background about how UC Global, which is the security firm, came to be involved with the Ecuadorian embassy and how they came to be guarding Julian? Could you tell us a little bit about all of that?
Sure. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be with all of you. I joined my salute to my friend Craig Murray. If he's watching us, he needs our support as well. He's being persecuted in between many things, probably because supporting Julian Assange. Anyway, when Ecuador decided to protect Julian in 2012, when we granted him asylum, the London embassy did not have any security company to protect the embassy. We didn't even have a security cameras system, no security guards, no anything. And it's understandable that somebody like Julian, staying 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for long term, needed protection. Him and the embassy as such. Let's remember that the embassy, for many years, from the very first day of Julian's asylum, became one of the most surveilled places on earth. British police displayed from first day outside the embassy for many years, police cars, police contingent there, with long-range microphones trying to listen what was happening inside our embassy, with special cameras distributed in surrounding buildings. Obviously, we needed protection. But Ecuador did not have its own security company, and it was problematic for us to send an Ecuadorian team to be based in the UK for different reasons. One of them, visa, but for different reasons. The Ecuadorian security bodies, the intelligence services, were historically penetrated, infiltrated by the Americans. Historically, when President Correa came into power, he tried to renew the whole intelligence services. It was a genuine effort It was the right thing to do. In my personal opinion, probably it did not came out as we expected. That's a different issue. The point is that we did not have our own resources, human resources, to protect that embassy. And I understand that UC Global had already some contracts with the Ecuadorian government in Quito. Some of them protecting the family of the president who were living in Europe. And I would understand that that company had the trust of the government, so they were giving the task to protect the embassy. And when I say protect the embassy, I mean not just Julian Assange, protect the embassy team, protect one of the most, as I said, surveilled places on Earth. I don't know how it was chosen to begin with. But as we know now, it was the wrong choice. It was the wrong choice, not just regarding the Ecuadorian embassy and Julian, regarding other issues that we know now that the company basically was unprofessional and corrupt as we have evidence right now. I will just add that Julian himself and many of us never trusted that company from day one. Never trusted that company. They always seem unprofessional. And the relationship with them was not the best with the security company. Yeah.
Thanks, Fidel. Stefania, I know you've talked in the past about your phones being searched and your personal details being looked into. Could you tell us your experience a little bit about what it was like going into the embassy for those of us in this call who are not able to know? And I'd also, just before we start, Stefania, I'd just like to welcome Max Blumenthal to the panel. We've introduced you already, Max, in your absence. And we're over to you, Stefania, if you could tell us a little bit about your experience of interactions with UC Global.
Sure. So first of all, you have to realize that when Julian took refuge in the embassy, the 19th of June 2012, I had already 3 years of experience in working, partnering as a media partner with WikiLeaks, because I had started working on the documents back in 2009 when few knew about WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. So for me, it was pretty shocking to realize that throughout all these years, 11 years, I was able to meet Julian Assange as a free man just twice. And since last time was basically in September 2010. Since then, I always met Julian Assange confined initially under house arrest, then inside the embassy. So when he took refuge in the embassy back in 2012, I immediately started visiting him in the embassy. And the first time I met Julian in the embassy was November 2012. So at the very beginning. Initially, the atmosphere was quite friendly. I mean, there was no tension, there was no oppression, nothing. It was, of course, we were aware that we were under surveillance. We could see cameras, we could see police all around the world. And we were aware about this kind of heavy surveillance. But inside the embassy, there was no tension, no heavy atmosphere. But things changed. Things changed back at the end of, immediately after Korea left, immediately after Julian Assange published the documents about the US elections. And at that point, especially after Lenin Moreno went to power, at that point, going to the embassy was like to go to a prison. We were under heavy surveillance. I remember I could when visiting Julian Assange during the Lenin Moreno time, I was checking my phones and someone entered the room and said, you should not check your phones. And he sees my phones. He asked me for phones. So they were looking us in real time. And it was not just having the cameras doing surveillance. It was like to be there with the security, looking at you, listening at you. So when last year I got access to the UC Global files, I was really upset to see how they got access to everything. They got access to all my devices. They got access to my phones. They unscrewed my phones. And they did so in December 2017. And that was just 2 months after I had the Freedom of Information Act hearing, the hearing when we discovered that they had the UK authorities had destroyed the documents, crucial documents about the Julian Assange case. I remember I went to the embassy to discuss the Freedom of Information request, and in the embassy there was no one. It was end of December, 29 December 2017. There was just a security guard, and and I immediately realized that something wrong was going on, because as soon as I arrived, they seized my backpack and I protested. They said, no, I'm not supposed to give you my backpack because I have my notes, I have my devices. And they insisted, no, you should give us your backpack. And they said, no, I'm not in favor of this. And they said, yes, don't worry, no one will access your belongings. And now, 3 years later, I see those pictures. They spied on everything. They took pictures of my chargers. They unscrewed my phones. Probably they got access to notes. I don't know whether they got access to notes. I don't know whether they took copies of encrypted files in my USB sticks, because I had very important information. So I was really upset. And that was just, that was something, in a sense, I expected this heavy surveillance. In another sense, it is another matter when you see what they did in secret. Because no one told me, look, no one told me, look, we unscrew your phones. Look, we took pictures of your chargers. We took pictures of your power banks. No one, and they told me, don't worry, no one will touch your phones. No one will touch anything. And now we see this kind of heavy targeting of journalists, because they knew I was a journalist. Whenever I went to the embassy, they had my details. They knew I was going there as a journalist for my newspaper. At that time, I was working for La Repubblica, and they had my details. They had my passport. They knew for which newspaper I was working. And now what I want to understand is whether they got access to my encrypted files, because I had very important information. And many criticized me, why did you bring your encrypted files inside the embassy? But you know that as journalists, we have to travel with important information. So, I mean, it was 29 December 2017. How could I manage these files. Of course, I was traveling. I had important information. It was protected because it was encrypted. But now I wonder whether they got access to it, because I expect all sorts of things, considering that they unscrew my phones. So this tell you a lot what happens when journalists try to operate in a very hostile environment with security services and security companies trying to target you. And you do your best, of course, because you use encryption, you use all sorts of protections. At the same time, you know, there is a big asymmetry between you and them. You know, they have all sorts of resources. We don't, you know?
I think you're right. I mean, I think there are a number of violations that we can see of basic trust and basic standards that we expect. We are all expected to play by the rules, whereas they are not playing by any rules. And you can see that in relation to the CPS under the leadership of Keir Starmer, when they tried to stitch up Julian and keep his case in limbo for year after year by saying to the Swedish authorities, don't you dare get cold feet. This is not being treated like any other extradition. You can see it in relation to the way in which Julian is surveilled and how a sovereign embassy that we expect that the Ecuadorian embassy is a sovereign embassy and therefore will not be spied upon in that way is spied upon, things that, you know, you see in a spy book. And then also in relation to due process rights that Julian has been denied, even up to, you know, really petty things like not allowing him a radio, even though he's asked for one. So at every stage there have been intentional and willful breaches, not just of the law, but of basic expectations of trust between us and the state. And I'm sure you feel quite violated by that. And you've spoken quite passionately about how you feel that your privacy and the privacy of your sources and the people whose data you held in an encrypted way was violated. If I may, could I ask you to make a short intervention, just because it's so relevant at this point, because several private security firms have targeted Assange and WikiLeaks, including HP Gary and more recently UC Global. And I wondered if you could say a few words about it.
Forced to hear a few words from. He's a journalist who has written again and again in defence of Julian Assange, has appeared on platform after platform. He writes absolutely magnificently right across the press, but especially for Middle East Eye. Please welcome writer, journalist Peter Elborn.
Thank you very much indeed, John, for introducing me. And how marvellous it is on a wet day like this to see such a splendid crowd here to mark one of the most significant days of British liberty in our lifetime. I want to introduce myself first of all. I am a conservative. I'm a conservative because I believe in freedom, I believe in the rule of law, I believe in free speech, and above all, I believe in ancient British liberties. And I believe that the executive should be subject to, held accountable, and be subject to investigation when they do things which are wrong. Now, by the way, these may be conservative values, but as the crowd shows today, they are also universal values. And they're of the left, of the right, of the centre. They are universal values which we are here to try and protect and articulate outside the supreme cause of justice, which, let's not forget this, ought to be the basis of fairness and decency in this country. But I'm not just here as a conservative, I'm here as a conservative journalist. I've been the political editor of The Spectator, I've been the chief commentator, political commentator for the Daily Telegraph and for the Daily Mail. I've spent my life fighting for the freedom of the press And this is the greatest threat to press freedom and freedom of journalists of my lifetime. I want to quote a great American journalist of the 19th century. He said, the purpose of a journalist is not to afflict the afflicted. It is to comfort to the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable. That was is the massive journalistic achievement of Julian Assange, who, if the court case goes the wrong way, today may find himself on a one-way flight to a cell in the United States of America. The one journalist who really articulated this was an American journalist, Daniel Ellsberg, the great whistleblower for the Washington Post, a brave, patriotic American who realized that his duty was to reveal America's illegal role in the covert bombing of Laos and Cambodia. He acted out of duty, out of morality, and out of respect for everything which America stands for at its best. Before he died at the great age of 100 last year, I think it was, Ellsberg said, and we must listen to his words, he had a great identification with Julian Assange. So what is the British government doing? Throwing its weight behind the American desire of an illegal American government which broke the law repeatedly during the War on Terror, supporting the desire of the American establishment to punish Julian Assange for committing the crime of journalism. They are charging Assange under the Espionage Act, and that it is utterly damnable that this British government should kowtow to that American wish. It's a British government, by the way, which has followed Joe Biden more recently, followed Joe Biden in blocking or not supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. These are people who do not know about human rights, do not understand about decency, and in Britain, statecraft is based on the idea that when the Americans say jump, we simply say how high. This is the most far-right British government in history, and their wish to send Assange to America shows that they have no understanding of what British values, freedom of speech, fair play, rule of law really stand for. So don't be under any doubt what will happen if Julian Assange, who has broken, by the way, more scoops than any other journalist, all the rest of us put together. And let's say one other thing about his scoops. It's not the usual trash about celebrities or the royal family. These are real scoops about real people, which tell us about the way the world is ruled. That's among the countless revelations which Julian Assange brought to the world, the number of Iraqi dead, which have been suppressed by the US. He brought to the world the awful truth about Guantanamo Bay. He brought to the world the video of soldiers in a US hospital laughing as they shot and killed unarmed civilians in Iraq, including a Reuters photographer and his assistant. And by the way, wondering whether or not the Americans discipline the perpetrators of this crime. Of course they didn't. It required Julian Assange, WikiLeaks, Chelsea Clinton, Chelsea Manning to go out there and reveal it to the world. And now he is sitting in a cell in Belmarsh, awaiting the verdict of this court here to find out whether he's going to be put on a one-way flight to the United States to suffer the consequences of revealing the barbarity of the United States war on terror. I have only one more thing. I only really have one more thing to say. And I say this as a journalist. Just imagine the consequences for journalism if Julian Assange is extradited. It will mean that none of us will be able to handle US classified documents, let alone publish them in future. And that's not just British journalists, it will be journalists around the world. That is what is at stake today. It will mean that in future, United States, or probably it'll extend across the world, war crimes, atrocities will be kept secret. We will no longer be able to understand or learn about the crimes committed by those who rule the globe. That is what is at stake today, and that is why I'm very proud to stand here and speak up on behalf of freedom, the rule of law, and Julian Assange.
That was Peter Orban. Thank you very much for that very clear, incisive analysis of what's at stake in the case of Julian Assange and for your support. And thank you for all making the journey down here and standing in solidarity with Julian Assange, standing up for a free press. We, of course, will be bringing you further updates at the dinner break when the court breaks, at the end of the day when we're going to be marching down to Downing Street. But for now, let's just make sure that everybody going into the court hears very clearly what we're here for, and that there is only one decision: no extradition. No extradition. Only one decision: no extradition. Okay, let's see you one more time. Wave your umbrellas if you support Julian Assange. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming out. We'll see you at lunchtime.
back. I'm stood here now on this very, very rainy Wednesday with Peter Oborne, the acclaimed journalist and columnist for Middle East Eye. Peter, I wanted to start by asking you, as an investigative reporter, what is at stake here if the judge rules against Julian?
Yeah, it's the biggest issue of free speech in 50 years, really, since Daniel Ellsberg leaked the Pentagon Papers, which told the hideous truth about illegal US bombing in Cambodia and Laos. And this is as momentous as that. And so if Assange is extradited on these espionage charges, where in reality he's committed this crime of doing journalism, it will become impossible for British journalists and journalists around the world, by extension, even to handle classified documents from the US. And I'm sure that would be extended to other classified documents. But from the US, that will be the end of investigative journalism in America. And you won't be able to reveal the next time America does something terribly wrong and illegal, like the Pentagon Papers or many of the acts during the war on terror, which Julian Assange exposed.
Yes. And how much do you feel this is a political case as opposed to a legal case? If, for example, this was Russia asking for Julian to go over, would we be seeing a hearing happening now? Is this about America and our relationship with America, and Julian is paying the price of that relationship?
Well, there are major questions, as more legally dexterous writers than I have made the case that due process hasn't been properly observed. Remember, it's an extradition case from America. Why shouldn't it be heard here if it really exists, which I don't think it does? Why are we in Britain making ourselves subject to US laws, which often I think don't even apply to US citizens under their own constitution? And I think that there are issues about due process. If anybody hasn't read Craig Murray's brilliant accounts of the hearings three years ago, where they exposed due process issues, and I don't think that Mr. Assange has got a fair hearing here at all.
Yeah. And what about how much things have changed politically? As you mentioned with Daniel Ellsberg, that his case was in fact thrown out once it was discovered that Nixon had ordered the break-in of his psychoanalysis meeting notes. How come the fact that we now know the CIA was spying on Julian, we know that his legally privileged meetings were spied on, how come that is no longer enough? What has changed in our system that is suddenly seen as okay or appropriate, whereas for Daniel Ellsberg that was the thing that released him from the system?
When I spoke just now, I was saying I believe in British values. I believe in Britain. And if you go back 50 years ago, 60 years now, it takes you back to the 60s, when Harold Wilson, a British Prime Minister, made that decision. Hello? Sorry. We go back to when Harold Wilson, as Prime Minister, did not join the United States in the Vietnam War. You see, what has changed, I think, is that today there is a dogma, you saw it with Tony Blair and Iraq, that we are so pathetic as a country, we don't stand for anything. Our only way, really, of exercising influence is to hang on the coattails of the United States. We're seeing that with David Cameron and Blinken today, you know, with Britain's refusal to call for a ceasefire. We saw it with Blair and Bush. You know, this cringe approach. We didn't see it, interestingly, in the 60s when Harold Wilson, much of course attacked by many people, but he didn't feel that Britain was such a negligible place.
Yes.
We couldn't make our own decisions about who to war against, or even Maggie Thatcher. But you know, when the Americans invaded Grenada, she gave Reagan a rocket. But now it's the Americans say jump and we say how high. Yes. And it's tragic, actually. It's shaming. And of course, it shows the moral nullity
Yes.
and lack of pride in being British.
Yes.
This is what gets me. I'm a conservative writer, by the way.
Yes,
I'm not I'm not on the left. I greatly admire the traditions of the left.
Yes.
But I'm not I find myself more and more in accordance with what the left is saying and doing, because I feel we stand for something as Britain.
Yeah.
And we do not stand for American values in every case. Some American values are splendid, but here America is barking up, saying something terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're essentially, just like in America, we're waiting again for a politician of principle to come and fix some of the gaping holes in our systems, I think.
Well, I think the structure of British government has collapsed.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I mean, we do need some politicians of principle, and they do exist.
Yeah.
But at the moment, we are governed by a collection of moral and intellectual nullities, and I think we need to find a way back to have somebody who understands a system which understands.
Yes. Yes.
That there are values which are British,
yeah.
well, actually, and are worth fighting for.
Yeah.
Or rather, I put it in a different way, that there is something universal about British values of fairness and decency. And American exceptionalism is not the way forward. America has become, as the War on Terror showed, a rogue state. And Britain should not go down that route too and follow America as a rogue state.
Fantastic. Thank you, Peter Oborne, for joining us today. Yeah. Thank you. Great. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
If Ian could thereafter say a few words as well. Stefan.
Yeah, so you have to realize that WikiLeaks was established in 2006, and 2 years later, it was already targeted by the US Army counterintelligence. And we know this thanks to WikiLeaks itself, because WikiLeaks published this document by the US Army counterintelligence, which had put WikiLeaks on its radar screen because of its publishing activities. So, that was at the very beginning, and it tells you a lot how hostile the intelligence services environment has been throughout the last 12 years, 11 years, and so on. So, I mean, here you have these intelligence services, which are tremendously powerful. They have all sorts of resources, economical resources, they have skills, they have technologies. On the other side, you have this small media organization, and there is no doubt that WikiLeaks is a media organization, because if you look at my freedom of information litigation, even the UK tribunals, the first-tier tribunals, finally acknowledge WikiLeaks as a media organization. So it's not my opinion. It's not something I'm telling you. It's the UK establishment, the UK tribunal, which acknowledge WikiLeaks as a media organization. And the reason why Julian Assange is in prison is because of his publication activities, not for other reasons, of course. So on the one hand, you have these powerful entities like the CIA and the US Army intelligence devising this plan. And the plan at the beginning was, let's target their sources, so that if we can target their sources, we destroy the trust. We know that the way we journalists operate is trying to gain trust of our sources. So the US Army counterintelligence plan was, let's destroy the trust of the sources who go to WikiLeaks to provide information. And that was the very first step at the very, very beginning in 2008, when WikiLeaks had been just established. But they never stopped this operation. So for example, after publishing the US secret documents, the collateral murder, the Afghan war logs, and so on, we have a new kind of targeting. We had, for example, a kind of dirty war tricks by H.B. Gary, Palantir, which is a major company, private intelligence company, and Berico Technology. And here, in this case, they wanted to do a kind of dirty war against WikiLeaks, destroying the credibility, sending false information. Again, this is a very common way to target a media organization, because media organizations operate by trust and by credibility, reputation. So if we publish something false, if we publish fake information which is not genuine, our reputation is destroyed. And reputation is everything when it comes to the credibility of a media organization. So H.B. Gary plan, in which we discovered in February 2011, was about destroying WikiLeaks by destroying the reputation and by destroying basically the contacts with the journalists like Glenn Greenwald, who have been supportive from the very beginning, and other journalists. So these kind of plans, we see all these sorts of techniques and plans in order to target WikiLeaks. But let me tell you, Deepa, that one of the most disquieting things, in my opinion, is not just these kind of undercover activities, secret activities. For me, the most concerning things is what is done in open site. So, for example, the US in investigation of WikiLeaks, they have put WikiLeaks under investigation from the very beginning, 2010, when they started publishing the Afghan war logs. Since then, WikiLeaks have been under investigation for 10 years, under continuous investigation for 10 years. And this investigation has been about national security. So they probably have used all sorts of serious targeting, interceptions, or whatever, because we know that whenever you have a national security investigation, you have huge power to investigate from all sorts of investigation power you have. So WikiLeaks has been under investigation for 10 years. If you ask me about a media organization which has been for continuous investigation, under continuous investigation for 10 years, I never heard of a single media organization which has been put under investigation for 10 years. So, I mean, this is something very serious, because as you can imagine, we can imagine that they have targeted all the WikiLeaks journalists, all their contacts, conversation with sources, whatever. So this is very serious. This is even more serious than undercover activities, because you expect undercover activities. Maybe I didn't expect UC Global undercover activities, but I did expect all sorts of undercover activities. But what I find very serious is the fact that they have been able to put under investigation for the last 10 years. And I don't know any media organization which was under the investigation for 10 years. I really don't know. In democracy, of course, you have this situation in authoritarian societies, but I never heard of a media organization in a democracy under investigation for 10 years.
Thanks, Stefania. Ian, could I ask you to tell us a little bit, maybe in a couple of minutes, because we're slightly running behind time, a little bit about the kind of intelligence agencies that were targeting WikiLeaks before UC Global came on the scene, and then we'll go on to talking to Max about what UC Global really did.
Thanks, Deepa. Well, I think Stefania has certainly raised most of the points about the kinds of organizations that have been involved. And I think it's really, really interesting to look at the dynamics because it's not simply WikiLeaks as journalists versus the US government, US intelligence organizations. It's a whole bunch of other organizations. So HB Gary, I believe, was hired by Bank of America when they became aware of the fact that WikiLeaks was about to upload some potentially embarrassing emails and correspondence concerning the company. And HB Gary had said that they were going to discredit WikiLeaks, feed it misinformation, etc., as Stefania has described. And Anonymous then got involved and destroyed the reputation of HB Gary by counter-hacking HB Gary. Very strange set of dynamics. And WikiLeaks also, I think, have provided a vital service to journalism in being one of the few journalistic outlets who have informed the world about the role of these organizations as well, not just the banks and the politicians, but I believe it created a searchable database for another private intelligence organization hacking team, and which has been used by journalists and by academics to sort of get a better understanding of what's going on in this sort of very, very poorly understood world, essentially. But can I ask Max a question, please? Max, thanks very much for joining us in today's discussion about Julian Assange's situation. Your recent journalism concerning the role of UC Global is fascinating. To ask you, please, could you tell us some of what you found out and the funding organization UC Global and the political relationships that you've unearthed as well, please. Max is unmuted. Is not muted. Is muted. Sorry.
Max, we can't hear you yet.
Is Max not Mats, huh?
No, not Mats. Max Blumenthal. Thank you. Please bear with us a second while we restore Max's sound. Shall we come back to you in a second, Max, while we figure out what's happening to your sound? And could I just ask you, Mats, one of the things that, we'll come back to Max and talk specifically about what UC Global did within the embassy and the role of their security team, etc. But could you tell us what this means in the context of the rule of law, and particularly around attorney-client privilege and doctor-patient confidentiality, because the kinds of things that were spied upon were not just these journalists and the visitors, but also the private privileged conversations which would allow Julian to have a fair trial, and also the medical examinations that Julian underwent while he was in the embassy. And it is with great sadness that we have to say that Julian now has a long-term chronic lung condition because of the kinds of situation he went through in the embassy. He has a shoulder injury, which was untreated, even though they asked permission from the Foreign Office and others to leave the embassy to have the Ecuadorian consul asked for permission to go to the hospital to get hospital treatment. He had a serious tooth condition, which had never been treated. And many of us know if you have a sore tooth, can stay without the dentist for a couple of days, but in this case, he has stayed for years without treatment, and this is just absolutely atrocious.
No, I agree. Julian Assange's situation is special because you could list all of those ailments and problems. The fact is, it is now independently established, verified, for instance, by the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture and a number of other independent UN bodies, that Julian Assange has been subjected to psychological terror, to torture, psychological torture, over a number of years, and it is increasing, only increasing in...
Can everyone hear me now?
Is it?
I think you can hear me now.
Okay, but is that all right? I just continue my question.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to check my audio. Please go ahead.
We hear you extremely well. Thank you very much. So
great.
So we must just hope that he does not die as a consequence of the maltreatment he's subject to. But to the some of the other legal issues you brought up, the first thing is, of course, that he was staying in an embassy. All countries, except in a mutual relationship with one another, that embassies are to be protected. You're not supposed to intervene in these embassies. You're not supposed to mess up living conditions or anything there in a physical way. There are limitations on how you can have them under surveillance, etc. And the UK authorities' treatment of the Ecuadorian embassy was in clear violation of international law. In clear violation of international law. And the British diplomats who knew what went on are, of course, deeply embarrassed, because they do not want British embassies or diplomatic missions of different kinds, or British diplomats, to be subject to this kind of treatment. And then you can say, well, what did he have to do in the embassy, Julian Assange? And this embassy asylum is something which has been developed over a long period of time, and which, of course, British embassies and even more US embassies abroad, in China, the last 5 years, there's been several instances, have given protection to foreign nationals in embassies abroad. So what happens there, what has happened there, is something deeply shameful and in flagrant violation of international law. And if it is brought before any international tribunal, which it may in some context be, although, of course, the best instance to bring that before an international body would be the Ecuadorian state, which, for political reasons, may not want to do that now. Well, then, if it came before any international tribunal, and it could come up in the context of Julian Assange's rights as an individual before different UN bodies, for instance, well, then the UK would lose. And when we now got this information about the corruption relating this private contractor, it is clear that you are violating international law when you use this contractor in the way states have done in order to get illicitly information from the embassy and interfere in other ways with the life in the embassy and activities of the embassy. Now, in addition to that, all countries have rules about lawyer-client privilege. You are supposed to be able to communicate with your lawyers. You can pay your advice, to get legal advice. For instance, in the situation Julian Assange was. And in all countries, if you get to a court and you tell the court that actually they did listen into these confidential lawyer-client conversations, courts are tough. You know, national courts will not accept it. So one thing is the international law dimension, and then you have this national law dimension. And that applies, of course, also to the relationship to the doctor. That's supposed to be confidential. And we have in all national laws, and UK law is not any different from any other system there. You have very clear rules which limit the possibility for authorities to interfere, to go into the notes of doctors or to otherwise interfere in their communication with their patient. And then, of course, we need the press. Most of our countries say they believe in press freedom. And then we know there are people in the state who then violate that press freedom because they find that it doesn't apply to them. As you know, all rights, all rules, whether it's in international law or in domestic law, English law, Ecuadorian law, any legal system you like, there are people who feel that they are too important or their work is such that it shouldn't be curtailed or regulated or subject to law. And that's the way you formulated your question, wasn't it? The rule of law. And now many of the people who work in those services take this very seriously. Others do not. And some of them would say the rule of law, that's something which old men and very young idealists talk about. Yes, well, that may be so, but why do we have secret services? Why do we have intelligence services to defend our societies if they are really transforming our societies into, well, not law-abiding democracies, but systems where law and basic rights can be trampled upon? But so the point here is that when you deconstruct, now you probably will come back to the extradition case, of course, but that's one legal forum for bringing up these legal arguments. And that is a context where there will be a judge now at first instance, Court of Appeal, perhaps it'll end up in the Supreme Court, most likely will, whichever way it goes, where it is extremely difficult to neglect these acts and these violations. And it will come up, clearly will come up. So that's one forum.
And I will come back to you to ask you the questions, but Ian, you wanted to ask a question of Max. Please go ahead.
Hi again, Max. Yeah, could you just go into some of the details of what you've discovered and written about concerning exactly the role of UC Global and the political relationships that you unearthed? Thanks.
Thanks a lot, everyone, and thanks, Ian, for the question. I hope everyone can hear me okay now. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I published a lengthy investigation traversing the various relationships which apparently allowed the CIA under Mike Pompeo, who's now Secretary of State, to contract with UC Global through a third party, which was Las Vegas Sands. This is the company of Sheldon Adelson. And for those of you who might not know, and I'm sure there are only a few of you, if any, Sheldon Adelson is one of the most prolific donors to Donald Trump's political empire. He's also a benefactor of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and is essentially a representative of Netanyahu and the Israeli Likud party's interests in the United States. Adelson is a casino billionaire, one of the top 10 wealthiest people in the United States. And he has really two interests. Number one, expanding his financial empire, expanding his ability to have casinos in any country that will allow them. So Las Vegas and Macau in Chinese territory are his two main bases of operations. And number two, the number two on his agenda is allowing Israel to expand. It's thanks to Sheldon Adelson's money that we see the deal of the century come to fruition, which will put to bed the Palestinian national question with the annexation of Israeli settlements. Palestinians call it the steal of the century. And Jared Kushner, the presidential son-in-law, is close to Adelson. So it's unusual that Adelson would demonstrate an interest in someone like Julian Assange, who's not really associated with Palestinian advocacy. And what I think took place here was that Adelson was able to For example, help the political career of Mike Pompeo, who is himself an ultra-Zionist, a Republican from Kansas. He's a Christian Zionist. Get him into the CIA and assist the national security state as he expands his financial empire. I drew a connection between Sheldon Adelson's work on behalf of the CIA and FBI in the past and what took place around the Ecuadorian embassy in London. It was actually an article reported first by The Guardian in 2015 relating to an operation that took place at Adelson's Las Vegas Sands in 2010 in Macau, where, according to a private intelligence report produced by gambling competitors of Adelson, the CIA was operating out of Las Vegas Sands, monitoring Chinese officials who were blowing lots of money on, at the card tables. They would approach these officials and seek to blackmail them into becoming informants, classic blackmail operation. So there seems to be a long-running relationship between the CIA and Adelson's operations. But in 2016, when Donald Trump became the presidential frontrunner, the relationship intensified, and it took place when David Morales, it began when David Morales, the CEO of UC Global, went to a security fair in Las Vegas to a convention center owned by Sheldon Adelson. Morales, was a small-time player. He only had the Ecuadorian embassy contract and the contract to guard the children of Rafael Correa. But he had someone very important, as we all know, inside the Ecuadorian embassy. So when he went to the security fair, he was approached, apparently, according to the documents that I obtained through this court case in Spain, by the executive vice president of Sheldon Adelson's security team. His name was Zohar Lahav. He is an Israeli American. And as soon as Morales returned from this fateful trip to Las Vegas, he began bragging to his employees back in southern Spain that we will from now on be playing in the first division, using a soccer metaphor, a football metaphor. That meant, according to Morales's business partner, that the Americans will find us contracts around the world. So what was this contract? The contract was technically to guard Sheldon Adelson's $70 million yacht, which is called the Queen Miri, named after Adelson's wife, Miriam. It's the most, I think, expensive yacht in the world. And so the funny thing about the contract was that Adelson already had a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week security team to guard his yacht, to guard his family. They followed him everywhere, and Lahav oversaw the whole thing. So why did he need David Morales? The reality appears to be that the CIA of Mike Pompeo needed cover for an operation which Stefania accurately described as a dirty war. And we know what took place around the Ecuadorian embassy. So it was basically Adelson's security team providing the cover, acting as a third party. And if you're familiar with the way the CIA or other intelligence agencies run black operations around the world, they often rely on friendly oligarchs or friendly billionaires to kind of give them the money up front, give them the cover. But this one was a little bit different because you had Zohar Lahav actually kind of running the operation on a day-to-day basis. I obtained phone logs from Morales's phone, text messages, emails that show him kind of in constant contact with Lahav. And I've subsequently acquired documents that show that they were very close friends. Then there's another figure. Deepa actually wanted me to emphasize this figure who's very, previously unknown, but very influential, who is the head of global security for Sheldon Adelson. His name is Brian Nagel. And it appears that Brian Nagel was involved in this operation to install the cameras in the Ecuadorian embassy that recorded not just video material, but sound as well, and to deceive the Ecuadorian security services, SENAIN, by setting up a separate server for those that Morales referred to as the American friends. So quickly, who is Brian Nagel? Aside from working for Sheldon Adelson, he was the assistant director of the U.S. Secret Service. The U.S. Secret Service is usually associated with, grim bodyguards who speak into their sleeves while they're wearing aviator glasses and guarding the president. But they don't just guard the president. They are the top cybersecurity agency in the U.S., and that is thanks to the work of Brian Nagel. After 9/11, starting in the late 90s, Nagel set up the agencies or the outfits that would bring at the FBI, U.S. intelligence services, private cyber experts, companies like H.B. Gary, for example, might have been involved to fight what they called cyber crime. Nagel was awarded by the CIA with a medal for his work in setting up these agencies. And these same agencies would have been on the front lines of the US effort to take down WikiLeaks when it came online in 2010. Nagel retired in 2008 and went to work for Adelson. So he seemed like the perfect person to work hand in glove with Mike Pompeo's CIA to manage an operation like this. And so you heard Stefania talk about having her backpack searched, having her phone open. This happened to every journalist who visited. But this part of the operation where UC Global posing as just the embassy security would break into all of the sources, the phones and computers of all of the sources and journalists who came to visit Julian Assange, and particularly his lawyers. It really came to a head in December 2017. What was taking place in December 2017 was that Julian and his legal team were beginning to discuss a plan to allow him to exit the embassy under the Vienna Conventions to get him diplomatic immunity from a friendly country, a friendly third party. And this set off alarm bells back in Washington. Morales was instructed to start following everyone, not just in the embassy, but outside the embassy. And I'll get into that in a second. They were instructed to set up a separate feed on the cameras that would allow the Americans to see, and to get really aggressive with the guests, which Stefania experienced. So basically, Morales, and this is the part where the relationship with Sheldon Adelson really becomes clear. He was summoned at this time to Las Vegas Sands personally for a special session with the American friends. And on December 10th, David Morales sent a series of emails from a static IP address. I mean, I have these emails from Adelson's Venetian hotel to his spy team back at the embassy. And he said, first of all, he said, nobody can know about my trips, mainly my trips to the USA, because SENAIN, the Ecuadorian security service, is on to us. He was like, don't say anything about me being in Las Vegas to anyone around the embassy. And then he provided his spy team at the embassy with special instructions that came in the form of a PowerPoint presentation written in perfect English. Morales is a Spanish speaker, although he speaks English as a second language. He could not have composed this. And the PowerPoint instructed his employees on how to create a login system so that the Ecuadorian security services would not notice that there was a second user with a separate security login. That separate user was obviously the CIA. And this was the this was the technology they wanted to use to spy on Julian as he was meeting with his lawyers to concoct this plan to legally exit the embassy. So it seems like there was only one person who would have been at Las Vegas, who was handing down personally with Morales in his physical presence these instructions. And to me, that kind of person was Brian Nagel. So just to kind of close here, I think it's important to just detail what happened in December 2017, because this was really kind of, I think, the end of one chapter where Julian could have actually left the embassy and this saga would have ended and he could have gotten diplomatic immunity with a country like Serbia or Bolivia, for example. But he didn't. And it was precisely because of this spying operation. So people who were visiting Julian were targeted. Even his friends, Pamela Anderson, the Canadian-American actress, was targeted and her Gmail password was stolen and her email was apparently invaded. We know what happened with Stefania and other journalists. Their phones were broken into. Stella Morris was targeted not just at the embassy, but outside the embassy. She was Julian's lawyer, but also as the mother of his 2 children. And apparently the US intelligence services were obsessed with this issue. And one of Morales's workers was ordered to steal a diaper from one of the infant children who were visiting Julian at the embassy with her, and to connect it to Julian through DNA. It was interesting because there were no instructions to obtain Julian's DNA, which meant they already had it somehow. But then they realized that you can't get DNA from feces. The worker approached Stella Morris outside the embassy and said, you know, this is insane what we're doing. I can't take it anymore. Just keep your child away from the embassy. And so there was clearly an indication that they were being spied on. Julian was using white noise to speak to his lawyers, so they UC Global put a magnetic microphone under the fire extinguisher. Julian would speak to his employees in the women's bathroom and turn on the water to try to counteract the spying mechanisms. And so they put a new camera in there. Everything was done. And then when the plan was finalized, the head of Ecuador's Senain Security Services visited the embassy to put in place the final parts of the plan. He too was spied on. His phones were opened. Everything that he said was recorded and sent back to the Americans, which is just it's an absurd crime. And Todd Chapman, who was the US ambassador to Ecuador, actually began threatening Ecuadorian officials not to carry out this plan. And those officials began to wonder, how do they know about this? Like, how do they know what's even taking place? I was told by someone who was intimately involved with this plan to allow Julian to leave the embassy, that an Ecuadorian official who was also involved in those plans, upon returning to Quito, was robbed at gunpoint in an official government car by 2 men on a motorcycle. They took nothing but his laptop, which contained details of the plan, and drove away. And this is not the only robbery attempt that took place in this whole operation. And so ultimately the plan was foiled. 2 days before the plan was supposed to be executed, in a court in Northern Virginia, just a few miles from where I'm sitting, US prosecutors introduced a secret indictment of Julian Assange as a direct result of this. So you can draw a direct line between the secret indictment of Assange and the spying of him at the embassy. I think I'll wrap it up here, but so many people who were around Julian at this time and around the embassy were targeted with criminal activity. And some of them are going to be filing criminal complaints or have filed criminal complaints in a Spanish court, including the employees of UC Global. That's how we know about all this. That's how I know about all this, was that the employees of David Morales ultimately concluded that they were not comfortable with what they had been ordered to do, that it was criminal. One of them called it treasonous and said we were working for the enemy, referring to the Americans. They went to Julian's lawyers. Julian's lawyers went to a Spanish judge. The Spanish judge enacted a operation to ultimately arrest Morales, and they've obtained all of these company backup emails, phone logs, and so on. And it's thanks to this Spanish case that we know Vicencio in Ecuador, who is just basically an agent of the Ecuadorian opposition. If you look at the reporting of CNN, you will see just straight up falsehoods, which claim that it was not the US spying on Julian Assange. It was actually the Ecuadorian government. And it was the Ecuadorian government that was upset. And they were claiming that, he was basically running this Russian hacking operation out of the embassy. So I think, there was a concurrent operation of misinformation and disinformation being run in order to provide cover and give interference to the Americans while they were waging their dirty war on Julian and his sources, lawyers, journalists, and friends. So this is really, I don't know if this is the misinformation that you're referring to, but if you read this article, it just explodes every other article that was, used to defame and attack Assange and attempt to link him to Russian hackers. And the main issue here is that UC Global's contract was technically publicly with Ecuador's Senain security services. They were given the contract because Senain officials could not easily travel back and forth into the Schengen zone, into Europe, to provide security themselves. But UC Global was an EU company based in southern Spain. They already had the contract with Correa's children. And so that's why they ultimately were approached by the CIA. But they were violating their contract with Ecuador and secretly working for the Americans via Sheldon Adelson. And none of the reporting up until this Spanish case, which was initiated in late 2019, none of the reporting acknowledges this. It's all false. And it all claims that all of these images that we see of Julian meeting his friends and everything that was learned was gathered by the Ecuadorians. It's just false. So that to me is the worst piece of misinformation. And now that, by the way, now that I've published this and laid it all out there for everyone to see, where's the mainstream media? Where is corporate media on this? I understand that they're privately very interested in this, but if you look on Twitter, no mainstream journalist dared to touch this story. None of them corrected the record. None of them updated their stories, which were previously false. And that to me is a separate scandal about how the media has treated the criminal operation run against Julian Assange, which is to simply more or less ignore it.
Thanks, Max. Fidel, could I invite you to make a few comments about this, because I could see you nodding your head and listening in intently. So over to you, Fidel.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepa. Well, listen, there are several crimes here that need to be accountable, obviously. We already knew that spying on private meetings with lawyers, with doctors, is illegal. It's a crime. Subtracting information from private telephones or computer devices is a crime. Handing over a political refugee to his persecutors is a crime.
That is the biggest crime, yes.
And when we are talking about the security guards, when we are talking about, even when we are talking about this Mr. Morales, we are talking we are talking about the small criminals. They are going to go to jail. That's not way out of it, because there's enough evidence that they were committing crimes all along, not just against Julian Assange, but against many people. The important thing about Max's investigation is that we are discovering, or we are getting to the bigger criminals. to the masters of this whole thing, yeah, which is not Mr. Adelson. Mr. Adelson is a medium-sized fish.
Yeah, yeah.
The bigger fish in this is Mr. Pompeo.
Yeah.
Yeah. And is he going to be accountable for that? I don't know. But the consequence of his activity is the danger precedent for not just an individual, Julian Assange, and the rest of his life in prison, but as a precedent for freedom of expression and for the journalists all over the world. That's the important thing. But the other reflection I want to say here, and that goes with Ian's question, is in order to carry over the persecution of Julian Assange, it was not only the spying, it's the defamation, the misinformation, yeah, which is done by also small fishes and big fishes. All this nonsense, complete rubbish about the insides of the embassy, about the supposed misbehavior of Julian Assange, about the supposed conflicts between the embassy staff and Julian Assange, and the discomfort of the Ecuadorian diplomats with Julian Assange, is only based in the reports of the complete corrupt UCL global company, which we know because their own employees who have come out and denounced the crimes and the spying against Julian recognize that they deliberately lie, exaggerate, misrepresent, and fabricated events and activities inside the embassy in order to kill Julian Assange's reputation. Behind all this is the concept of lawfare. Lawfare. And basically, lawfare has two sides. One of them is killing the reputation of the person. So it loses support. Why is that there's no more support for Julian? Because people believe what the big fishes, like The Guardian and CNN, but also BBC, have published about the embassy, about Julian, based on UC Global daily reports, which I know. I have the privilege, the personal experience to be there in that embassy for that many years, and I know exactly what happened there. And me and my colleagues, when some of these reports were leaked, we basically laughed because it's not true. It's absolutely not true. So people need to imagine how Julian, for so many years, will feel in such difficult conditions, physical conditions, no sunlight, no fresh air, no going anywhere, staying on his own for that long with only the security guards of UC Global, who he didn't trust, and he was right not to trust them, who were supposed to protect him, but instead of protecting him, now we know they were working for his persecutors.
Absolutely.
That's what we need to realize. And then to see your name published in mass media in middle of complete rubbish and misinformation. That's part of the psychological torture that the UN representative talks, and he's very right on that one, of course.
Thanks, Fidel. I think very rightly put, and thanks, of course, to Professor Niels Melzer, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, who has really taken this case and given it the profile and the coverage it deserves, and built on the work that Mats and the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention have done. And also at this point, I just want to, when we think of what Stella and Julian and their families have gone through, Julian is not just a symbol of freedom of expression and a symbol of, Julian's case is not just about the rule of law. It's also about this individual. And in all of this, we mustn't forget that this individual, as you said, Fidel, has been put through huge amounts of psychological torture. I'd like to draw everybody's attention to the work of doctors for Assange, who have published some very important letters, including a very long letter in the Lancet. I'd also like to draw people's attention to an interview that a long-term supporter of Julian Assange and one of the few MPs who had the courage to speak about Julian Assange in Parliament, Chris Williamson, has done with Matt Kennard last week, in which Chris talks to Matt about the role of a certain Labour leader of the opposition. I'd also like to send solidarity to Julian and his family, and to those in the Nordic states who are running a campaign to hold Marianne Ny to account for the way in which the Swedish prosecutors played around with the rule of law, essentially, along with Paul Close within the CPS, which was then under the leadership of Sir Keir Starmer. Could I just ask a quick question of you, Max, before I go to Mats, because I've been wanting to ask Mats a particular question about the extradition. But before that, Max, could I, is Max, I cannot see Max, there is a problem, but maybe I will come back to Max in a second.
You catch him when he gets back to the room.
Indeed. Mats, could you tell us, one of the things that it's very difficult to understand, and for ordinary people, and there are a number of people in this audience who are legal experts, but there are also a number of people who don't understand how, and as somebody who attended the courts, I cannot understand how the legal process can be subverted in this way. Could you tell us a little bit about the extradition process, and in particular in relation to the burden of proof within the extradition process, which my understanding is it's lower than that in a civil case. So could you tell us what threshold the CPS have to reach in respect of the US, and why this case, in your opinion, hasn't yet been thrown out of court, other than, of course, because yes, we can go to the Supreme Court and we can go to the High Court, and hopefully they will uphold the rule of law.
Yes.
But
so basically, it's all about jurisdiction to begin with, so that the criminal jurisdiction only applies to your own country. UK criminal jurisdiction to the UK, the territory of the UK, or the waters around. And then you understand that you can't, for instance, prosecute for offences committed abroad, or you want to assist other countries prosecuting offences, for instance, when the person they suspect turn up in your country. So then in the international law system, where countries agree to give one another advantages on a mutual basis, you then have these treaties or conventions on extradition. And the US and the UK have an extradition treaty, and the main test is reasonable suspicion. The UK courts only have to look at something which is not convicting him. It's a very, very low threshold, reasonable suspicion. And then you must have the information necessary to establish that there is a reasonable suspicion. Then there are some exceptions. Generally, if there's a political offense or an offense you don't at all accept in your own system, you would disregard or not apply this extradition agreement. In the European Union, as you remember, in the UK case, we have the European arrest warrant, which is supposed, because of the mutual trust we have between European countries in the EU, there should be a very automatic procedure, very little holding back. In the US, the decision was, are we going to pursue Assange on the basis of this assisting to a breach of confidentiality by assisting somebody in getting into the information database? That was then considered a particular offense which could be suitable to demand, request an extradition of Mr. Assange. And then, of course, they said, don't care, we go for the big one. We prosecute him for espionage and whatever else. Well, that is making it extremely difficult for the UK courts to extradite. Now, it's so politically focused that one really has to worry about that process. But so that's one aspect. Another aspect of territory and the limitations you have in the law that is so basically territorial. That's one of the reasons why a US security service, for instance, will ask a private contractor in a third country to be involved when they provide their services in a fourth country. You create all these barriers, which makes it very difficult to actually hold anybody liable afterwards. And the limitations of the law, there are many. But in addition to that, when it comes to the criminal law, in most countries, although we have independent authorities, they are influenced by political wishes. And that creates, in Assange's case, a great problem. And really, it is countries like Spain, which happens to have a certain institutional system for independent prosecution. Which then, you remember in the Pinochet case in the 1990s, was very important. You had a judge who's now also involved in this case, who then very heroically stood up and started an investigation, which meant that Pinochet was kept for a long period in some kind of pre-trial or pre-extradition detention in the UK. Now, again, we have to rely on other systems to do this. In the UK, however, I just mentioned one case as my last point here is in 2017, you got the decision in the Belmarsh case, where Jack Straw, who had been the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, he was sued by Mr. Belmarsh because he was kidnapped with his wife in the Far East, brought to Libya, which the US and the UK at that stage collaborated with, tortured, mistreated, kept for several years. In the end, he was let out, and by chance, some information became available to the press. The case started, and the UK courts then faced the government saying, well, basically, you can't sue the Secretary of the State or the Deputy Director of MI6, the UK intelligence services. You can't sue them for this. They have all kinds of immunities, and in the end they come up with a very contorted idea that it would affect the collaboration between the UK and the US, something they refer to as foreign act of state doctrine, which then the court limited. So actually, Mr. Belmarsh was allowed to then sue the UK government, which then meant that he got a large sum of money, and the case was out of the court system. But in that process, we got a lot of information, and it is dishonoring, for that. It was a deputy head of the MI6 at the time, and then Jack Straw. It is dishonoring, and it has effects, although they did not end up in prison the way they should have done. I intervened as a UN Special Rapporteur with on behalf of some of the others, together with the then torture reporter in the UK Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, and we then, of course, explained what the international law said. So that's just one case which has then brought some kind of result. It means that the people who are involved here, we have a number of issues. First of all, Mr. Assange must not die in custody. He must not be extradited. Then we have all these other issues which play into that. But also, it's a long-term obligation on civil society to not give up. To make sure that these people are prosecuted. In the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. Basically until they die. They will face this possible retribution by society in the sense that they are held to account the way the law requires. And that's also something we have to build up in parallel. But of course, first things first, make sure he doesn't die and that he's not sent to the US.
Yes. Thank you, Mats. Could I draw people's attention to the fact that Julian will be under special administrative measures if he goes to the US, in that neither his lawyers nor he will be able to express clearly, and we'll come back to that in a second in terms of the complete violations of Julian's human rights if he were to go to the US. But I know Max Blumenthal has to leave in a short while because he has to catch a train somewhere else. Could I just ask you a couple of questions, Max, before you leave? One, I think you've referred to in the past about the fact that there was attempts to kidnap and poison Julian. Could you say a few words about that, please? Max, you need to unmute yourself.
Unmute.
Can you hear me now? Good. Okay. This Zoom is there's a ghost in the machine. In any case, I blame the MI6. In any case, to your question, this was another disturbing detail that came out of the Spanish case, which is,
Welcome back, guys. Thanks for joining us. We have a breaking update. We want to fill you in as we go. So Juan has been sat in his hotel room. He has the remote access, and Juan has some updates he's going to talk us through.
Yeah, so the morning started, Chloe, like yesterday. Technical problems to the point that nobody could hear. Now, thankfully, we have seen a change on that, and we were actually able to hear Claire Dobbins, the prosecutor, arguing in the second half of this morning. What the prosecution intended to argue is that this is not a political prosecution, but rather one based in law. Their evidence is that the indictment was started under the Trump administration and the Biden administration continue it. So it could not possibly be an indictment based in law. She then tended to divert the attention away from the 17 charges of espionage, which are clearly a political charge. There's no way to consider them anything else than a political charge. And they base their attention on the one charge, which is a computer abuse and fraud act. This is they aim to try to argue that Julian helped hack government systems. We know that this is incorrect, and they try to reference the second superseding indictment, which contains evidence from a source that an FBI source that we know is a fraudster who has stepped back and said that the indictment actually was not based in what he said. So he said he lied to the FBI, and that's the evidence that we're seeing from Claire Dobbins. Then they argued that the prosecution is only focusing on documents that harmed people. We know that this is incorrect because the charges are for receiving classified documents, having classified documents, and publishing classified documents, and that includes all the documents, not alleged people harmed by these documents. We also know in 2013 CIA outfit who had a WikiLeaks task force investigating WikiLeaks and the documents that were published in 2010 and trying to find people who were harmed. Brigadier General Robert Carr testified under oath in the Chelsea Manning hearing that nobody was harmed as a result of the publications of WikiLeaks. The government, the prosecutors here have not gone into details of any people that might have been harmed, and they argue that this information will only come to light, or they'll talk about it once Julian is extradited, and if he is extradited. This is what I have for you guys this morning, and we'll continue to listen in and bring you updates as soon as we can.
Fantastic. So Juan, you're going to go back to your room now, do more remote listening, and we'll be back when the court breaks for lunch with more statements, more interviews, and we'll try and get as many people out here as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Protected witness, who I believe was the former business partner of David Morales, who quit the business because they were disgusted with what was taking place around the embassy. A plan was put forward to either enable the kidnapping of Julian Assange. I think this was in early 2018, by leaving the door of the embassy open and then allowing a kidnap team to enter. And poisoning him was also a proposal put forward. And this led to, a really vehement protest by UC Global employees, including those who were the spies at the embassy. And they said, Morales, you're taking us down a really dangerous path here. This is, not what we signed up for. But everything that UC Global did in every capacity was just following orders. They were just taking instructions, and there's an important detail in my piece where the former business partner describes his confrontations with David Morales and says, what you're doing is working for the enemy. This is illegal, and so on. You're violating our contract with the Ecuadorian government. And Morales would rip open his shirt sometimes and puff out his chest and declare, I am a wholehearted mercenary. So a wholehearted mercenary would not really have any ideological conviction to take down WikiLeaks or Assange. He's just following orders. My point here is that if there's an assassination plan put forward or a kidnapping plan put forward, we should expect that it's being put forward by Washington, or more specifically by Langley, by the CIA. So yeah, I should have mentioned those details earlier. There were a few more questions in the chat I wanted to address. One is that, we should interview Fidel Narvaez. And I want to point viewers to an article that Fidel contributed to us at the Gray Zone, thegrayzone.com, after Julian Assange was smeared in April 2019 after coming out of the embassy by the new embassy staff put in by Lenin Moreno, the kind of neoliberal leader who is following the dictates of Washington and the IMF. And they said that he smeared feces on the walls and abused embassy staff. It's just classic, CIA disinformation. And Fidel did a great job of taking down that misinformation. So I point everyone to that article. It's a good piece to share if you're ever confronted with this misinformation. And I think there's definitely room for it. I think, he's someone that I think other voices in the US should hear from more, those who've been, sympathetic to Julian. It's really hard right now to actually get the media to pay attention to this.
On
And
that point,
this
Max, sorry, on that point, could I just ask, I know Stefania also will have to leave shortly, so could I just ask you very quickly, if you will, in 2 minutes, if you could tell us, what do you think of statements more recently that what the US government did in respect of UC Global is justified? And same question to you, Stefania. Over to you, Max.
Well, I'm not aware of, are there any US government statements justifying it?
No, there are some journalists who have come out to say that the US government's role and what UC Global has done is justified. And many of these journalists obviously are stenographers of the state. So it would be very interesting to see. I can see you're horrified by that very statement. Do you have an immediate response to that?
But it's absolutely true. It is beyond belief and unacceptable, but they say it.
Which journalists have said that?
Stefania, did you want to go? Sorry, I heard you start to speak.
I haven't heard about journalists justifying and saying that basically what they did is acceptable. What is surprising to me is that this silence and lack of coverage. If you consider the Washington Post, they had one of the prominent journalists there, and Ellen Nakashima, national security reporter. And as far as I know, they didn't react. They didn't run a major story. There was no protest. And, I feel lucky because my union, the Italian Union of Journalists, issued a protest, at least a public protest, but others were completely silenced. And to this day, we haven't any kind of coverage. I mean, can you imagine if we had this kind of situation for the New York Times or the Guardian? Imagine if the editor-in-chief of the New York Times or the Guardian had been targeted by such a security company spying on all his meetings and visitors and doctors and lawyers. It would be an international scandal and outrage and hundreds of articles, and we don't see anything about Julian Assange WikiLeaks, which is a complete scandal. I mean, if you go through the UC Global emails by David Morales to his employees, he provides instructions, he gives instructions to his employees, asking to gather information and about Stella Morris, about the Juan and Jose Passarelli, about Sarah Harrison, about all the lawyers like Baltasar Garzon, about Renata Avila and Jennifer Robinson, the Ecuadorian lawyer Carlos Poveda. So, I mean, this is something extremely serious, and you can imagine what we would have seen if this was about the New York Times and the traditional media. But since it was about WikiLeaks, we see this silence. We don't see any kind of public condemnation. As I said, I was lucky because my union protested, by others did absolutely nothing. And I'm sure the journalists involved and targeted, few of them will file criminal complaints, will ask for condemnation, public statement from the unions. So, I mean, this silence is really of concern,
Yeah, I actually have I have the images of Ellen Nakashima, the Washington Post correspondent's phone, that were taken by UC Global as they opened it and took all of the information they would need to hack into her phone. I have images of Anthony Lowell Bergman, who was the New York Times correspondent, being spied on inside the embassy. And we hear complete silence from these media institutions about this taking place. As Stefania said, if Vladimir Putin and his intelligence agencies were behind this, it would be a gigantic international scandal. It's really remarkable how the US media, which poses as independent, the Washington Post says on its banner, Democracy Dies in Darkness, is so willing on an almost individual level to shroud this case in darkness. It almost makes you question whether it's real, because it's so scandalous, it's so criminal, and they won't touch it. I'll provide one more detail before I go that relates to something Stefania mentioned, which was that Baltasar Garzón, who was the head of Julian Assange's legal team, was followed by UC Global spies when he went to pick up the former Ecuadorian president, Rafael Correa, at Barajas Airport in Madrid, Spain. I actually have a intelligence report that was apparently personally written by David Morales in English on following them. And why was it written in English? I mean, he wasn't writing this for the Ecuadorians. It's obvious he was writing it for American intelligence. They were photographed inside Garzón's home. You know, this was taking place outside the embassy, targeting former world leaders and the lead lawyer for a publisher who had not been convicted of any crime at that point. And according to a former UC Global employee, in November 2017, again, remember, Morales is just following orders here. He proposed breaking into the Madrid office of Baltasar Garzón in order to, in the words of the employee, obtain relevant information about Mr. Assange and give it to the Americans. Okay, this is November 2017. December 18th, 2017, El País, the Spanish daily, reported that 3 hooded men dressed in black broke into Garzón's office, took no money, but according to the paper, shuffled through documents. So put 2 and 2 together here. This is a global criminal ring, pretty obviously being run by the CIA against lawyers, against journalists, completely subverting freedom of speech around the world, attorney-client privilege, all to destroy a publisher who embarrassed them. And once again, American media is allowing whatever's left of democracy to die in darkness.
Thanks, Max. We have a question from Joe Lauria at Consortium News, who asks, how did the Americans get Ecuador to cancel the immunity plan? And do you have any details, Max? So last question for you before you and Stefania have to head off. I'm hoping Stefania will stay for a few minutes longer if she can.
Thanks, and thanks to Joe for everything Consortium News is doing on this issue. Well, as I said before, basically the spying on the embassy and Julian and his legal team enabled the U.S. to foil the plan to get Julian diplomatic immunity so he could leave the embassy under the auspices of the Vienna Conventions. This was a secret plan. It required total secrecy. It appears, based on what I know about the plan, that Julian was just going to get in a car awaiting diplomatic vehicle one day, and he was going to be out of there. And if anyone wanted to arrest him, they would have to completely violate the sanctity of diplomatic immunity and sovereignty, and it would have created a massive international incident. It would have been, tantamount to an act of war. And so the secrecy of the plan was completely disrupted. Therefore, if Julian had stepped foot outside the embassy, he could have just been arrested then. So that's what I think took place. And as I mentioned, Todd Chapman, who was then the U.S. ambassador to Ecuador, was actually threatening Ecuadorian officials about the plan.
Revoking the immunity in relation to allowing the British to enter the embassy.
Well, this was political as well. This is almost unprecedented, and we have to recognize we've done a ton of reporting on what's taking place in Ecuador at the gray zone. Lenin Moreno, who was the successor to Rafael Correa, and I know Fidel can probably speak with more authority about this, was basically what Correa correctly called a Trojan horse for the U.S. and the IMF. He had an IMF loan being dangled before him that the U.S. controlled, and he was being told, give up Assange. And what he has subsequently done since coming in is arrest Jorge Glass, the former vice president of Correa, sentence Correa in absentia to 8 years, basically targeting all of his political enemies who also happened to be people the US was targeting. And on the same day that Julian Assange was arrested, April 11th, Ola Bini, a friend of Julian Assange, was arrested by Moreno's security services inside Ecuador and denied any due process for weeks and weeks. So basically, you had someone come in Ecuador who was a vassal of Washington, who willingly allowed the sovereignty of his country to be violated by a foreign police force, the British police, which were itself controlled basically by the US Department of Justice. If you scroll to the end of my piece, you'll see photographs taken inside the courtroom during the first round of hearings on Julian's extradition. And someone who was inside the court provided me with photos of Americans in the courtroom who were seated behind the British prosecutors, basically whispering instructions into their ears, who appeared to be US Department of Justice employees. So the US is running this whole case. The whole thing is run by US intelligence, as far as I can tell. And that means Lenin Moreno's government as well.
Thanks, Max.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thank you. Stefania, one of the comments we've always seen is that the reason the mainstream media is so silent is because when the government draws the line, they are not anywhere near the line, and they're happy to move back. And of course, except for a few exceptional journalists like Peter Oborn and others, and John Pilger, for example, there aren't very many journalists who have commented in the way you have done or others have done. Could you say a little bit, if you have any thoughts on why the alternative media, which, whether they're revealing environmental crimes or whether they're really revealing crimes in relation to other kind of criminality against women, against children, etc., they should also be afraid, because if not the mainstream media, at least they should be afraid about the government setting these boundaries. Do you have any thoughts about why the alternative media is silent?
Well, I'm not sure, because I can tell you my experience in this case. From the very beginning, this case has been, very weird, because we knew from the very beginning that Julian Assange and the WikiLeaks journalists were obvious targets, and we knew that they were targeted by all sorts of legal and extralegal procedures. At the same time, even if this was very clear from the very beginning, there was little public outrage. There was a little public reaction, public debate on this. So, and of course, then the demonization campaign of Julian Assange made the rest, because one of the reasons why Julian Assange there is very little solidarity is due to the demonization campaign against Julian Assange. But why the alternative media, why the other media don't work on this case, I really don't know. It's I don't know. I realize that there is very little journalism. If you consider, for example, my freedom of information litigation, I decided to go for it because back in 2015, no one had done it. So no journalist had tried to get the documents about this case, which was unbelievable. It was so high profile, and dozens of articles about the most absurd things, but no one had tried to get the documents, not even the so-called independent media, which is quite unbelievable, because you expect the mainstream media not going for it, but you expect the so-called independent media get the documents, not even them. So it's very depressing, and that's why I insist with this Freedom of Information Act litigation, because I feel the duty. I mean, a man has been in prison, has lost his freedom immediately as he published documents revealing war crimes. And he has spent 10 years confined, initially under house arrest, then in the embassy, then now in a prison. And no one tried to get the facts about this case. And I cannot accept this. That's why I insist and go ahead with this Freedom of Information Act litigation, because I feel the duty. I absolutely feel the duty. I mean, I cannot accept that in the heart of Europe, you have this situation about a major publisher who was an obvious target for revealing war crimes and torture, and no journalists get the facts about this case, and no independent media.
But could I ask you, Stefania, just the thing that we expect the press to be critical, stand up to government, etc. But of course, you know, and I know, that most journalists have an idea of press freedom. That's good. But also, most of them support government.
Yeah, absolutely.
One. Two, the people who devised the strategies here, who's devised all these clever breaches of decency and law, which we've been discussing, they, of course, also devise very sophisticated strategies for the publicity, you know, like blackening Julian Assange's name, his character, his moral, etc., in a way which makes it very difficult for people in the mainstream at certain points in time, you know, so they turn against him. They have used this. It's not like these people who are looking at this from the other side, who work for the intelligence agencies, etc., that they just do the things that Max Blumenthal told us about. They do these other things as well. They have operation desks. They use a lot of energy, a lot of money on this. And of course, they are very good at influencing public opinion.
Absolutely.
And here, it's not like it's one US agencies, it's a raft of US agencies who use all their contacts. And in the UK, and for that matter in Sweden, in Scandinavia, in Sweden, I'm sure in Norway too, there are people who would spend an inordinate amount of time and all their competence and all their resources on achieving the results we see today. So in a sense, you know, it's for us not to be naive. It's a huge power, you know, over mighty power with endless resources on the other end. And it's for us to do, you know, the things you do, you know, particularly the things you do, and make other colleagues, you know, lawyers like me, journalists like you, feel bad conscience, you know. How can they let this pass the way they do? It's unacceptably, morally, professionally, legally, and on all these different levels.
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry, go on,
you
Stefania.
realize that these people, the CIA, the intelligence agencies, have protection at all sorts of protection at every level, even at the media level, because otherwise there would be a lot of public outrage and whatever. They got protection even at the media level. So, I mean, I can imagine this kind of influence operation, this kind of demonization campaign, heavily supported by these intelligence agencies and well-funded. Whereas if you look at on our side, if you look at, I'm a journalist working completely alone on this freedom of information litigation, struggling to get money to pay legal bills. So the asymmetry is huge. You know, on the other side, you have intelligence agency, the CIA, the US government, and many other entities with all sorts of resources and strategies. And on the other side, you have the little people, you know.
And before people feel very depressed, I think one of the, you know, I think there is also a sense that we're all here together today, in a sense, trying to change that. And hopefully each of us has influence and some agency in order to be able to transform this, and so many skills. And I noticed a comment from one of the lawyers in the audience who says that this is a state-sponsored abduction, and it is an irregular rendition of Julian Assange, and that we have to remember that when we talk about it. We've gone over our 1.5 hours, which we had allocated, but it's been a very interesting debate. I know there are those whose questions have been posted, whom hopefully some aspects of your questions have been answered by the speakers. But thank you to everybody who attended. I'd like to thank Don't Extradite Assange for organizing the Zoom, the platform, the discussion across platforms. I'd like to thank our wonderful speakers. Thank you very much for your contributions, and my co-host, Professor Ian Munro. I'm Deepa Govindarajan Driver, and if you would like to contact me to the Eventbrite or at Deepa_Driver if you want to have any further comments about this. The hashtag we're using for today is #FreeTheTruth. So please feel free to use that hashtag as you tweet about the event afterwards. And thank you very much and goodbye.
Thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Stella, welcome.
Thank you.
You have been fighting for the release of Julian Assange for almost over 8 years now. How much has it affected you personally?
Well, it's taken over my life, really, from the beginning, because I was aware that whereas Julian's freedom was one of the most important things to our right to know, to justice. I was also aware that it was very dangerous, that there were very dark forces that wanted him in prison, that wanted to silence him, that wanted to fight what he was fighting for, fight against what he was fighting for.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, for normal people, I mean, you know, to be put in these circumstances, how has that affected you and your perception of the world, on how it works actually, regarding this case?
Well, when I came into it, I thought I was quite a cynical, you know, healthily cynical person. I understood a little bit about how power operated on a macro scale, and I guess I've learned a lot about how it operates on a micro scale. But I think I was also interested and attracted to this issue because my parents were involved in the anti-apartheid struggle. We lived in Botswana, and they were, you know, actively fighting against apartheid in their way. My parents' circle of friends were freedom fighters as well, intellectuals, writers, artists, who were fighting for democracy in South Africa. And so that's the lens through which I understood the world. Through the profound injustice that the apartheid system was, and good people fighting for freedom. That was my upbringing. And so I think that largely influenced my wanting to free Julian.
Mm-hmm. And when you started your freedom fight, would you say you were maybe not aware of the huge enemy that you were fighting?
I think no one can really identify the contours
or the many tentacles of the forces that are against Julian, because Julian has angered not just the centers of power in the US military or the US intelligence sector, but also the banks and big pharma and etc. So there's a lot of powerful interests that want to silence Julian in many different ways, and we saw how that operated in practice, for example, when in 2010, as Julian and WikiLeaks were publishing the Afghan war logs and the Iraq war diaries and the diplomatic cables, the credit card companies started shutting off donations to WikiLeaks. And that was kind of a private censorship that was influenced by the political environment. And there are many examples like this. And of course, the courts in Iceland ruled that that was illegal.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's been attacked from, as you say, many fronts, since he has actually exposed many secrets for many companies and even individuals, and as you said, banks, pharmaceutical companies, military governments, and so on. Many people would just, some people I would say, not many, but some people would just say, you know, this is a losing fight, and just, why just don't give it? It's been now, as you say, 10 years of fighting a system that seems to be unbeatable. What is your thinking? Is it always beatable?
It's more like, if we lose this fight, we lose our liberties, we lose democracy, we lose our right to know. It's kind of the mother of all fights. So many things converge in what has been so many things converge in the attack on Julian. That he has to win it, because if he loses this fight, then we're all exposed. It's not just about an attack on journalism, it's an attack on the fundamental values of liberal democracies. It creates a new standard through which our liberties are limited permanently. So it's not just about one man, although it is about Julian as a person. It's about these greater principles, but it's also about an innocent man who is politically persecuted and has been viciously attacked and who is wrongly imprisoned. It's about the crimes that he exposed, but also the crimes that are being committed ongoingly against him, the abuse of the process against him. If that's permitted to remain, then we're all lost. Then we're not living in a liberal democracy. We're living in a system where we're not allowed to have insight in the inner workings of government. And in fact, if we do expose the inner workings of government, then we're thrown into jail and we're silenced forever.
And why is it that you think that not more governments in the world, I mean governments who are actually elected, democratic governments, and the members of their parliaments, why not more have been standing up and saying enough is enough. There's no crime that this man did.
There are, I think we have to give credit where it's due, and there are many politicians in various countries who are standing up, even though it's not happening in their country. They understand the implications. They understand the kind of the attack on the sovereignty of the rest of the world, of the countries of the rest of the world that what's being done to Julian involves. They understand that it's an attack on someone who is regarded as one of the greatest freedom of expression fighters and journalists of the past however many years. So there are people who are standing up, and you have cross-party groups in Iceland, in Germany, in Australia, and in the United Kingdom, who are saying enough is enough. And I think it's down to a lack of understanding of what is really being alleged, that it's actually Julian's journalism that is being criminalized, and therefore that it's an attack on the public's right to know. But we have to acknowledge that there has been a lot of attacks on Julian's reputation, but I don't think that's the biggest factor. I think the biggest factor is that many people with political influence are also connected to these centers of power that Julian has upset and who want to silence him. But that's not all politicians. And it's changing. There's enormous support for Julian, in fact. Even the OSCE, the Council of Europe, the UN, you couldn't hope for better allies in this fight. I think that the case is actually, for anyone who looks into it, is so clear and so unjust. The political persecution is so obvious that even establishment players are opposed to it and are fighting it.
What is it that people could do to help Julian in this fight?
I think they need to express their support for Julian. There should be no hesitation in calling Julian what he is, a journalist. There should be no hesitation of naming what is happening here, the political persecution of a journalist, the political persecution of the person who has fought for the public's right to know, that the public's right to know is what's under attack. That's what's being imprisoned. And demand that everyone who can have influence on the situation should act decisively, because Julian, the reality is that Julian's running out of time. He's been in atrocious conditions for 7 years in the embassy, and he's in a terrible prison at the moment, as we speak, where he's been for over 2 years, soon to be 2.5 years. He shouldn't be there. Julian is he's a gentle, intellectual, he's a public intellectual, and he's being punished because these political forces are instrumentalizing the law and law enforcement to keep him there, and that it's they're actively keeping him there. It's not like some inevitable status quo. There are forces that are keeping Julian in prison, and we need to mount the forces that can get him out of prison. This is a political case, and so it is shaped by what people feel and express about the situation. That is what shapes what is possible. And so that's what I'd urge every person of good conscience to do, is to express their opposition to this vicious attack on Julian and on all of our freedoms.
There are more people who are being affected by this case. For example, your children. Do they even know what's happening? How are they taking it?
They don't really know. They know that we're separated, as in physically separated, but that Julian wants to be home and that we're a family, that we're a unit, that our house is Julian's house, that's Daddy's house, but that we have to go to see him because he can't come home. Our eldest is 4 years old and is starting to understand a little bit more about the world. And I'm slowly introducing new concepts. They know that Julian is a hero, but that there are people who don't want him to come home, and that we're fighting for him to come home, and that it's not just us, but there are millions of people around the world who are fighting for him to come home. And that's also why I've wanted them to see the support. There was recently Julian's 50th birthday party in Parliament Square in the UK, and I took the children, we had a picnic, and there was a cake, and there were a lot of supporters there, and I want them to perceive that the support, that the people who are fighting for Julian to come home are stronger than the ones who are keeping him from coming home. It's difficult as a parent. I mean, any parent has this dilemma about how to introduce these difficult concepts to their children about, how do you explain death? How do you explain that your father has been dehumanized, subjected to psychological torture, has been abused by the authorities? You obviously don't tell a 4-year-old that. When we're in the prison, Julian's allowed to hold the kids. He's able to read them stories. I'm not able to touch Julian or hug him or anything, but he can touch the children. And that's really, it's really nice.
And how is it when you have to leave the prison?
Every time I go, it's just so, you're just struck, intellectually you understand the situation. But then it just kind of hits you when you're there and you're leaving, and you think, well, why can't I just leave with Julian? Why is he sitting there? Why are these people preventing him from leaving? Why does he have to go through that iron door to a cell and be alone? Why am I having to live a life as a single mother. You know, he hasn't done anything wrong. He's done everything right. You know, he's embodied what we say our values are. And this punishment, which is there for everyone to see, that this is just an outrageous, abusive punishment that's actually outside of the higher laws, that is just prolonged and profoundly wrong. So I think you have to maintain this outrage, to never accept this, because it has. I mean, I'm convinced that Julian will win this, especially because the case is so corrupt. The actions that have been taken against Julian are so corrupt, openly, for everyone to see. The accusations against Julian have no legs to stand on, whereas each action that has been taken against him is riddled with illegality and abuse.
If you would be able to get a message to President Biden, what would that be?
To not walk in the footsteps of President Trump. That the attack against Julian is an attack on the central values of the US Constitution. The Biden administration has a choice. The investigation against WikiLeaks started when Obama was president in 2010. And when Obama left office in 2016, he decided to pardon Chelsea Manning, who was the source of the publications that WikiLeaks published, and also decided that Julian would not be prosecuted. The case against Julian only came under Donald Trump. And the Biden administration is faced with a choice to either side with Obama's legacy or continue Trump's legacy. And Trump's legacy is a radical departure from what has been before, because it is the first time that they have gone after someone who has received documents from a source and published them. It's a policy decision for the Biden administration to prosecute, to decide to prosecute publishers and journalists.
The Biden administration, they took up the case. What do you think, and why do you think that it hasn't ended?
I think there are different forces within the US government. Some are pushing for it, some are against it. Pursuing this case comes at a cost to the Biden administration. Just in February, as soon as Biden came in, I think 25, all the major press freedom and civil liberties organizations in the US wrote a letter to Biden asking him to drop the case. And obviously there are career prosecutors in the DOJ that want to make a name for themselves. And once the case is initiated to a degree, it just progresses through the courts until a decision is made to abandon it. What's pretty clear is that the case is falling apart. It was only ever, they never really had a case. They had to make up a new application of the so-called Espionage Act in order to manufacture a way to put Julian in prison. It's also against Biden's interests when he tries to project into the world that the US defends global media freedom. the case against Julian is, by definition, an attack on global media freedom because he's not a US journalist and he wasn't in the US. And they're using an extradition vehicle to bring him to the US and imprison him there. What the US is saying, the US government is saying, is that no journalist anywhere is allowed to do their job and publish the truth about what the US government does, or else they'll stick you in a cell for the rest of your life. So all these things are, it brings up all the enormous contradictions of what the US government is trying to project under Biden and the precise opposite effect in this one case. They're sticking one of the most highly regarded people in the world in a prison that houses, terrible criminals. This is what the US says other countries do. This is what, the worst regimes do to their journalists, to their dissidents, to their public intellectuals. And that's precisely what the US is doing to Julian. The only thing that the Biden administration can do is to drop the case. And it has other ramifications. It has ramifications for when the Biden administration calls China out for imprisoning its dissidents. The Chinese government says, look what you're doing to Assange. The difference is Julian faces 175 years. That's a lot of time for publishing truthful information in the public interest.
Do you think that people understand this?
I think people instinctively understand it. They might be a little bit, feel like they need to understand more detail in order to have a, discussion about it. But I really don't think they do. Because you don't need the profound detail that, only a handful of people are across because we've lived it and we've been involved for 10 years. You don't need that. You just need to understand that Julian published information that exposed crimes and that exposed the corrupt actions of powerful people, and that they're taking revenge against him, and that he's wrongfully imprisoned, and that he's suffering, and that it is the process that is the punishment. He's not serving a sentence. You just have to look at the essence of it. He's imprisoning for publishing information in the public interest. That's all you need to know. And over time, the details about how he's been wronged will come out. But the true nature of what's going on here, I think, is pretty obvious and is increasingly obvious to anyone.
Do you have any specific message to the Icelandic people or the Icelandic government?
Julian admires the Icelandic people a lot. He spent a lot of time here in 2009 and 2010. And the fighting spirit of the Icelandic population and the brave positions as well that the politicians have taken, for example, in this cross-party letter that was written to Biden asking him to drop the case. My message is to lobby the Biden administration to drop the case, publicly and privately, at every level, at the highest level. And Iceland has always been important in this story. And Collateral Murder was edited and prepared here. And now a major part of the abuse of the case is unraveling here because of what Stundin has revealed about the FBI's reliance and the DOJ's reliance on Sigurdur Þórðarson. So I think Iceland is key. It's always been key. And the Icelandic people have always been incredibly supportive of WikiLeaks and Julian because of what WikiLeaks revealed about the banks back in 2009 and 2010. And so I think a lot of the distractions and the detail falls away because the Icelandic people really understand what WikiLeaks is about and what Julian's about.
Well, that's the scale of it. There are stories from every country involved that will embarrass, intrigue, and potentially complicate international relations.
Or is it that it'll embarrass the United States more than anyone else?
Hey, you wanna hear a good joke? Nobody speak, nobody get choked.
That's the scale of it.
First up, the revelation that Washington is spying on the Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon.
Cable showed Saudi King Abdullah repeatedly urging the U.S. to attack Iran.
Washington is spying on the United Nations.
Among the biggest revelations is how the U.S. uses its embassies around the world. Cables obtain information from the foreign dignitaries they meet, including frequent flyer numbers, credit card details, and even DNA material.
Cablegate is a tranche of US diplomatic cables. So it's essentially all the correspondence that goes between the State Department and their embassies all over the world, which essentially detail all of the ongoings that the US has in every country where it has an embassy.
Cablegate ended the Iraq War. How did that happen?
One of the most important revelations that came out of Cablegate was one cable that basically led to the Obama administration taking the decision to end the military occupation in Iraq. The cable was written to the United States government by Philip Olster. It described how a group of multinational troops, that is the US and its allies, went into a farmer's house where he and his wife and his extended family, that was 5 women and 5 children, were handcuffed and then executed, a bullet to the head to each one of them. And then the soldiers ordered an air raid to the house to bomb it, to make sure that there was no evidence.
The United States forces were trying to negotiate immunity, continued immunity for their presence in Iraq. The Maliki government said, no, if US forces stay beyond 2011, there will be no more immunity. And Prime Minister Maliki specifically cited that document as a reason why immunity could not be extended, because we could not have further incidences like that.
Will you make sure the agreement states explicitly that there will be no immunity?
Absolutely. There would be no immunity whatsoever for private contractors because of what we've gone through with them in the past and because of the sensitivities to the Iraqi people.
The Iraqi people have the chance to forge their own future. And now the rest of our troops will be home for the holidays.
But Iraq's prime minister says the decision to withdraw U.S. forces is more of a legal decision than a military one. He says the decision was made only after Baghdad refused to grant American forces immunity from prosecution or lawsuits. He says once that demand wasn't met, any talk of keeping troops there to train Iraqi forces ended.
As the publication of Cablegate developed and unraveled, we discovered that actually it was a collection of all the subversion of what the US was doing in foreign countries.
Latest leaks include American diplomats talking about Canada's so-called inferiority complex.
A detailed illegal actions.
With WikiLeaks revealing a directive from Clinton for US diplomats at the United Nations to spy on their counterparts.
There's more fallout tonight from those thousands of pages.
They knew that various individuals had been illegally tortured.
Khalid al-Masri is an innocent man who was snatched off the street, brutally tortured, chained to an airplane, flown to a foreign land, and left in a foul dungeon.
It turned out to be a case of mistaken identity. They had the wrong person.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange says he's aiming for full disclosure on every major issue in the world. And America's top military man called on Sunday for WikiLeaks to stop publishing.
One of the outcomes was that the US government, the Pentagon, set up a task force dedicated, it was 120 strong, I think, dedicated purely at seeing how they could take down WikiLeaks. And interestingly, that task force was also the task force that came up with the assertion that was used in the Chelsea Manning court-martial that no harm had come as a result of WikiLeaks publications, and Brigadier General Robert Carr had to actually testify that under oath that no harm had come as a result of the WikiLeaks publications.
The third point I just want to make about where we are today, we're in the middle of a syndrome that one senior government official I really respect, holds all the clearances, does the audits, pushes back against excessive secrecy, called it Wikimania. We're in the middle of Wikimania, and it's going to lead to so much more heat than light. Targeted assassination is only the most extreme case, but look at all the other proposals we've got on the table on the front burners to try to push back, to punish WikiLeaks, to push back against speech. The Wikimania is really coming from a series of what in my statement I call wiki myths. There has not been a documents dump. Everybody uses that phrase. There hasn't been one. The less than 2,000 cables are on the public record today out of that big database. And the editors of Le Monde and The Guardian and New York Times say that WikiLeaks is consulting with them about what to publish, what to redact, and doing the dialogue with government officials in a pretty extraordinary, responsible way.
When Julian first was dealing with The Guardian before the publication of Cablegate, The Guardian's investigations editor, David Lee, was given a password to an encrypted file on the internet so that he was able to access the cables. Julian gave him a password and said, and between this word and that word, remember the word history and put that in there. So the reason he did that was so that if David Lee lost the password or it fell into somebody else's hands, there's still one piece of information needed. So it was safe. It was a military-grade encryption. In February of 2011, David Lee and another Guardian journalist wrote a book about WikiLeaks. And in that, they wrote down the password. People realized that they were able to put the password together with the file and decrypt the entire cache. Now, Cryptome was one of these people, and they published the entire documents on their website. It is a US publication, and the United States government has gone after WikiLeaks and Julian, an Australian publisher working out of the United Kingdom and Europe at the time. And all he did was republish some documents, whereas Cryptome, laughably, is an American publication that published these documents first and was never gone after.
Despite what is claimed, information so far released, though classified, has caused no known harm to any individual, but it has caused plenty of embarrassment to our government.
They showed us what the most powerful institutions in the world are doing in our name. They showed us mass murders, they showed us corruption, they showed us torture, and they changed the world. Because we should be receiving more and more and more of these, because every time we get a release like this, we become a better society.
Everyone always seems to forget that the government works for you. You get the government in, and they are your employees. But how does that work if you don't know how government works? And so the cables were this extraordinary library that would inform the nation, or inspire the nation, and empower the nation. Knowledge is power, and it would give them the knowledge that allowed them to go out and make the choice that was the most informed choice for them.
questions to consider. Do the American people deserve to know the truth regarding the ongoing war in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Yemen? Number two, could a larger question be, how can an Army private gain access to so much secret information? Number three, why is the hostility mostly directed at Assange, the publisher, and not our government's failure to protect classified information? Number four, are we getting our money's worth from the $80 billion per year we spend on intelligence gathering? Number five, which has resulted in the greatest number of deaths? Lying us into war, or WikiLeaks revelations, or the release of the Pentagon Papers? If Assange can be convicted of a crime for publishing information that he did not steal, what does this say about the future of the First Amendment and the independence of the Internet? Number seven, could it be that the real reason for the near universal attacks on WikiLeaks is more about secretly maintaining a seriously flawed foreign policy of empire than it is about national security? Number eight, is there not a huge difference between releasing secret information to help the enemy in the time of declared war, which is treason, and the releasing of information to expose our government lies that promote secret wars, death, and corruption? Number nine, was it not once considered patriotic to stand up to our government when it's wrong? Thomas Jefferson had it right when he advised, "Let the eyes of vigilance never be closed." And I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, welcome everybody. Thanks so much for joining us today. Today is World Press Freedom Day, an international celebration of fundamental journalistic principles and an opportunity to examine threats to journalism around the world. The Courage Foundation has convened this panel for an in-depth discussion on the case of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. Julian has been indicted on 18 charges, including 17 counts under the Espionage Act for the 2010-11 publication of the Iraq and Afghan war logs, the State Department cables, Guantanamo Bay detainee assessment briefs, and the video Collateral Murder. These are the first Espionage Act charges for any publisher, let alone a foreign national operating outside of the US. Press freedom groups and top newsrooms have widely condemned the Trump administration's indictment as an attack on journalism that would criminalize both publication of important information and of basic reporting activities such as journalist source communications. Today, Julian Assange remains in the high security Belmarsh prison in London, where he has been detained for over a year, as the Trump administration asks a British court to extradite him to the US to stand trial. To discuss the indictment and the dangers it poses to press freedom are two Pulitzer Prize winning journalists, both of whom reported on Edward Snowden's NSA revelations, as well as a press freedom advocate who has been monitoring Assange's legal proceedings in London. Joining us is Ewan McCaskill. He is the former defense and security correspondent for The Guardian, who covered WikiLeaks Cablegate disclosures in 2010. Ewan also reported on Edward Snowden's NSA revelations, and he interviewed Snowden in Hong Kong as he sought asylum. Ewan has met Julian Assange twice in the Ecuadorian embassy and was involved in the reporting on the Panama Papers and Paradise Papers. We'll be joined soon also by Barton Gellman. He is a staff writer for The Atlantic, one of 3 journalists who received the Snowden documents, and author of the forthcoming Dark Mirror, Edward Snowden and the American Surveillance State, which will be published on May 19th. And finally, we're joined by Rebecca Vincent. She is UK Bureau Director of Reporters Without Borders, which tracks threats to journalism around the world and publishes a press freedom ranking every year. Rebecca attended the first week of Julian's extradition hearing in London as a press freedom monitor. Welcome, everybody, and thanks so much for joining us. Rebecca, I'll start with you. Can you talk about why Reporters Without Borders, your group, has been monitoring Julian Assange's case in particular, and what is the latest in his extradition hearing?
Sorry, unmuted now. There we go.
There we go.
So Reporters Without Borders works to promote and defend press freedom around the world. We're known internationally as Reporters Sans Frontières. So if I say RSF, that's why. We believe that Julian Assange has been targeted for his contributions to journalism, particularly contributions to public interest reporting. So we have defended his case vigorously and looked to highlight it at every relevant opportunity. I'll get into the trial monitoring in just a moment, but I wanted to mention the UK's ranking on our World Press Freedom Index, which just came out on the 21st of April. The UK has slipped to 35th out of 180 countries, and that is in part because of the treatment of Julian Assange during the calendar year 2019. In particular, the fact that he was sentenced to a disproportionately high 50 weeks for breaking bail, the continued detention of Mr. Assange, and the Home Office's decision to greenlight the US extradition case, which is now indeed a matter before the courts. So we monitored the February hearing. That was the first week in the proceedings of the US extradition hearing at the Woolwich Crown Court in London, during which legal arguments were heard. I am not personally a journalist. I attended as an NGO observer. This is something that we do in many countries. But the court did not make provisions for NGO observers. So how we gained access was actually queuing for the public gallery each morning. And I know some in the audience will have been through that experience as well. It was a very long and cold morning each day to even gain access to the court. And I want to note that I was joined as well by some of my colleagues from our international offices. Earlier in the week, our Secretary General Christophe Deloy and the head of RSF Germany, Christian Meir, along with some other colleagues. Now that's important because I want to note we treated it as an international trial monitoring mission, and that is unprecedented for us to do in a country like the UK. This is something we've done in other countries like Turkey, but frankly, to do that for a hearing in the United Kingdom shows the level of concern that we have here. And this is not something that should be happening really in a democratic country. Throughout the week, I was really alarmed by reports of mistreatment of Mr. Assange during that week, reports of mistreatment at Belmarsh prison, in fact. The defense reported that he had been excessively strip searched, moved holding cells a number of times, and his legally privileged documents seized. He did not appear well during the hearings. In fact, the judge many times had to stop and check that he could follow and that he was okay to proceed. For those who haven't been in courtrooms like this or who may not have a visual, he was held in a glass cage at the back of the courtroom, treated like a terrorist or a violent criminal, really, and unable to really hear properly. The public gallery, we were also in a glass box, sort of up, so we could see him, but we were across, so it was 2 panels of glass in the courtroom, sort of in between. What was really staggering to me in the legal case was the clear lack of evidence from the United States government for the things that it is accusing Mr. Assange of. And in fact, openly acknowledging that it has no evidence, particularly on the point that the argument that they make that he knowingly put sources at risk. But because of how extradition proceedings work, it actually may not matter in that sense legally that they don't have any evidence. It may still be sufficient grounds to hand him over to the US for him to be prosecuted there. I should note that we're really concerned about the charges brought by the United States, particularly under the Espionage Act. So this is a law that lacks a public interest defense that needs to be reformed, and that it is now increasingly being used against whistleblowers and other journalistic sources. This is something that has really been increasing under the Trump administration. We have other cases that we're working to defend there. But if prosecuted in the US, Mr. Assange would be the first publisher convicted under the Espionage Act, which would create a really distinctive chilling effect, I think, for journalists, for other media in the future that might think about publishing leaked information. So that's one of the reasons we're so concerned. We think that this case will set an international precedent, for better or for worse. It has really extremely dangerous implications for press freedom, for journalism everywhere. And the legal proceedings continue. Last week was the first time I had ever monitored a hearing remotely by a telephone because of the lockdown conditions. It was really not possible to adequately follow proceedings, and I think that highlighted the risk of a full trial resuming in these conditions. And so tomorrow there will be an administrative hearing. Actually, we're hoping that a date will be set that the 3 weeks of evidence that are scheduled to happen next will take place not in lockdown conditions, but where the press and professional observers can monitor normally, because this case is clearly of extremely high public interest. And for open justice, it is absolutely essential that we are able to scrutinize proceedings properly. I want to highlight as well our concerns related to Mr. Assange's health. There have been a growing number of reports of COVID-19 infections in Belmarsh prison, including reportedly the death of one inmate already. Now, Mr. Assange has a number of pre-existing medical conditions that the defense say put him at greater risk of serious complications if he is exposed to COVID-19. So we're calling again for his release. Now, we believe that he should be released full stop, but the health concerns presented by the pandemic actually increase the urgency of that. So he should be released. We continue to call on the UK not to extradite him to the United States. We continue to call on the United States to drop the charges against him. And one point I want to make clear, and I'm happy to get into any of this in the discussion, but one thing is, I know it's a very complex case, and it surprises me sometimes how polarized opinions can be. I wanted to state that it's really not a position of weakness to change one's mind. And I'm saying that to the general public, and I'm saying that as well to any policymakers who may be following, because what one thought 10 years ago, what one thought 2 years ago, does not necessarily have to determine your position forever in this case. One of the most convincing arguments that I've heard on this was the UN Special Rapporteur for Torture, Niels Meltzer, who speaks pretty openly about how he changed his mind on the case, how he was inclined to think one thing, and then the more he investigated the facts, was absolutely convinced that Julian Assange is being targeted for political reasons, that he has suffered the consequences of psychological torture, and other extremely worrying points there. I think it is worth considering why we think what we do about this case. If the things that one might believe to be true are in fact true, why do we think those things? Why do we not have other information? It's worth really vigorously examining that, especially to the media, especially to those who care about free expression and freedom of information. Now is really the time that we need to unite and really work for the defense of Mr. Assange, because regardless of what one might think of him or like him as a person or not, it doesn't matter. The implications for press freedom and for journalism around the world are significant, and those who believe in these values must stand up now and speak out.
Thank you, Rebecca. And Barton Gelman has joined us, and he is a staff writer for The Atlantic, and we'll come to him soon. But first, Ewan, when Assange was arrested on April 11, 2019, you tweeted this: terrible precedent if journalist publisher ends up in US jail for Iraq war logs and State Department cables, unquote. Can you talk about what that precedent would mean to you as a journalist who has reported on these very same documents?
You know, if Assange is extradited to the US, that will set a terrible precedent. May I just say at the start, echoing what Rebecca said, I'm embarrassed that the British courts are involved in this at all. And I'd hope that somewhere along the line, the British government or the British courts find their spine and reject this extradition request. It doesn't seem very likely to me. The idea of British courts sending somebody to a country where he faces the prospect of 170 years in jail for an act of journalism just appalls me. I mean, part of the reason for this is the sort of close relationship in intelligence gathering between the US and the UK. Britain is heavily reliant on the US for intelligence, and it's desperate to protect that relationship. So whenever the America requests something, then Britain adopts this subservient role and just plays ball. To answer your question, what if this happens? You're basically getting the prospect of criminalising national security reporting. Assange and WikiLeaks, there's a debate about whether he's a publisher or a journalist. A British court in 2017, industrial tribunal, information tribunal, looking at freedom of information requests by an Italian journalist, Stefania Marizzo, on Assange, ruled that WikiLeaks is a media organisation. So that sort of kills off that argument. So if Assange is to be prosecuted, then the journalists at The Guardian face prosecution. Journalists like Bart at The Post face prosecution. The New York Times, Der Spiegel, El País, they all reported on these, the 2010 diplomatic cables and Iraq war logs. One of the things that's sort of personally offensive about this is journalists like Bart and others are protected, constitutional protections in America. Like in Snowden, it was Bart and Glenn and Laura and myself and others involved in that. As Americans, Bart and Glenn and Laura have protections. Myself and other Guardian journalists wouldn't. And then just a final point, picking up on what Rebecca said about Assange's health. I haven't attended any of the court hearings, but when I saw him at the Ecuadorian embassy last year, he was in pretty poor health at that point. I was only in the embassy for probably a few hours. I went in twice. And people have the misconception, they think of embassy, they think of a big building with lots of rooms and elaborate staircases. It was basically a residential flat. It's fairly small, claustrophobic, oppressive. And the idea, I felt a sort of sense of depression after just sort of a couple of hours there, what it must have been like, what it did to him mentally and physically, being in there for years. You could see it in him at that time. I presume since he's ended up in Belmarsh prison, he would have had access to medical treatment. But I still think his health condition suffered as a result of his years in the embassy.
Thank you, Ewan. Barton Gellman, Ewan talked about the criminalization of national security reporting under the precedent established by this Assange indictment. So let me ask you about how that pertains to your case. You were one of 3 journalists who received Edward Snowden's documents and you published extensively on those files. If the Trump administration would to apply the Assange indictment to other journalists, would you and the Washington Post, where you published so much on this, be at risk?
First, I would just say, since we have him present here, Snowden gave documents also to Ewan. As I understand it, he got the some tens of thousands of GCHQ documents. So he was very much involved in this directly. Would I be at risk? Yeah, that's not, for purposes of other people's thinking, necessarily the biggest question here. It certainly is a live question for me. The thing to understand about American freedom of the press law is that it has not been strictly the letter of the law that has protected American journalism and national security journalism in particular. It has been a sort of political legal consensus that there are some things we don't do. The language of the Espionage Act of 1917 is sloppy and extraordinarily broad. and it pertains to anything that could fit the definition, which is not defined, of national defense information. It doesn't even require that the information be formally classified. In fact, the classification system did not exist when it was passed. The innovation, if you want to call it that here, the very dangerous innovation of the Trump administration is that it is for the first time explicitly charging that publication of national defense information for the whole world to see constitutes espionage. Now, it was already a grotesque enough distortion that sources of journalists were prosecuted for espionage as a consequence of talking to a journalist or of providing information to a journalist. That tries to squeeze one thing entirely into another. When you talk to a journalist, you are hoping that the public at large will learn. You are most often motivated by your own idea of what is in the public interest. You don't want the information to be secret. You want it to be made known. If you're a spy, you're talking not to the public at large, but to one foreign government for the purpose of harming your own country, with the hope of keeping the information secret so that only this other spy agency has it. It's an entirely different transaction. But because we don't have an official Secrets Act, the US government has, for several decades now, and the first one was Daniel Ellsberg, tried to prosecute sources who spoke to journalists. That is to say, if you had lawful access to classified information and you then, which implies a promise not to share it with someone who doesn't have that, and then you tell a journalist, they called that espionage. As I say, they didn't have another handy law to prosecute it. That has already been the subject of quite a bit of criticism. What's new here in 3 of the counts against Assange is that mere publication by the journalist, or mere publication by anyone, because you don't have to be a journalist. The debate about whether Assange counts as a journalist or counts as a publisher is irrelevant to this. The element of the crime is simply publication of national defense information for the public, for the world to read. That is the crime in 3 of the counts in the indictment against Assange. That would be a complete game changer and extraordinarily dangerous. It was a question that the Washington Post and its lawyers explicitly considered when we first got the Snowden papers. We talked among ourselves and with our lawyers about the risk that we could be prosecuted for publication. And the lawyers said, quite correctly, this has never been done before. The law is broad and sloppy enough that someone could try to make the case. We think it would be unconstitutional, but we might lose. There's no guarantee that an appellate court, if Assange is prosecuted on this and convicted, no guarantee that an appellate court will say, you can't make it a crime to publish, because that has not been litigated specifically in a question like this. As I say, it has been a political legal consensus about what kind of society we want to be that has prevented these prosecutions in the past, and the Justice Department has crossed a big line by bringing this charge.
Ewan, let me ask you, you talked about not having the same constitutional protections as an American citizen would. Has this case made you wary of possibly travel to the US based on Assange's indictment?
No, I would say from the outset, when it comes to whistleblowers like Snowden and Chelsea Manning and Assange is a journalist publisher. I mean, they're the ones that suffer. On the whole, journalists like me emerge from stories like this fairly unscathed. When I said earlier about the intelligence relationship between the US and Britain, one of the peculiarities of this was that the overreaction of Britain to the Snowden story in a way that didn't happen in the US. I think most journalists know that officials from GCHQ, the British equivalent of NSA, came into the Guardian offices in the car park basement, oversaw the destruction of computers on which the Snowden stories had been written and filed. You could never have envisaged that happening to the New York Times or the Washington Post. I mean, because of what Daniel Ellsberg and the Pentagon Papers, then you have protections against that. On a personal note, I was put on the government watch list, and every time I flew into Britain or arrived by train, I was stopped. I was never had anything like that in America. I flew in and out and nobody ever bothered me. And the counter-terrorism at the Metropolitan Police launched an investigation into 2013 into the journalists involved in the Snowden. They didn't specify who. It might have been me, it might have been Glenn and Laura, it might have been Bart, it might have been the editor of The Guardian. We don't know. It just said into the journalists involved. And that it seems extraordinary that it should be done under the counter-terrorism department doing it. And that investigation was only shelved last year. It ran from 2013 up to 2019, and it's been shelved. It hasn't actually been dropped. But I don't think they want a press freedom battle with The Guardian or the New York Times or Der Spiegel or anybody else. What they've done is they've gone for the most vulnerable person, and they see Assange is vulnerable partly for some of the reasons that Rebecca mentioned, his sort of lack of popularity. You know, a lot of people on the right disowned him early on. Then there were the Swedish allegations. That case has now been dropped. Then a lot of people on the left fell out with him because of what happened in 2016 and Hillary Clinton. So he doesn't have a lot of support. So maybe they thought he was an easy one to pick off. The same thing happened during the Snowden affair. People were carrying documents and files and around the world, and the one they picked on was David Miranda, Glenn Greenwald's partner, and they argued he wasn't a journalist. So they go for what they see as easy pickings. The danger is that they'll come after other people afterwards.
And, speaking of the Swedish case, Rebecca mentioned Niels Melzer earlier, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture. Well, he's looked into this case extensively, and his findings were one of the reasons he says he changed his opinion about Assange, because he even accessed the original Swedish police files. And what he saw, in his opinion, was basically a frame-up job and a completely overzealous prosecution, if you even want to call it that. Which is worth for people who are interested in the Swedish piece of this to look up what Niels Melzer has written. Rebecca, let me go back to you. In Reporters Without Borders 2020 World Press Freedom Index, the UK is ranked 35th and the US is ranked 45th. Both rankings explanations mention the detention and prosecution of Julian Assange. How important is this case globally? And can you talk more about what it means to punish a foreign journalist / publisher for violating US laws, or allegedly violating US laws?
This case is extremely important internationally. And one thing that I've noted in our work on this is there seems to be a very different perception and position on Mr. Assange in the countries that are at the center of this, so the US and the UK, versus other parts of the world. There seems to be more interest by governments, by media in other countries in a more sympathetic way in many other countries than what we're seeing in the US and UK. I think that perhaps a reason for that is people find it hard to believe that their own governments could be responsible for basically political targeting of somebody in this way. But I really want to emphasize that in a way, it's that lack of public pressure, that lack of public accountability on these governments that allows them to move forward in this way. So we have called it out in our World Press Freedom Index in both countries, as you've mentioned. And while the case is part of that scoring as well, what's happening to Mr. Assange is not happening in a vacuum. We've seen really negative trends in both the US and UK for a number of years now. I've spoken a bit about the UK already, but I'd like to go to the US because the record is even worse there. Now, 45th was a slight improvement on the ranking the year prior, but I wanted to note that the situation did not improve in the US. The year prior, it was 48th, but that's because there had been a massacre in a newsroom, at the Capital Gazette newsroom in Maryland. So other trends continued to get worse during the year. And it was this hostile approach of the Trump administration towards the media in general. So I don't think it is unfathomable that others could be targeted in this way. And I think that the reason that Mr. Assange is being singled out in this way is precisely that chilling effect. Yes, he's more vulnerable, perhaps, than a journalist that's considered resolutely a journalist that is with an established media outlet. But I think it's very clearly intended to send a signal to those particularly that would seek access to leaked documents, and then to publishers that would in turn then disseminate them publicly. But I think what we need to bear in mind is the public interest implications of this reporting, and that needs protection. And I think we need to step in now before we have many more examples of this. It is not impossible for this to continue. And I think, in fact, if they are successful, we will see a rapid acceleration in such cases. Either that or complete chilling effect, widespread self-censorship, which would be in some ways even more difficult to counter over time. But I don't think it is going to be an isolated incident either way.
Pardon, you touched on this earlier, but let me ask you to talk about it a little bit more. While many of the charges deal with obtaining the documents and conspiracy to publish, there are 3 counts that specifically are known as, quote, pure publication charges, explicitly for publishing. Can you put these charges in a historical context and just talk about why they are specifically concerning? Pardon? Can Bart hear me?
I'm so sorry. My signal cut out for part of that. Could you summarize the last half of the question?
Oh yeah, just 3 of these counts are known as pure publication charges, explicitly for publishing. So I was wondering if you could put those charges in a historical context and why they're so worrying.
The historical context is there's never been such a law. There has never been a law that forbade publication. There was an attempt to censor publication in the Pentagon Papers case. These were historical volumes that were classified information that Daniel Ellsberg leaked first to the New York Times, then to the Washington Post. The US government attempted to order those newspapers not to publish. It was the first attempt under First Amendment doctrine. It's known as prior restraint. And the Supreme Court, in a mixed up opinion, held that there could be no prior restraint, that the First Amendment simply allowed publication, full stop. There were concurring opinions, and I think it may even have been a plurality of the court that held that the inability to restrain publication in advance did not mean that you could not punish publication after the fact. We know that's true in, for example, in libel cases, but there has never been an attempt to prosecute someone for publication of a secret because the government said it was secret. It simply never happened. And if it did happen, if Assange were convicted of this and and the conviction were upheld, then it would be easier to take a less unpopular protagonist, like a reporter for the Washington Post, as I was for a long time, and say it's clearly established under United States against Assange that publication is a crime, according to this or that citation, and Mr. Gelman has done the same thing, took something that he knew was properly classified, and he published it anyway for the world to see, and thereby damaged the United States. And they are presuming in the indictment that publication is done with the knowledge that it will harm the interests of the United States. The presumption is supposed to come from the fact that it had a classified stamp on it. So there's simply nothing that would stop them from prosecuting an American journalist, at the New York Times or the Washington Post or CBS News or anywhere else for exactly the same crime. And I mean, I say all this as someone who is emphatically not a defender of Julian Assange in all respects. We have profound differences. There are many things he's done that I don't agree with. I am saying that basic principles of press freedom are very much on his side in this case.
You were speaking before about the links between the UK and US intelligence services. Are you familiar with the reports that the CIA used a Spanish company to spy on Assange inside the embassy? And if so, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
I just know a little about it. I think there's a court case underway in Spain. You're looking at that, but I think, like lots of things, it's been put on hold because of the coronavirus, and it's been sort of, it will come to fruition, maybe once when the virus dies down. I mentioned that Italian journalist, Stefania Marizzo, when she went in to see Julian Assange in the embassy, I'm pretty sure that her visit, she was recorded, and so other prominent people who'd gone in to see Assange, they were sort of secretly recorded. So there's something to answer there. Precisely, the suggestion is that these recordings are at the behest of the CIA, but I don't know if there's any firm evidence of that. I certainly haven't got it.
Barton, I want to ask you about another charge, where Assange is basically indicted for his communications with Chelsea Manning, and they accuse him of conspiring to try to crack a password. What are the implications to you of this charge for how journalists communicate with their sources?
That charge, in honesty, has the smallest implications for journalists at large. There's an important factual dispute, as I understand it, between the U.S. government and Assange's defense about what he actually did. If he were tried and convicted based on factual evidence that he actually participated in breaking down the digital defenses of the U.S. government system, that would not be a charge for journalism itself. From what I've read, the evidence is dubious about whether he actually did that and whether he actually made a difference or intended to make a difference in the breakdown of the defenses. But the charge itself, in principle, is not the same as charging him for journalism.
Do you have thoughts on this, about what the implications of the Assange indictment are for journalist source communications?
The world changed after Assange. At the time, people weren't engaged in encryption, and a lot of journalists weren't tech savvy, and that all changed after Snowden, and now it's sort of natural for most journalists to use sort of Signal and encrypted chat and all the things that Assange did, asking people to send information to WikiLeaks. We all do that now. The Guardian's get secure drop, and New York Times do similar things. So we've learned those lessons. My understanding was that, like Bart, I think I've seen nothing to suggest that Assange prompted Chelsea Manning, was giving advice on how to, break in and get more material. It was simply talking about how to protect his own anonymity.
I should add that
fantastic crowd I can see from up here. Thank you so much for staying all the way through the morning. I can see the Croydon Trade Union Council banner there. Thanks very much for coming down. Special thanks to the Public and Commercial Services Union Samba Band. Fantastic to see you. Really lifted the morning. Thanks for coming down. They'll be leading the march later on this afternoon. Now, the first speaker I've got to introduce to you is Gabriel Shipton. That's Julian Assange's brother. He's been following this case. He's been leading the campaigning internationally and especially in Australia. Gabriel, tell us what's been going on this morning.
Hey everyone, thanks again for coming out and braving the weather. Amazing turnout again. It's sort of a bit embarrassing watching the prosecutors in there trying to tell us that day was night and night was day, that Chelsea Manning's not a whistleblower and Julian's not a journalist. They really just brought absolute shame to that court and to the United Kingdom justice system. And this case remains a stain on the US, a stain on the UK, and both governments should be absolutely ashamed of it and what they're doing to press freedom and our rights. Because what was going on in there is the prosecutors telling us that journalism is a threat to democracy. And whistleblowing is a threat to democracy. Our right to know is a threat to democracy. So shame on them and free Julian Assange.
Thanks very much, Gabriel. Now, the next speaker really is a pleasure to introduce. I met him a couple of years back when he was the first Australian MP to come across to Britain to visit Julian Assange in Belmarsh. We met with British parliamentarians at that time. But since that visit, he has been central to the transformation of Australian politics on the question of Julian Assange, campaigning relentlessly until there is not only cross-party support for Julian Assange, but the whole of the Australian Parliament saying what the world knows to be true, and that is enough in the case of Julian Assange. Please give a huge London welcome to Andrew Wilkie MP.
Who remembers collateral murder? Who can forget that grainy black and white image of an American attack helicopter gunning down innocent Iraqis and Reuters journalists? Who can remember that? And we have this madness that the man who told the truth, who provided hard evidence of US war crimes, he's the one in front of a court. It should have been the pilots of that helicopter. But some common sense has broken out. At least now the Australian Parliament has finally voted the Australian Prime Minister has finally stood up and given a clear, strong signal to the Americans that enough is enough. Regardless of what you think of Julian, this matter must be brought to an end. The extradition must be dropped. The charges must be dropped. He must be busted out of Belmarsh. He must be allowed to be reunited with his family. Because Julian Assange is the hero here, not the villain.
Now, astoundingly, through all this time, despite the imprisonment of Julian Assange, WikiLeaks has continued to do its work. And its editor-in-chief is Christian Harfordson. He's been following this case as well as keeping the reporting alive. Please give him a warm welcome.
It was absolutely amazing to be in the courtroom this morning. I was not in the actual courtroom yesterday, but in a side room where I couldn't hear anything. Now I was in the actual courtroom and I still couldn't hear anything. So at least you're getting closer. You can see the reaction from the two judges, and you see the backhead of the lawyer representing the US government. So what was he putting forth there? Absolutely nothing new. It was, as we were offered to lunch on a leftover smorgasbord from last month. We've heard it all before, and it's all been refuted, not just in the courtrooms, but with new evidence that was totally disregarded. So they had nothing new to offer, but the old arguments that have been refuted. But what was interesting this morning is that the judges were paying attention and they were asking questions. Is it really true that Julian will not get a First Amendment protection when he is extradited? Etc., etc. At least we have the attention. Thanks to you, probably. They know that they need to scrutinize this and the arguments put forth. And the arguments were thin. Of course, we shouldn't be here, because it's been disputed everything that the Americans have been putting forth in this case. The day will continue. We will, of course, fight on. There is a glimpse of hope in the courts here. Let's not abandon that. Let's stay on that. Let's stay on the shift, on the watch. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for supporting Julian Assange. Let's free him. Let's free Assange now.
It really is an astounding view from up here. I wish you could all see yourselves. It's a fantastic turnout. I actually think that the crowd today is bigger than we were yesterday. I hope you're all ready to march this afternoon at the end of the court hearing. So stay around and get ready to march later this afternoon. And remember, all that's being asked for here is a full hearing in a high court. There has been no full hearing of the Assange case except in a magistrate's court. Now, a magistrate's court in this country is the lowest court. It's the court that you go to if you have a parking ticket, if you have a speeding fine. That's the level of case that is normally heard in a magistrate's court. They do not and should not be the final judges of the most important civil liberties case of the 21st century. And leading the campaign to make sure that that is not the case, that it is not left to the judgment of a single lowly magistrate, has been Julian Assange's wife, Stella Assange.
Pathetic the US case is. They have to rely on lies. And then the prosecutors say, don't question these lies because that would offend our ally. 14 years on, all they can do is repeat the lies from the very first Pentagon press conference talking points sheet. What they're trying to argue is that state secrets trump revealing state crimes. This is the balance they're trying to shift. They want impunity, they don't want to be scrutinized, and journalism stands in the way. And in that courtroom, they are having to make their position increasingly clear. They have to admit that what they're doing is criminalizing journalism, is criminalizing the truth. They're liars, they are criminals, and they are persecuting the journalist who exposed them. Julian is a truth teller, he is a political prisoner. And the world is watching these courts and how they deal with this case. Please be here and come and march to Downing Street after the proceedings are over this afternoon. Thank you.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! And there is now no better person to tell you about why that should be the case than Julian Assange's father, John Shipton.
Just a few things. Sorry? Just a few things. Julian has spent in one form of incarceration and another, over 14 years. Julian has spent over 14 years in one form of incarceration or another. Are you good with that? No! All of Julian's human rights suspended. Are you good with that? No! Due process abuse after abuse. Are you good with that? No! Over 25 court cases in one form or another for an innocent man, no charges laid. Are you good with that? No! I just want to thank you all for coming and thank you for your strength and understanding, as I do, that all genius ascends from the people, ascends from us upward. And it is us, in the manifestation of the Australian Parliament, declaring that Julian Assange must be brought home, has shown our courage manifested in the parliamentary declaration. Is that not magnificent? See you this afternoon for the march.
Welcome back to London, the High Court and the extradition hearing of Julian Assange. I am with Stella Assange, Julian's wife and legal advisor, human rights lawyer. We're gonna discuss what happened today. Stella, your thoughts on today?
Well, we're in a small courtroom. The technical difficulties are just inexplicable. They've had 2 months to prepare. Half the room can't hear what's going on. And it was the day for the U.S. arguments, which are basically just repeating the U.S. Pentagon talking points from 2010. And their argument is, don't question what the prosecutors say. That's for the U.S. courts to decide. And all the evidence that the defense has brought about plans to kill Julian, plans to kidnap him, spying on his lawyers and so on, you just set that aside because we don't want to offend our allies. But the judges are engaged, I'd say, certainly more engaged than the initial judge who just did a 3-page ruling saying there were no arguable points. Well, these judges are at least looking at the points. They're asking questions. So that's basically what's happened.
So we've not seen Julian in the hearing. What is happening to Julian? How is he?
Well, he's unwell, and he's so unwell that he's not able to assist the hearings. Of course, if he hadn't been in Belmarsh prison, he would be here today in person, attending his hearings, because of course his life hangs in the balance. But consider how severe things are, how bad things are, that this is the final hearing in the UK, unless there's a change of course, and his extradition could come down within the week, and he is so unwell that he is unable to be here.
Stella, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Juan.
Stella Assange, human rights lawyer and wife of Julian Assange. I believe we have somebody else to be interviewed. No, not yet. We'll come back when we have the next interviewee.
Now the password cracking allegation. There are plenty of other charges against Assange that raise troubling questions and that increase risks for ordinary journalists who cover national security under US jurisdiction. Assange is charged with soliciting and receiving classified information. That's what I do for a living. Not always classified, but I solicit and I receive information. I ask questions and I hope to obtain answers. And where there's evidence available, I try to get the evidence. So those are inherently repertorial behaviors that Assange was engaging in as well.
Rebecca, do you have any comments on this?
I think it's another example of an area that actually we haven't seen any evidence. And so that is the common theme throughout all of these charges against Mr. Assange, is that there does not seem to be concrete evidence. The US government is aggressively targeting him on the basis of things that it alleges he has done, whilst also acknowledging that it has no evidence yet of such. And that, to me, is where the UK dropped the ball. The government had the opportunity to stop this. The Home Office did not have to greenlight this decision. This does not have to be an active matter before the court, which it is now. It was within the UK's power to not accede to this request. They could have offered him protections or even allowed him to claim asylum in another country. So I think it's trickier now that it is a matter ongoing before the court, but we continue to call for his release. He should be released. He should not be handed over to the US to face these charges. And just to touch on the allegations of surveillance inside the embassy as well, it is extremely alarming to think that journalists' devices could be accessed and interfered with in the manner that has been accused, and we will be following the outcome of the court procedures in Spain very closely. But I also wanted to note that some of the information that was also compromised were his meetings with his own lawyers in that context, which is really concerning for the legal case, that the US government possibly had recordings of his own conversations with his defense team. And when you look at behaviors that continue, even as I mentioned.
Welcome back to London, the Royal Courts of Justice, where the Julian Assange extradition hearing is taking place. I'm here with Andrew Wilkie, I'm sorry, MP of Australia, tireless campaigner of Julian. So, Andrew, why are you here in London?
I feel it's very important that an Australian parliamentarian is here today to bear witness and also to show support for Stella and for Julian and for WikiLeaks, I would add, and to bring the message that the Australian Parliament now is overwhelmingly supportive of the idea that this matter has gone on far too long and should be brought to an end. Now that might not sound like much to some people, but it's actually a big deal for the whole, for the Australian Parliament now to be of that view. I think that sends a very powerful signal to Washington. So when when people in Washington are thinking about how to resolve this, as it has to be resolved, they know where we stand, and maybe it just adds a little bit of weight to the push for a political resolution. Because let's face it, this has always been an intensely political matter. You've got Chelsea Manning's out of jail. Not a single newspaper editor or publisher who published that material back around 2010, not one of them's been charged. The fact that one man has been singled out, the way Julian is being singled out, it just, I think, goes to show how intensely political this is. And for that reason, how important a political resolution is.
There was a landmark resolution passed in Parliament. Can you describe what it is and what can be achieved with that?
Yeah. Wednesday last week in the House of Representatives, that's the Australian lower house, where the government is formed, like the House of Commons here, I moved a motion. It was pretty soft, pretty straightforward, although it did refer to shocking evidence of shocking misconduct by the US. So it did have that hard point in it. I successfully pushed it through the House. It was successful, 86 votes yes, 42 votes no. Sadly, almost the whole of the Australian Conservative opposition voted against it, but still, it was the first time a motion in support of Julian has passed the Australian Parliament. And I think that signals a seismic shift in Australia at the political level, that this matter, it's just madness. It's gone on too long, regardless of what you think of Julian. And I'll be straight, some of the people who voted for that motion don't have much time for Julian, but even they would agree this has gone on far too long and must be brought to an end.
Thank you very much, Andrew. That's Andrew Wilkie, MP in Australia and old rock star in the Australian politics.
What about that?
Thank you. I think next we will have John Rees, head of the Don't Extradite Assange campaign, now called Free Assange campaign. John, what did we see today in court?
Well, it's the Americans' attempt to defend the indefensible, and the indefensible is the idea that the American Espionage Act can be used to redefine journalism as spying. Not only that it should redefine journalism as spying, but it should have an extraterritorial reach so that journalists outside the United States, who aren't United States citizens in any country in the world, can be accused of the United States as a spy and then find themselves extradited to the United States and put on trial under their Espionage Act. So that would be a massive extension. It would mean that the United States could accuse any journalist of any nationality in any part of the world of spying and have them do what they're trying to do to Julian Assange, which is to bring him to the US and bang him up in jail for tens of years at any rate.
Now, this is a hearing to ask for permission to appeal. What is the best outcome for Julian? Is there a best outcome? Because he passes a lot of time inside prison, even if he wins.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, obviously he should be released, but that's something that is only in the gift of the Biden administration in the United States, which could drop the charges, and then he would walk out of prison a free man immediately. But if that isn't going to happen, the very least that natural justice should demand is that a high court, that is a court that has competent judges, should be able to hear this case. That hasn't happened. The only full hearing that the Assange case has ever had is in a magistrate's court in this country. That's the lowest court in this country. That's where you go if you parked your car in the wrong place or have got a speeding fine. That's what those courts hear. They don't hear the most important freedom of press cases of the 21st century. That should automatically have been the business of a high court.
Thank you very much, John.
You're welcome.
I believe now we have co-founder of Declassified, Matt Kennard, all-round rock star as well in the journalism world. Matt, you were in the court today. What's your take on what you saw?
Well, firstly, again, I know we talked about this yesterday, but we couldn't hear the proceedings for the first 20 minutes, and they had to stop the whole proceedings again and fix the sound, which is outrageous because the judge even started the proceedings by saying we apologise for the problems yesterday. It's not acceptable, and then it happened again. So that happened, and then the US made their case, or made some of their case, and basically it revolved around trying to separate Assange from a conventional journalist. So her argument was he's not a journalist, he's not protected by all the different legislation that should protect journalists because he's a hacker, he's a computer guy. And it's ridiculous because you have a situation where a journalist exposed more wrongdoing by the world's most powerful country than anyone's ever done in history. So he's more a journalist than anyone. But that is how the US is trying to fight the case. I mean, I didn't find it very convincing, and I know I'm probably a bit biased, but I really didn't find it convincing. But we don't know how it's going to go because the judges, as we've documented a lot of Declassified, are embedded in the British establishment. So they are they're from the same cloth as the ministers who want to get him. They're from the same cloth as the intelligence agencies that want to get him. So I don't know if we're going to get an independent judge to actually decide the case on its merits, because obviously today they're going to decide, or over the next coming weeks, they're going to decide whether Assange has the right to appeal the original ruling. Of course, any justice system worth its name would allow someone who is going to be sent to another country the rest of his life for the crime of journalism should have an appeal against that, but we might not even get that. But I'm hopeful from what I saw in the court, but I'm not hopeful as well because of what I know about the British justice system and how it's treated Assange from the start.
And we've talked about this yesterday, Matt, but it's important to recall you've documented irregularity after irregularity. Please talk to us about that again.
I mean, there's just so much irregularity. It's also just so much clear interference in this case by the political system. Now, you know, like one of the tenets of a democratic society is the independent judiciary that operates independent of political control. And you've seen again and again in this case, the political system has had clear influence on the legal system. I mean, one example which I mentioned yesterday was one of the judges was is one of the best friends of the minister who orchestrated his arrest. Another one we did was that 15 UK government staff were deployed on the secret operation to seize Julian Assange from the embassy, from the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Now, asylum is Ecuador's a friendly country, number one. Asylum is a right enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. He was clearly being persecuted by the United States, evidence today, and ever since they issued their indictment. So why is the UK government deploying 15 staff on an operation to seize him from the legitimate asylum? It makes no sense, and it's outrageous. But again, that revelations which we published in Declassified has not been covered by a single mainstream media organisation. So no one knows that the government was actively involved in the operation to get Assange. No one knows about it. So in that case, do we live in a democracy? If you have a media which is not informing its citizens about some of the most high-stakes stuff that there possibly is. We're talking about the death of journalism if this guy goes to the United States. If they're not being informed. We don't live in a democratic society. We don't have a democratic media. We don't have a free press. It's all an illusion. And I think that's what this Assange case has shown. It also has shown exposed the justice system. Because even someone like me, I don't interact with the justice system that much. But going into court, seeing how they prepare this case, seeing that they put everyone in a tiny courtroom so there's not enough space for the press, seeing that they put all the press at the back of another court with a grainy video 25 feet away and audio that doesn't work. It's outrageous. It's embarrassing to be British to see that. This is the most important press freedom case maybe in history because of the extraterritorial reach it gives the United States, and yet no one can access it. Outrageous. We need open justice. We need an independent judiciary, and we need to stop this extradition to protect not just Assange, but protect all of us and protect our freedoms.
Matt, thank you very much. We'll be back after the court recesses. We'll try to access the court again and keep on trying to bring you the latest stuff, regardless of whether they have a crappy audio or more process of abuse. We'll be here to report as much as we can.
Christian Harfordson, the editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks, is now going to give you his take on what's been happening today, and then we'll be working through a few guest speakers before we go.
Today, Julian's lawyers were presenting the arguments against his extradition, the arguments that they do want a chance to present in a full appeal. And it's so amazing that you should have to go through all this to get a chance to have these arguments presented in an appeal court. It should be a given thing, but it's not a given thing. We still have to wait for a decision by these two judges here. Each and all of the arguments presented here today by Julian's lawyers would in itself suffice in a normal country to stop the extradition. How can you send Julian Assange to a country which wanted him dead and openly discussed the ways and means to do so? That's outrageous. That should in itself be sufficient. All the other arguments that pile on top of it just strengthen the case. The fact that it was a spying done on his legally privileged communication, tainting his possibility to have a fair trial in the United States, should in itself be enough and sufficient. I could keep on going about the legal arguments presented here to the two judges today. Such arguments that it would be in any normality in a civilized country absolutely impossible to come to other conclusion that at least allow him the opportunity to go through the appeal process. My hope is with you, that you can persuade the judges to finally listen to the argument. You tell them you are watching, your eyes are upon them. You will be their judges. If they want to be on the right side of history and not go down the drain, they need to listen to you.
The persecution and the attempted extradition of Julian Assange is all about stopping the truth, because they don't want the truth to be out there, because they behave badly. They're still behaving like colonialists. Their mindset is still colonialist, and that too has been exposed in Ukraine and in Gaza. Western imperialism is still on the march, and Julian Assange had the audacity to expose the fact that they commit war crimes morning, noon and night to achieve their ambitions. Well, you know what? The people of the world are waking up. The people of the world have had enough of them.
Because we represent the voices of truth, the voices of freedom, and the voices of resistance. And that is why Julian Assange is in that court.
So there is a risk that Julian could face further charges once in the United States, and that the conduct as described on the indictment could in fact be used to form the basis of a charge under the Espionage Act that could attract the death penalty, and that's prohibited by the Extradition Act. So it was a long day in court. We heard a lot of very complicated legal arguments, but I think that the judges were receptive. I think it's difficult for the US to answer some of these arguments. Of course, we heard today that a number of these points could have been dealt with by the US in terms of assurances, whether we talk about they could have given an assurance that they will not charge him in ways once returned to the United States that would attract a death penalty. They could have given assurances that he will benefit from the First Amendment, and they will not ask a judge to say that he won't benefit. We haven't had any of that from the United States. So they're going to have to grapple with that in terms of their legal arguments. I think we'll hear a lot about the US current prosecution strategy, which I think is a grave concern for all journalists. This is a US administration and a Department of Justice who in this case is prosecuting a case that protected what we would consider to be Article 10 protected activity is a crime.
What happened inside I thought was quite promising. There were two lawyers arguing for Assange, and they went over the basic tenets of the case, which is that this is a political prosecution, which is outlawed by the US-UK extradition treaty of 2003. You can't extradite people for political offences. And he's charged mostly under the Espionage Act of 1917, and espionage itself, case law has shown, is a political offence. So at heart, it should be struck out. They also went through the arguments about how it contravenes the European Convention on Human Rights. One of them, Article 7, is about foreseeability, which is that no publisher has ever been prosecuted by the United States for publishing state secrets. That's never happened. This would be the first prosecution under that. So in 2010, when Assange started publishing the cables, there was no way he could have known he could have been prosecuted for it because there was no precedent for it.
I think that the arguments made by the defence today were quite compelling, and the issues raised certainly merit full consideration in a proper hearing. It was really refreshing to be back on the broader substance of the case, because for the past 3 years, proceedings became more and more narrowly focused only on mental health issues or prison conditions in the US. So today we heard arguments again on the political nature of the case, the fact that that this is the first time that journalistic activity has been targeted this way by the Espionage Act. We heard for the first time really in court about the shocking CIA assassination plot against Assange, and that's one of those things that if it were any other case, I think would have drew a far stronger reaction than it did, but somehow it gets dismissed here. It deserves examination by a court. So what I walk away from today saying very much is we need a full hearing.
We have never been able at any point to rely on the political establishment or the court system to defend Julian Assange. This has been a work that we've had to do ourselves. This has been about people power. But every movement produces the spokespeople it deserves. And this is a good movement. And in Stella Assange, It has produced an exceptional leader.
So today was a day of legal arguments, but really what it was an indictment of a rogue agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, which pops up in each of the arguments. Whether it was Julian exposing their torture program and their involvement in illegal killings, or their own plots to murder him. Throughout, the origin of this prosecution came about when the CIA head, Mike Pompeo, lost the plot. He lost the plot, and then he instrumentalized his agency to go after a media organization, to plot the murder of a journalist, and to imprison a publisher in London. They lost the plot. It is rogue, it is out of control, and now it is targeting the press. Whatever happens in the coming days, it's now been aired in court. The murder plot, the political motivation coming out of Mike Pompeo's obsession with killing Julian, and the murders that Julian exposed in Iraq and Afghanistan, the torture program that European countries willingly participated in. We free Julian, we regain our democracy.
Were his meetings with his own lawyers in that context, which is really concerning for the legal case, that the US government possibly had recordings of his own conversations with his defense team. And when you look at behaviors that continue, even as I mentioned in February, that week of the hearing at Woolwich Crown Court, reports of his legally privileged documents being confiscated by prison authorities, it seems that at a very basic level, his ability to have adequate defense is not being respected. So, and now that is one of the reasons that the defense is also requesting for this hearing to be adjourned, is because they have not had access to him for over a month now in prison. They're not able to meet with him. They're not able to discuss these things properly. And so they've argued that they're not sufficiently prepared for the hearing to continue. So the legal defense aspect of this is extremely important as well, because at a minimum, he does deserve to have robust legal defense. And these are things that will be examined on appeal if this carries on.
Can I just pick up on Rebecca's point?
Yeah.
I mean, the idea in Britain is that the courts are independent of the political system, and supposedly the same is true of the US. But the reality is these things are political decisions. In 1998, the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet was on a visit to Britain, and there was extradition came from the Spain. So they started extradition hearings in the UK. That was under a Labour government, and they felt strongly about what happened in Chile after Allende. If Thatcher and the Tories had still been in power at that point, we'd never have had an extradition hearing. And the Conservatives are in power now. If Labour were in power, maybe this wouldn't be going ahead. Maybe they would because of the closeness of the intelligence relationship, but maybe not. In America, the Obama administration looked at the Assange case and decided not to go ahead with prosecution. Then Trump comes in and they decide to go ahead. That to me suggests a political decision. I don't know what prompted them. WikiLeaks in 2016 or 2017 released documents from the CIA, Vault 7. And I don't know if that was what sort of prompted them to come after him again.
Let me ask Rebecca about this question, based on the fact that the Obama administration already looked at the same evidence, decided against prosecution. Trump comes in, and as you say, there is no new evidence and no even discernible evidence from what you've seen so far. Does this qualify in the views of Reporters Sans Frontières as a political prosecution?
It certainly makes it look political. But I do want to say that the negative press freedom trends in the United States didn't start with the Trump administration. So the Obama administration did not have a great record on these issues either. In fact, some of the whistleblower persecution that we're still seeing ongoing started under the Obama administration, and the downward trajectory in our World Press Freedom Index certainly started in that era too. But it is correct that Obama had chosen not to move forward on this case, and Trump has, in parallel to other hostility towards the media, a lot of cause for concern across the press freedom climate, and as I mentioned earlier, prosecution of whistleblowers under the Espionage Act. So this does appear to be a really disturbing trend, and absolutely one that is political.
Barton, do you have any thoughts on this? Ewan talked about possibly the motive here on the part of the Trump administration being revenge or retaliation for WikiLeaks publishing the CIA's Vault 7 documents. Mike Pompeo, after he became Secretary of State, took a very aggressive stance toward WikiLeaks, calling it a hostile, non-state intelligence organization, basically. Do you have any sense of what the political motive is here on the Trump administration's part?
The Vault 7, as Ewan mentioned, might be the most consequential of the leaks in terms of national security. There has been a feeling in the career intelligence and defense services for some years, and also especially in the on the conservative side in American politics, that journalists have gone too far, that old restraints in terms of publishing classified information, the days when journalists would hold back classified information are gone, and that journalists have become much more aggressive and much more frequently in publishing state secrets. There is some justice to that. There are a larger number of publications of state secrets. Journalists no longer take the word of government as much as they did about what would do damage and what would not. Albeit, in almost all cases, among journalism organizations, we will still hear out the government and hold back information that we are convinced is damaging. And so in the Snowden papers, there's a great deal that was never published, not by me and not by anyone else either. There was a feeling that there were things that should not see the light of day that would self-evidently do harm. But there's a sense that journalists have been crossing lines and need to be pushed back. And so they've been happy to make examples of sources to try to cut off our oxygen. And now what is especially troubling about the Assange prosecution is that it is taking behaviors that are integral, normal, inherent in, and not optional for journalists, and criminalize those. And so I may or may not differ with Rebecca on this, so I'm not sure I heard her correctly, but if the idea is that there's no evidence for any of the charges against Assange, I would disagree, and that's actually what makes them so troubling. There seems on the face of it to be evidence that he received classified information, and evidence that he published classified information. It's all in the open public record. And evidence in the indictment, if it's accurate, that he requested the information from Chelsea Manning. Those are all things that it seems to me clear he did, and those are all things that a journalist does. And it's the criminalization of those things, not the lack of evidence, that troubles me.
Ewan, let me ask you about the response of your journalistic colleagues, do you think that there's been a sufficient level of outcry, especially from the outlets like The Guardian and the New York Times, that have published WikiLeaks' disclosures?
Sure. I've been really disappointed in the response of the journalistic community in the US and UK. And part of the reason, I was in America at the time of publication of the cables, and that's partly why I feel an obligation to take an interest in Assange now. We benefited from those leaks, so I feel an obligation to stand with Assange now. I phoned a friend in the US who's usually quite he's on the left, liberal, about a year ago, and said Julian Assange. I'd no sooner get the words out, and he says, "Don't want to hear about it. Don't want to talk about him." And there seems to be, I think Rebecca touched on it, real antipathy in the US towards Assange from left and right, and it's maybe not quite as polarized here, but there is a high level of dislike for him. There has been a change. The Guardian and Assange fell out soon after Cablegate, but the editor at the time, Alan Rusbridger, as soon as this prosecution began and he was arrested, Alan wrote a piece which said that he and Assange had fallen out, and Assange really disliked Alan and disliked The Guardian. But in spite of that, this case is too big. It's too important precedent. It's too dangerous for journalists. So Alan was saying Assange doesn't deserve this, and all journalists should unite against it. But sadly, we don't see much sign of lots of journalists coming on board behind Assange. I don't think they realise the threat. What you need is people in the streets, massive public support outside the court hearings, and lots of articles in the media, lots of coverage on TV. I'd hope that might happen once prosecution got underway, but there's very little sign of it in the UK.
It's a sign to me that the demonization campaign against Assange has been successful in some respects, and that's why it's important to push back on it. Rebecca, let me ask you about this. What's your sense of how journalists have responded to Assange's prosecution?
I think it's very different country to country. And so there's been a really robust interest, I think, specifically this year around court proceedings from the continent, I think from Germany, from France, really robust attention. It has been a struggle to capture media attention in the UK. That's part of what I do in my job, is even just trying to get our own materials out. There does seem to be a bit of reluctance at a minimum to pick up the case. It was the hearing in February was attended widely. In fact, the media annex was full, and that included journalists from the UK, the US, and other parts of the world. But it seems to pick up more robust reporting from elsewhere. I think, in particular, in television, there were a number of Australian news outlets there. I'm not sure that it even made any news coverage in terms of television news coverage here in the UK at all. And that's something that really would make a big difference in the case going forward, is just a bit more attention, a bit more scrutiny, a bit more sort of beyond just the immediate headlines on this. I think it's time that there is probably a bit of fatigue now from those who have stuck with this for 10 years, right? But a lot of the people who will cover this kind of thing now on their beat weren't involved at that time. And I think there's a need for a greater understanding, at least even on a background level, before we get into the hearing resuming. And that will require really intense scrutiny. That's expected to be 3 full weeks of evidence. So that will be witnesses coming forward to testify, and that will be really crucial. So I think one thing we would call for is for that attention, for the media everywhere to pay attention to that and to report robustly and ask tough questions as well from both sides.
All right, so we're going to wrap up. And I'll just ask everybody to make some closing remarks, whatever they want to impart with us as we wrap up. So Barton, we'll start with you.
It's very simple. When governments overreach and they try to criminalize behavior that has not been a crime before, they always choose someone who is considered to be not a very sympathetic defendant, and they make precedent that way, and the precedent damages everyone. So I do think that whatever one's personal feelings about Julian Assange, or even WikiLeaks as a whole, the threat to press freedom in this case has to be taken seriously.
Thanks, Bart. Ewan.
I said I was in Washington when the cables were leaked. And I went to the State Department the day of the leak. Hillary Clinton did a press conference. And I remember she was really angry. And the officials round about her were angry at the Guardian. And they're talking about, the disruption and the danger to sources and that people would get killed. And I remember the political reaction in the US, people like Senator Lindsey Graham saying there'd be blood in our hands. And the same thing happened after Snowden. And in none of these cases did this happen. As far as there was disruption, but as far as I know, no one died as a result of the cables that were released. I think if they had been, the US would have let us know about it by now. And so you look at the other side of this. What were they? Because of the cables, we saw the abuses of the US in Iraq and Afghanistan, the relationship with dictators in the Middle East, spying on the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, a whole host of stories that changed our view of US foreign policy, or at least confirmed the views we had. This was an enormous benefit to people around the world. It's been suggested that contributed to the Arab Spring. The idea that Assange is going to be prosecuted for something that, such a great journalistic scoop is just totally abominable.
And finally, Rebecca Benson.
I think I would return to the point that I made towards the start, which is the idea of changing one's mind. It really isn't a position of weakness. And I would urge everybody who has strong opinions on the case, who may be predisposed to not support this case, to question that, to seek out more information, to really challenge any preconceptions about this, and to question what I think it was Ewan who mentioned earlier, what kind of society do we want to live in? In whose interest is it if Julian Assange is handed over to the United States and sentenced to possibly 175 years in prison? In whose interest is it if he is left to die in Belmarsh prison with COVID infections all around him? I am a dual national US-UK. This is certainly not what I would expect of either of my countries. And that's not the sort of society that I want to live in, regardless of what I do professionally or not. And I would just encourage everybody to have a think about that and to be open to possibly changing one's mind. And actually, one point there too, to those who have been involved in the fight for justice for Julian Assange this entire time too, to possibly be open to others coming over who haven't been there the whole time. I think there is a need for broader support, and attacking people who might not have always said the same thing, or who may have a different vision on some aspects of the case than those who have always been with it, isn't helpful at this point in time either. What we need is more voices calling for justice in this case, and for our own obligation to societies to be upheld, rather than sort of now looking at who's done what until this point and that sort of thing. And that includes the question of, is he a journalist or is he not? I 100% am in agreement with the fact that that doesn't really matter. It's why has he been targeted and what is going to happen now. So I think a bit of understanding would help tremendously in that regard.
I want to thank our panelists so much for joining us. Rebecca Vincent, UK Bureau Director of Reporters Without Borders. Barton Gellman, staff writer for The Atlantic, author of the new book out this month, Dark Mirror, Edward Snowden and the American surveillance state, and Ewan McCaskill, the former defense and security correspondent for The Guardian. Thank you all so much. Thanks also to Nathan Fuller and the Courage Foundation for organizing this event. The Courage Foundation hosts Julian Assange's defense site at defend.wikileaks.org. So go there for all the information on Julian Assange's defense. Thanks everybody for tuning in today, and please stay safe.
How pathetic the US case is. They have to rely on lies. And then the prosecutors say, don't question these lies because that would offend our ally. 14 years on, all they can do is repeat the lies from the very first Pentagon press conference talking points sheet. What they're trying to argue is that state secrets trump revealing state crimes. This is the balance they're trying to shift. They want impunity, they don't want to be scrutinized, and journalism stands in the way. And in that courtroom, they're having to make their position increasingly clear. They have to admit that what they're doing is criminalizing journalism, is criminalizing the truth. They are liars, they are criminals, and they are persecuting the journalists who exposed them.
But what was interesting this morning is that the judges were paying attention and they were asking questions. Is it really true that Julian will not get a First Amendment protection when he is extradited? Etc., etc. At least we have the attention, thanks to you probably. They know that they need to scrutinize this and the arguments put forth. And the arguments were thin. Of course, we shouldn't be here because it's been disputed everything that the Americans have been putting forth in this case. The day will continue. We will, of course, fight on. There is a glimpse of hope in the courts here. Let's not abandon that. Let's stay on that. Let's stay on the shift, on the watch.
So I thought about some of the others who have spent long periods in jail. The Alfred Dreyfuses, the Nelson Mandelas, the Birmingham Sixers. And I found myself thinking, the thing about their cases is their names resonate decades, centuries after they were in prison, because the achievements that they made, either during their lifetimes or by their example, have benefited humanity for decades afterwards. And I have no doubt that if not already, the name of Julian Assange will join that distinguished roll call.
We're just witnessing 80 journalists being killed in Gaza. They are brave journalists who are doing their best to report. But do you know what? If Julian goes down for this, every other journalist around the world is going to say, ooh, 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 let's be a bit careful. Don't start questioning any military, particularly the US military.
I want to quote a great American journalist of the 19th century. He said, the purpose of a journalist is not to afflict the afflicted. It is to comfort to the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable.
It's sort of a bit embarrassing watching the prosecutors in there trying to tell us that day was night and night was day, that Chelsea Manning's not a whistleblower and Julian's not a journalist. They really just brought absolute shame to that court and to the United Kingdom justice system. And this case remains a stain on the US, a stain on the UK, and both governments should be absolutely ashamed of it and what they're doing to press freedom.
The Australian Prime Minister has finally stood up and given a clear, strong signal to the Americans that enough is enough. Regardless of what you think of Julian, this matter must be brought to an end. The extradition must be dropped, the charges must be dropped, he must be busted out of Belmarsh, he must be allowed to be reunited with his family.
over 14 years in one form of incarceration or another. Are you good with that? No! All of Julian's human rights suspended. Are you good with that? No! Due process abuse after abuse. Are you good with that? No! Over 25 court cases in one form or another for an innocent man. No charges laid. Are you good with that?
No! There has been no full hearing of the Assange case except in a magistrate's court. Now, a magistrate's court in this country is the lowest court. It's the court that you go to if you have a parking ticket, if you have a speeding fine. That's the level of case that is normally heard in a magistrate's court. They do not and should not be the final judges of the most important civil liberties case of the 21st century.
Everybody should.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Thanks for joining us for day one of the Julian Assange hearing that is being conducted in order to determine whether or not Julian Assange has the right to appeal his extradition to the United States. I'm so grateful that you are joining us live from the Royal Courts of Justice. Let's have a look at some of that B-roll from the course of the day. It's been a day of celebration. It's been a day of protest because it indeed yet may be a historic time. Today we'll be discussing why Julian Assange's case and Julian Assange as a figure is pivotal and defining when it comes to understanding our modern media landscape, how the government and state powers collaborate with corporate powers, how censorship continues to be an issue that defines our time, and how journalism has become criminalized if indeed it seeks to speak truth to power. The case of Julian Assange helps us to understand why the media has become what it's become in recent years. It helps us to understand the rise of independent media. Even what we do on this channel is beyond influenced by Julian Assange. It's in a sense architecturally determined by Julian Assange's actions and subsequent incarceration. And over the course of today's show, we'll be talking to Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton, who is Julian's brother. They've been attending the hearing today. We'll talk to them about what's happened. We'll be looking in some detail at Judge Jeremy Johnson. No, Justice Jeremy Johnson. I'm simplifying it. It's not like a DC comic. It's not Judge Dredd. Judge Jeremy Johnson is one of the presiding justices, one of the people who will be determining the outcome of this hearing. And when you look at his previous, as it were, he has a lot of connections to WikiLeaks type stories. He's represented the Ministry of Defense in our country, the United Kingdom. He's represented MI6, which is one of our secret service agencies. So is he likely to be objective? You can
let us know in the Rumble chat right now. And I'm thrilled to see so many of you watching. I'm saying hello to you, Digital Hippie. I'm saying hello to you, Slappy T. I'm saying hello to you, Trish McLeod. I'm saying hello to our many awakened wonders watching us on Locals. And if you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be available with you for the first 15 minutes, but then we will be, you will understand why, exclusively streaming in that sweet free space that is Rumble in order to be able to discuss this complex story in depth and detail. For example, one detail you will be unaware of, I'm sure, is that Judge Jeremy Johnson was involved in the inquiry into the deaths of Princess Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed. I'm not suggesting that there was anything untoward there, but it's very peculiar that people with top secret access, a type of top secret access that you won't even have heard of yet. In fact, the phrase for it is extraordinary. It's something like, what is it called? Developed vetting. That's the highest access to secret information you can get. The judge, one of the judges involved today, sat with the coroners during that inquiry. So there's some extraordinary details and wrinkles to this case. Obviously, the world is currently watching, even if the legacy media is not reporting. We've seen some legacy media outlets out there, but you will be able to tell from looking online and looking at online legacy media, if you still do that kind of stuff, how it's been reported on. Edward Snowden from exile in Russia tweeted this, or posted this, excuse me. The outrageous part of the UK's years-long trial to condemn Julian Assange to die in an American dungeon is that the victim of his crime, journalism, is a state rather than a person. The definition of a political offence, which the US-UK extradition treaty explicitly forbids. This entire process might be illegal. Julian Assange, of course, is inextricably linked to Edward Snowden as he helped Snowden escape US law enforcement, I think in 2013, at the time that Edward Snowden revealed the extent to which your government spies on you, captures your information in order to what? Keep you safe? You let me know in the chat what you think. Here's Glenn Greenwald's post today. I don't know if anyone has any tears left to shed after the week-long media funeral for a Russian citizen, but here is what the US government is doing to someone guilty solely of exposing US war crimes. An extraordinary observation. And in today's Here's the News, we'll be looking at the Navalny case and how it compares to Assange's case, looking at the way that it's being reported, the way that Navalny is being celebrated and perhaps utilized, and the hypocrisy that that brings to the forefront given Assange's recent treatment. So if you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be with you for about 15 minutes. Remember, you can become an awakened wonder at any time, monthly or annually. You can support our work so that we can continue, please God, in the traditions established, espoused and demonstrated so clearly and beautifully by Julian Assange. Here's how the legacy media is reporting on today's events.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange in a London courtroom today. It's all part of a last-ditch effort to avoid extradition back here to the U.S.
Coverage of this. The phrase last-ditch effort occurs in numerous outlets' coverage of this story. I think the idea is to make it seem like a foregone conclusion, but even people directly connected to this matter believe that it's unlikely, given the nature of the hearing and the people presiding over it, that there will be a positive outcome. But don't let that enable you to lose sight of how ridiculous this is. Let's see what else the legacy media are saying.
Yeah, he faces multiple charges related to the 2010 publication of classified U.S. military documents. They centered on operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. U.S. prosecutors accuse Assange of playing a role in the hacking of a Pentagon computer and bringing grave and imminent risk to intelligence sources. The legal saga has continued for more than a decade, but could soon come to an end.
For more on this hearing, let's bring in international correspondent Stuart Smith in London. Stuart, what are we expecting in court today?
Okay, let's have a look now. Just for those of you that are not entirely familiar with Julian Assange's story, a sort of a brief précis or timeline before we speak with Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton. That's Julian's wife and leader of the campaign, as well as his brother. First of all, so in 2010, WikiLeaks published a series of leaks from US Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning, including a video of a US Apache helicopter attacking Baghdad that killed at least 9 men, including a Reuters news photographer and his driver. Then there was a massive release that talked about civilian deaths and various other, the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Then he lost his appeal around the sexual assault charges that emerged in Sweden. Then this is a significant moment. In 2013, he helped Edward Snowden flee from the US. In 2016, WikiLeaks released 20,000, I think this is a pivotal moment, 20,000 DNC emails from the Clinton campaign manager, John Podesta, that appeared to show that the DNC favored Clinton over her rival Bernie Sanders. I think it's pretty safe to say that that was the case now. And what I think is important about that particular aspect of the WikiLeaks lineage is it demonstrates precisely how various administrations have taken the same purview when it comes to Julian Assange. He was first pursued during the Obama administration. He was charged with the Espionage Act during the era of Trump. I'm sorry to tell a lot of you guys. And it is Joe Biden that is pursuing extradition. No one except RFK is talking about pardoning him. We'll show you that a lovely post from RFK in a moment, but I think it's germane as sensible and wise to bring in our guests Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton while we can. And let's have a look at, while they settle down, we'll have a look at Julian Assange talking about what it's like to be an accused person. This is a fascinating, almost philosophical insight.
And there is some luck in being an accused person. To luck in being accused of being a spy, a terrorist, luck in being accused of being a sex criminal. And you might think that surely it is a shock and a devastation to wake up to find one transformed into a demon, into a thing, into an unspeakable thing, a frightening thing. No, it's wonderful, because it is not that you change, it is that others change. You stay the same, but you now have a gift. You now have a superpower, the superpower of the accused. This superpower is to reveal the true characters of others. Who does not long from childhood for such a power to understand the true nature of one's friends? We are not traduced, we the accused, but the people and states around us are. Great characters rise and great cultures step forward to shine. False smiles fade, concealed alliances are revealed, the timid retreat, and love is no longer merely a word, but it is an action. This is the superpower of the accused, and it is no more prevalent in the superpower of the accused by superpowers. There are many of us now.
Because we've come accustomed to Julian Assange's incarceration, perhaps it's easy for us to forget how significant many of his insights have been. Not simply the WikiLeaks revelations, but Julian Assange himself as a figure, as an orator, and as a thinker. Significant words there that I obviously now have good cause to identify with. I'm joined now by Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton, his brother, and Stella is, of course, Julian's wife. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you for having us.
I actually feel somewhat reticent and certainly cautious about how to speak to you today, because it's been emotional just for us across the street, observing it. He's your brother, he's your husband. You've been in attendance in the hearing. The kind of enervating weight of today's events, with obviously what you must have borne over the preceding years, must be incredible. Can you tell me just how the hearing went and how you are feeling?
Well, first of all, it was incredible to arrive and see such a sea of people. I mean, the show of support has been incredible. I only wish Julian had experienced it for himself. Once we went in, it was, the inside of the Royal Courts of Justice. It's a kind of world in itself, with its native creatures. And the good thing about today was that we were able to air our arguments finally, because for the past couple of years, it's been, on the papers, decisions taken behind closed doors, and finally we were able to talk about the murder plot against Julian, hatched by the CIA under Mike Pompeo. We were able to talk about the real risk to his life, all the attacks on him, judicial attacks, and their political motivation. So these are things that we've talked about in interviews, but finally it's put before a courtroom and a captive audience in the journalists who had to sit there and listen.
That, I suppose, in itself is something of a victory. You mentioned the nature of the building itself and its imposing Gothic architecture, and I can only imagine that the interiors are similarly foreboding. And doesn't that serve metaphorically to perfectly illustrate that it is very difficult, one might imagine, to get justice regarding information exposed about establishment corruption from within the establishment? Gabriel, you'll be aware, of course, that Justice Jeremy Johnson has previously defended MI6 and the Ministry of Defence in cases that are certainly comparable to some of the leaks that Julian Assange published. I wonder what your feelings are about the potential for a fair and judicious outcome.
Well, look, I see, these courts have, been weaponised against Julian. They've been, his persecutors, and willingly so, part of his persecution. So I see that as, these court hearings, whereas Julian can lose at them, I don't think he can really win in any sense. I think, their role in this is to serve the United States and serve their will to keep Julian in prison, to keep him silenced, and to send that message to everyone around the world that, if you do this, that's it. You'll be in jail for 5 years, no conviction, not serving a sentence. We can take away all your liberties if you publish information that upsets us, that embarrasses us. And I think, the courts here in the UK play their role in that persecution.
I'm mindful that Julian is a human being that you both love, but for those of us, I've met Julian, of course, but for those of us that don't know Julian well, it's difficult not to see him as a symbol of injustice, of how power will behave if you transgress against its aims in the manner in which Julian has done with his publishing of information that they were understandably sensitive about. I wonder if you feel that subsequently this hearing will be reported on fairly. Have you seen sufficient interest from the kind of legacy media organisations that were intrinsically involved with Julian's publishing at the time? For example, the Snowden leaks, which I recognise were made to Glenn Greenwald at The Guardian at that time.
The Guardian.
He was, of course, Julian facilitated Edward Snowden's evasion of pursuing forces. I wonder if you feel that The Guardian, the BBC, CNN, what have become referred to in this space as the legacy media, have been reporting on this responsibly?
Well, no, that's the answer. It's improved a lot in some respects with some newspapers. Their irresponsibility, their dereliction of duty as far as their journalism is concerned, has in fact led to Julian's imprisonment. If they had critically engaged with the persecution and its many different layers and aspects over the years, then Julian would never have ended up in prison. He wouldn't have spent a single day in prison. So I really see the media as complicit in his persecution. They were willingly complicit because they didn't like him for other reasons. However, once the indictment came down and eventually once, the arguments had been aired in court and they had been analyzed by the press freedom groups and lawyers inside the Guardian and so on. They were forced to defend him, and because Julian was attacked, he was indicted as a journalist, not as a whistleblower, not as anything other than a journalist. And once they understood that actually he was being targeted as a journalist, they had to defend him.
Today you heard your lawyers, presumably, as you explained, Stella, have the opportunity to lay out your case, Julian's case, and you said that that has been cathartic and beneficial and helpful. And those of you watching this right now, please be patient with us given our sound issues. We're just in some room opposite the Royal Courts of Justice. We're renegade guerrilla journalists right now, which is precisely what's required in order to report on a story of this nature and a story of this magnitude and a story that the legacy media have been deliberately oppressing and reframing in a manner to make it unappealing to people. So do forgive us if we have small technical difficulties. We assure you that we're working just as hard as we can to get this information to you as directly and as freely and with as few interventions and as little censorship as possible, which is no censorship. What are you hoping for tomorrow, Stella? What will define the hearing tomorrow? Do you anticipate getting a verdict tomorrow, or do you think that it will be kicked down the road a little bit? How do you feel it will tomorrow play out?
Well, my sense, being in the courtroom, was that we steamrolled over the whole courtroom. I mean, the judges were, I think they had been exposed to some of the arguments for the very first time, and you could just see them trying to square things because it really is that outrageous. And so I saw these moments of, well, you know, this could be the turning point. That's my impression from being inside the courtroom. But then my rational side takes over, and I have had this feeling before, and it's a political case, and it's not about the merits of the arguments. Now, of course, I hope I'm wrong, but of course Julian should win this round, and it should fall apart, and, you know, maybe anything's possible, but of course, the stakes are so high because if they find against him, and they could find against him tomorrow, you know, if they decided, well, we're not even going to entertain this, we've already made our decision, he could be on a plane this week.
It's interesting how, God, that's a terrifying thought, Stella. It's interesting how low the threshold has become because even for Julian Assange to be granted an appeal at this point would feel like something of a success. And I'm astonished to hear you say that at points watching Justice Jeremy Johnson and Dame Victoria Sharp, that it seemed at times that they were hearing some of the details fresh. And because I was trying to imagine what the perspective is of people that seek to persecute and ultimately extradite and continue to incarcerate and ultimately, perhaps tacitly, execute Julian Assange. And sorry if that sounds melodramatic, but as we've just heard, the CIA did plot to have Julian Assange murdered. Their perspective, I suppose, is, oh, well, what it is WikiLeaks published information that put service personnel's lives at risk, exposed the American military and the American population to danger, and therefore, of course, he should be extradited to our allies in the United States to face justice under the Espionage Act, where he was first pursued under Barack Obama, charged under Trump, and is now being extradited under Biden, which in itself is an astonishing litmus test of how apparently differing administrations tend to concur on truly important issues, therefore demonstrating that we have very little choice at all, particularly in that arena. Did you also get that sense, Gabriel, that their perspective is one that would be alien to most people that operate in our space, a sense that Julian Assange is not a publisher and a journalist, he is, well, something akin to a hacker, a terrorist? Is that what did you...
Yeah, got a bit of that vibe. I think this time around, I felt that these judges were sort of on their best behaviour. You know, They knew that there were thousands of people outside. They knew that you're here across the road covering this. There's been quite a bit of media attention, you know, from the mainstream press as well. Just last week, the Australian Parliament voted on a motion, and they voted two-thirds of the Australian Parliament voted on this motion, voted yes on this motion, and that motion had three very strong points in it. That Julian was an award-winning journalist, that he's been held in relation to exposing the misconduct of the USA, and that the UK and the US should bring this to an end and send him back to Australia. So you've got this political pressure that is mounting on the UK courts here. And I got the feeling that these judges were aware of that they were paying a different kind of attention. You know, might have just been lip service, but you know, previous hearings have been much more combative. The judges have been much more combative. These were, the judges were showing a bit more, more sort of genuine inquiry, I felt, this time. And I think that is because of, you know, this support from out front of the court and the media coverage and the political support that's sort of all pushed into today. Even the police, you know, even the police out here, for the first time I've ever seen, they were being helpful.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, we have many friends and community members that are in various police forces across the world, and we know that many members of the police force are motivated by a love of community, duty and service, and of course that's precisely how it should be. One political figure, and it is indeed encouraging, Gabriel, to hear you speak about the sort of turning of the tide in your native land and to see some support emerging from Australia, particularly given that Australia in the past few years, it seemed to become increasingly governed by peculiar globalist edicts around a whole variety of subjects, so that is encouraging. But one political figure who has been outspoken in his support of Julian Assange is RFK. He did this post just yesterday on X. Let's have a look at this together. 6, I'm pressing that, guys, play that in. 6 on the deck, the RFK post. Do excuse me once again. So number 6 is RFK. If you can play 6 on my deck. Number 6 on my deck, and my deck's not working. Do forgive me, Stella and Gabriel. We're out on them. Now, is the audio playing?
Television.
Let's go full screen on it and play on it to give us a break. And can we hear the audio?
He stood against government corruption. He's battled for all of our freedoms, and he made the tremendous sacrifice where he now is jailed and faces life imprisonment and extradition to the United States. The urgency to pardon him cannot wait. It can't wait till I become president. We need to get it done now. Please sign the petition urging President Biden to immediately pardon Julian Assange. Thank you all very much.
There is.
Because the goal is not.
Kill that, thanks. Excuse me raising my voice, but it was required in that moment. So, Gabriel, Stella, thank you so much for joining us. Do you feel that the kind of support that Bobby Kennedy just espoused may contribute to a general prevailing positive public opinion? Because one of the speeches I heard today, and there were some great speeches, was people saying that there are 2 superpowers in the world. There's the American military-industrial complex and their foreign policy, and then there is public opinion. And we are seeing, I believe, public opinion finally alter and change. I'm like, as well myself, like a lot of people I think feel really scared about Julian Assange, and I think for a long time people felt really scared. Let me know what you think in the chat about supporting Julian Assange, because of course he was initially accused of sexual assault and rape. Indeed, that's why I showed that speech, because I thought that was fascinating. The way that he spoke about being accused and how empowering that can be, I thought it was very moving. And if public, and then subsequently he's just been sort of maligned and made a pariah so aggressively, excessively and continually that it's understandable if people move between accepting that vilification and indifference. The world is so full of spectacle, so gilded and delightful. Another day, another ceremony, another Golden Globe, another Oscar, another appearance from a state-sponsored political activist. Do you feel that what we might be witnessing now is the ability of public opinion at large to influence matters even this significant, where there is a clear agenda that is typically very difficult to interrupt?
I have the feeling now, it's very similar to when I started university in 2002. I mean, this was just, you know, on the cusp of the Iraq invasion, just after Afghanistan, you know, just a year after September 11th. And there was huge mobilization on the streets, and there was a lot of political energy, and there was a lot of skepticism, and there was a lot of anti-war sentiment. And people organized, and there was a sense of the power of the people and of coming together. And then, and that is partly what led to WikiLeaks as a project, that mood to end the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, you know, hold governments to account, kind of expose the torture regime and the way that they had basically engineered going into wars. And so there was a different mood, and that gave rise to WikiLeaks. And then I think that the 2010s we lost a lot of that. And then, but I feel like we're regaining it, and it's crossing over on a whole lot of different issues.
So tomorrow, whose case do you hear tomorrow? If you had the opportunity to outline your case, or at least your lawyers did, tomorrow do you hear the States, the United States, who is advocating for the extradition? And is that what you hear tomorrow?
Yeah, that's right. The prosecutor's case tomorrow. They're, they'll argue against Julian's appeal points and probably try and pour a bucket of shit all over it. And but yeah, let's see.
I'm glad you're bringing us an Australian perspective to this global news event. They'll probably pour a bucket of shit all over it. Yeah, I imagine that is to a degree what will happen. And
exactly.
Do you anticipate getting a verdict tomorrow, or do you try not to think in those terms these days?
I don't know. Anything can happen. I hope they think about it for a few days at least. But you know, tomorrow's going to be nasty. It's going to be duplicitous. It's going to be, you know, the way murderers try to pretend like they're not murdering. So yeah, so that's what awaits tomorrow.
Well, we'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be speaking with you again. And in all sincerity, I'll be praying for a positive outcome, the deserved outcome for Julian Assange, who is a hero, and because of whom we have a deeper understanding of the way that global power operates, how both political parties in an apparently bipartisan state often support the same ideas, how there may often be claims of caring about justice and democracy, but when it comes to true justice, democracy, transparency, clarity, and freedom of information, we get to see the true colours of the global establishment, in part because of Julian Assange's reporting and in part because of his current predicament. Thank you, Gabriel. It's lovely to meet you. Thanks for joining us today. And Stella, it's always such a joy to be in your company. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks.
Hey, guys, one of the things that's difficult to ignore is the ongoing and understandable grief over the death in custody of Alexei Navalny. There's been global outcry from political leaders and calls for, predictably, further military funding to Ukraine. That's the solution. It's not as if Western leaders are complicit in the imprisonment and possible assassination of outspoken critics of their actions in the form of Gonzalo Lira and, of course, Julian Assange. Here's the news. No, here's the effing news.
No, here's the fucking news.
The death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has caused an outcry in the West, as well as calls for further funding for Ukraine in their war against Russia. What, though, is the position of the West when it comes to outspoken critics of establishment policies, whether it's Gonzalo Lira or...
Two.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel conversation about what would happen to Julian Assange in the United States. I'm Kevin Gostola. I'm a journalist with shadowproof.com, and I'm very honored that Courage asked me to moderate this event and to also have this discussion with these esteemed panelists that are joining us. I've been covering this, the extradition proceedings and the charges that have been brought against Julian Assange for the past couple of years, but I've also followed WikiLeaks very closely over the last decade and also done a lot of work covering the war on leaks, which is a war on whistleblowers, which is also a war on journalism and press freedom. And we'll be getting into many of those issues as they relate to what would happen to Julian Assange, the WikiLeaks founder. But now I want to bring in to this discussion the panelists. Barry Pollock is Julian Assange's attorney in the United States. Welcome, Barry. And Jeffrey Sterling. Jeffrey Sterling is a CIA whistleblower who was convicted under the Espionage Act in the United States. Welcome, Jeffrey.
Thank you for having me.
And Laurie Love is a UK activist who successfully defeated an extradition request from the United States. So welcome, Laurie. Thanks. And so to begin, we're going to start with Barry. We know that you're here for an hour, and then we're going to have the other panelists for a bit longer. So that's also probably a note to people who are following along that if you have specific questions for Barry, please get those to us in the first hour so that we can ask them before he has to leave. But to begin, we decided to look at this in the different phases that would occur in this case if Julian was brought to the United States. We've got the pretrial phase, we've got the trial and the potential conviction phase, and then if convicted, would be sentenced, and then there would be a post-trial phase. So, to begin with you, Barry, the question we wanted you to look at is the nature of this case, having the fact being so that it is involving a national security leak, so to speak, which is how the U.S. government refers to it. There are certain aspects that come into play in how prosecutors at the Justice Department pursue these cases. There's laws governing the handling of classified information. There's laws handling people who are detained for these alleged crimes. Could you address that, Barry?
Yeah, absolutely. So in some ways, this prosecution is completely unprecedented. In other ways, there is a path that has been tread before, and Jeffrey is unfortunately very well aware of that. So what is unprecedented is using the Espionage Act to prosecute a publisher or a journalist. That has never happened previously. And so there are a lot of legal issues that would come up in this case if Mr. Assange is ever extradited that have never been subject to court rulings in the past, and we don't know how they're going to come out. But we do know how classified information cases are handled in the United States. There's a law called the Classified Information Procedures Act, which deals with prosecutions involving classified information and strictly controls the use of that classified information so that it is not part of the case in open court. And oftentimes it is not even available to be shared with the defendant himself. And so one of the great challenges in defending these cases is there may be large volumes of evidence that I, as the lawyer, cannot even discuss with my own client. So that makes it extraordinarily difficult. The other thing that is very difficult is any piece of classified information that you want to use as part of the defense, you have to litigate with the court, literally page by page, line by line, identifying in advance what it is that you want to use, and then have an argument with the government about whether or not the government's going to allow you to use it. If not, if there be some substitute version that is acceptable. And what that does as a practical matter is it requires the defense to preview its case for the government, something that doesn't happen in any other federal criminal case. So there are tremendous disadvantages to a defendant trying to defend himself when the charges relate to classified information. The other aspect that you referenced, Kevin, are sort of pretrial conditions. It is almost a foregone conclusion that if Mr. Assange is extradited, that he would be detained pending trial, and he would be detained in very draconian circumstances. In all likelihood, he would be in administrative detention, and it would have very little access, if any, to visitors, to email, or even to snail mail, because of the government's concerns that he has been privy to classified information. They would presumably be very concerned about him communicating with the outside world for fear that he might be passing on classified information. So from a standpoint of how he would be treated prior to trial compared to how most defendants are treated prior to trial, he might face very, very difficult conditions, and conditions that I think from anybody's mental health standpoint are just devastating, just complete isolation.
Well, when we look at the body of cases, I'll move on to Jeffrey and ask Jeffrey about what happened to him in the run-up to his trial and the way he was treated. But when we look at these different cases, what Barry is speaking about here is that you have a government that maybe no longer will allow those who are accused of these alleged acts of being outside of a jail cell prior to their trial. But I understand, Jeffrey, you weren't in a jail cell. You were able to, move about and work with your attorneys, right? But in the most recent case, with like a really high-profile case that I followed with Reality Winner, she was kept in jail and unable to, work without being in shackles, with her attorney. So that's something that we might see happen with Julian. So I'll let you speak about your case and how you were treated in pretrial phase.
Well, for me, pre-trial, once I was arrested, and again, my ordeal with the government lasted, it started in late 90s, 2000 for me. But when I was finally arrested, I was taken to the Alexandria jail to be held. That was pretty much in a cell block. It was actually the same cell block that Zacharias Moussaoui was held. Very isolated. And that really told me they were treating me like I'm a terrorist. They were believing the claims the government was making that I was going to, if I was free to go, I would go out and start assassinating CIA employees. I hadn't been able to touch the CIA in over 10 years. But the judge was believing that the Fourth Circuit, which I'm sure you're going to talk about later, will really believe everything the government says. Only after a number of weeks did it not make sense for me to be held in the jail. But I still wasn't then allowed to go home. I had a friend who came just to speak on my behalf. The judge the judge said to her, he either stays with you. And this is a friend I hadn't seen in a number of years, the family that I knew when I lived in Virginia. If he doesn't come to stay with you, then he stays in jail. It was completely ridiculous, that sentiment, but that's how this court is. Their view is that if you're a defendant, you're guilty, and we're going to do everything to isolate you and punish you until we can eventually have you tried and convicted. After that, I, of course, lost my job. I was able to go home after a number of months, but the isolation was then even more severe. Losing my job, but I was lucky enough to be able to be with family and friends. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And for me, the other aspect of it is just the amount of time. The first search warrant, the only search warrant done at my home, I wasn't indicted until almost 5 years after that. So I had been in this limbo for so many years, and then being placed, then being arrested out of the blue, thinking that this was all behind me. But the government's reach and its vengeance evidently has no time limit.
There's a little bit of similarity then with Julian's case, because there's been this cloud of investigation hanging over for quite a number of years, longer than what you've dealt with, and the uncertainty, and then finally being hit with this indictment. And so, Lori, could you discuss what it was like, the threat of solitary confinement for you, and how the prison conditions element played into your case, or what it was like to go through what you went through, expecting that you might be put into this kind of isolation?
Yeah, sure. So this formed quite a significant backbone of our defence, because it's very hard to actually defend against extradition, because you're not allowed to speak to the charges, or the legitimacy of the charges, or the factuality of the charges, because they're all treated hypothetically. The only thing we could speak to was my health, physically and mentally, and the conditions that I would be facing in detention in the United States. And we had several expert witnesses speak to just how horrific, and I think most people imagine jail and prison to be unnice places, but they're not really capable of imagining just how bad it can be in terms of someone who would be suffering from depression and potentially suicidal ideation. The solution, in inverted commas, to this in US carceral detention is to be put in effectively a form of solitary confinement. It's called suicide watch. You are removed from society. You have another person watching you in the cell. They're usually not a trained medical professional or even a member of staff. They're often a prisoner who's doing it for extra merits, extra points, and you can be put into horrific clothing called a suicide smock, which is kind of like a straitjacket. It's special clothing to make it more difficult to effect a suicide. And it's been ruled by expert people, including from the United Nations, that extended solitary confinement, or even solitary confinement for brief periods, is tantamount to torture. And the other aspect was the woeful inadequacy of provision for mental health within the jail and prison system. So it was testified by someone who'd worked in the system that they often have one psychiatrist who is then covering potentially thousands of detainees. And so the ability to actually have anything resembling care or treatment is vanishing. There is only the exasperation of the situation by placing the person into effective solitary confinement. And while the prosecution attempted to argue that suicide watch is effective because people do not commit suicide on suicide watch, it's unfortunately the case that people will feign to have recovered because of how horrific it is to be in solitary, and then when they are back in the general population, they will unfortunately in some cases be successful at ending their lives. And how it was to sit in the Goldfish Bowl in Westminster Magistrates Court and being unable really to participate in that hearing, couldn't raise my hand and speak on my own account, and to have your life hypothetically reduced to basically despair and hopelessness, knowing that you will no longer be able to act meaningfully, have relationships with friends and loved ones, engage in the world in any meaningful sense, and probably spend the rest of my life in a small box. And the only way out would have been the grim prospect of committing suicide. And it was a pretty dark time in my life, having to for several months consider that eventuality.
Well, that's important. These are the dark ideas and thoughts that are probably going through Julian Assange's mind as he sits in the back there and in this glass box that I've been introduced to as an American, that we don't have in our US justice system, but that they do in that magistrate court. So I'd like to fold into this part of our discussion a question that was submitted. I'm going to direct this one to Barry, but if any others have anything to add, especially I think Jeffrey, you may have some thoughts on this as well. But Barry, we have a question. Julian Assange neither lived nor worked in the United States. What jurisdiction is the U.S. government claiming in his case? And I think maybe that's part of bringing this indictment and pursuing him in pretrial. So perhaps you can address this issue of the fact that he is not a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, no, that's one of the unprecedented and I think really frightening aspects of this prosecution. You're talking about someone who is not a U.S. citizen, who has no ties to the U.S. government, has never entered any kind of employment agreement or non-disclosure agreement with the U.S. government, who is not in the U.S. He's in the U.K., an Australian citizen in the U.K., and yet the United States claims jurisdiction over him. So that means literally the United States can and would claim jurisdiction over any journalist anywhere in the world. And the basis for that is that if you are publishing U.S. classified information, in the U.S.'s mind, you have committed offense in the United States, and the United States has jurisdiction over you. You have published their documents. And so under that theory, every journalist in the world is at risk if they publish something that the U.S. considers national defense information, meaning contrary to the interests of the United States.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the overbroad nature of how the Espionage Act is being used. My case, for instance, with regard to jurisdiction, the government did not, throughout the entire trial, establish when, where, or how I supposedly, and I was innocent of the charges, leaked this classified information. Part of their effort to claim jurisdiction was the book, the infamous book that was at the basis of the trial against me. The hairdresser of the lead FBI investigator at her salon had the book, and that was in the district for the Fourth Circuit. It is ridiculous. It's overbroad. It's, as I've said on Twitter many, many times, their use of the Espionage Act is perverse. So therefore, no one anywhere in the world, if the U.S. is successful in extraditing Julian Assange, anyone, any journalist in the world is going to be subject to that sort of retaliation, again, by the U.S. government using the Espionage Act.
And let me just say, in Jeffrey's case, because the crime occurred in the United States, the government had to at least manufacture some fig leaf of jurisdiction to prosecute the case in the Eastern District of Virginia. As Jeffrey said, they said, well, somebody bought the book in the Eastern District of Virginia. With Mr. Assange, they don't even have to do that. In the United States, venue is established. If the crime is committed abroad, venue is established in the first jurisdiction in which you set foot when you come to the United States. Well, since you're coming in custody, obviously the United States decides where to bring you. And so they picked the Eastern District of Virginia of all the districts in the country, that this is their home turf and where they wanted to prosecute the case, because wherever they bring him, there would necessarily be venue.
I can add to this as well. I was also indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia, and actually have the dubious privilege of being the only person to be facing 3 parallel extradition requests from 3 different states. So there was EDVA, New Jersey, and Southern District of New York. The one that is the most scary is the Eastern District of Virginia, and it's called the Rocket Docket because of the remarkable efficiency at which they process cases. It's also the place where the coercive grand jury was impaneled that has resulted in Chelsea Manning being detained for over 100 days and fined exorbitant amounts, and Jeremy Hammond being pulled out of his prison sentence, and again attempted to be coerced into joining in this prosecution of Julian Assange. So the EVDA is notorious as a place where they will get their results. It's the chances of a meaningful fair trial are absolutely vanishing there, and also the exorbitant jurisdiction, which is the technical term for extraterritorial jurisdiction, is something just in the abstract to be incredibly concerned about, because attempting to police the world and police the release of information and control the internet is not good for there being fair international relations. And I would suggest that the current political trajectory of the United States means that even if there was some time when there could have been some trust that is rapidly vanishing.
Well, I'm glad that you raised this grand jury, because that the fact that that existed and was used to basically destroy, or its purpose to me has always been set up to destroy a media organization. And there was really no protest by most journalists in the way that this was being used by the Justice Department when Eric Holder was in charge, and then when it was awakened and re-upped by Jeff Sessions and then Bill Barr. And so I'd like to turn to Barry and ask about, if there is a trial, what is potentially lying ahead for anyone who wants to try and defend this in this case? Because, as you're saying, it's unprecedented what we are looking at. And we know with these Espionage Act cases, though they don't normally get the attention that they should require from our press, we know from some of the basic reporting that you don't have a public interest defense. And in fact, I know from covering Chelsea Manning's court-martial, the way in which they had to invent a way that Chelsea Manning could go on the record and give a statement about why she selected those documents and chose to disclose those documents to WikiLeaks and become a source for that organization. And to even describe trying to go to the Washington Post, to the New York Times, and even considering Politico and finding that she was rebuffed. But describing each of those and trying to give some kind of an explanation for the Afghanistan war logs, which I know is a key set of documents in this particular case, describing the collateral murder video, describing the Iraq war logs, describing these diplomatic cables, and going through and saying, how she became motivated to disclose those. But to me, I think a critical issue that needs to be brought up here is that Julian Assange is not a whistleblower and he's not the leaker. He's the publisher, but yet to be prosecuted like a leaker or a whistleblower, he's not really going to have, he potentially could have very little opportunity to describe why he made the decision to publish those documents in a court of law because of how the Espionage Act has been prosecuted.
No, that's exactly right. The Obama administration was extraordinarily aggressive in its use of the Espionage Act and did use it to pursue whistleblowers, which was never the intent of the statute. It's a statute that was passed in World War I era to deal with foreign spies, not to deal with whistleblowers. But what has happened in Julian's case is to take that already incredibly aggressive use of the Espionage Act and take it a giant step further, which is to go after the publisher as opposed to going after the whistleblower. The way the Espionage Act has been used to date and the way that it has largely been interpreted, you're right, there is no public interest defense. You either published national defense information or you didn't, and why you did it doesn't matter. And so I have no doubt that the U.S. government will take the position that this case is not different than prior cases and the public interest is irrelevant, and that Julian shouldn't even be allowed to describe why he published what he published. And we shouldn't even be able to show that what he published was newsworthy. And, one of the ironies here is, I think that if the New York Times had published the collateral murder video, it would have won a Pulitzer Prize. And Julian Assange has published it, and he's looking at life in prison. So all of those issues are very problematic. But again, it's never been litigated in this context. We would certainly argue that the statute, if it does not have a public interest defense, has to be a violation of the First Amendment as applied to a publisher. The United States will take the position that Julian Assange doesn't have any First Amendment rights. Their view will be because he's not a U.S. citizen, he doesn't have any rights. So just think about the irony there. They can prosecute a Australian citizen publishing in the UK, call him back to the United States, and then say, well, because you're not a U.S. citizen, you don't have the First Amendment rights that a U.S. citizen would have. So all of these things are going to need to be resolved. does he have a First Amendment right? And if he has a First Amendment right, how does that apply in the context of an espionage prosecution of a publisher? And I don't think that that will ultimately get resolved at the trial court. You've already alluded to this, Kevin. I think that's an issue that at some point is going to have to be decided by the United States Supreme Court. Hopefully not in this case, because hopefully the UK does not extradite Assange and that this does not become a precedent for future prosecution.
This might be a good point to mention as well, that there is a cost to even getting to trial, and that's because of the incredibly strong coercive plea bargaining system of US federal criminal justice. So you will always be offered a plea bargain, and that will be a significant reduction because of the prosecutorial discretion on which charges to press and which multipliers to apply. So just to get your day in court, you will have to face far more charges, which in Julian's case would be far in excess of his lifespan. We're talking, maybe 200 years. In my case, it was 99 years. And the statistics for plea bargaining are, when I last checked, at least that 97% of defendants take the bargain. And I don't think it's because they feel guilty, it's because they're bullied into it. So the idea that there is actually, generally speaking, fair trials is a myth in the United States, because there's so much of a cost just to getting in front of that judge and jury.
Absolutely, and I think I'd like to add to this. I think a lot of the foundation for what they're doing to go after journalists and publishers at this point may have been with my trial experience. During my trial, the government won interlocutory appeal, and it finally settled the question whether journalists have any sort of protections. And the Fourth Circuit again said no. So I think that set the groundwork for, okay, we can expand the use of the Espionage Act to go after whoever we want, wherever they are. And they've certainly done that. And a good point Barry brought up about First Amendment rights. Again, this is the Fourth Circuit, which, my issues with the agency and my government started when I filed a discrimination suit against the CIA. When I worked there, they said I was too big and black to serve as an officer in their organization. The Fourth Circuit had the case, and they agreed with the government that said I had no constitutional rights because of national security. So if a U.S. citizen to this court has no rights, no First Amendment or constitutional rights, then Julian Assange certainly will not. It's just, again, I can't emphasize enough of how one-sided this will be, especially in that court. I wasn't a human being with any sort of rights to the Fourth Circuit. I was just a means to an end of what the government wanted to do. And again, I was innocent of the charges, but that didn't matter. They just wanted to get on with it and have the government have their victory. Even though the government had the right to call the reporter in question at that moment, I think the Obama administration did not want to be that administration that put a reporter on trial and possibly jailed a reporter.
And let me just echo that sentiment. One of the worst things, apart from having to consider the rest of my life in a small box, was that the reduction of a human life to, as you say, Jeffrey, a means to an end, to set an example to others that you do not upset the bully in the playground. And that's a terrible thing to do, to take away all of the meaning of somebody's life and just turn it into a deterrent.
Absolutely.
And so, Jeffrey, in your case, let's get into what you were going through, because it's very drawn out. And also you have this accompanying saga over whether, a certain New York Times reporter is going to be hauled before the court and forced to give testimony, which delays and delays. And that delay psychologically, I mean, Lori can talk about that in further detail, but also this delay further compounds the distress and stress of going through this case. So go ahead and give us some more detail about what it is like to be prosecuted at trial. And also, I should just clarify, when I mentioned Chelsea earlier about being able to talk about why she did what she did, that was after pleading guilty to some offenses. So it's not like you magically can find some place in the trial before you plead guilty. Most people who are whistleblowers and charged under the Espionage Act, if they get to say anything about what they did, it's after they've pled guilty and are already facing a sentence.
Well, for me, again, I worked for the CIA. I was, pardon my French, a damn good officer for the CIA, but I had the wrong skin color. So I sued them for discrimination, and as I said, it was thrown out for national security. But then years after that, I was blackballed from getting any sort of job or anything like that. So that's isolating within itself. I mean, government reprisal has no bounds. And then I'm trying to get on with my life. And then years and years later, the FBI shows up at my door with these wild accusations that I leaked information to a reporter. It was a blow and it was a shock to me. I thought I had gotten on with my life and that things were okay. And then it was just a tension. The sword of Damocles was hanging over me so long, so many years. And then when I got to the point where I thought it might be over, I'm arrested. You try to be, to live your life. You try to have good thoughts about the future. But when it's in the hands of far-reaching, overreaching U.S. government, FBI, Department of Justice, whatever presidential administration, it's hard to have any sort of sense of calm or being at ease with life, because all of a sudden it could be thrown asunder, as what happened with me. I mean, it was even so dramatic for me that I was recovering from surgery, and they used my then employer to trick me into coming to work. And that's where they staged my arrest. And so it's like a game to them, but there's a real life involved in this. And there really is no concern for that life. There is concern for, okay, this is what the government is doing, and the government is always right. So just the amount of time is incredible enough to withstand, and having that question as to if anything is going to happen, how is it going to happen? What is it going to do to my life? I went through that for years and years and years. Thankfully, I have a wonderful wife who has been with me and been supportive throughout. But not many people will have that. And I guess unique to me, I did not plea. A plea to anything that I did not do was never in question for me. I knew if I was going to be taken to trial, I was going to trial. If they're going to charge me with anything, there's going to be a trial. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I had a little faith that the law would bear this out for me, that an innocent person would not be convicted. The experience of first being tried under the Espionage Act. I fought to defend my country working in the CIA. But then to be turned around and being charged with hurting my country essentially as a spy under the Espionage Act really was a terrible feeling for me. Going through that trial was a horrible experience. And the sentence itself, the conviction, it felt as if my country said, we don't want you. We don't need you, and we're going to punish you for what you did, which I didn't do. But I did try to fight against against the CIA and against the discrimination in my country. Yet that was not the right thing to do. It was basically a show trial. Again, they never really produced any evidence of when, where, or how I did this act that they were charging me with. It was a show trial for the CIA to show how the CIA was a good organization and they did outstanding operations. And so therefore, it was even a question throughout, what the hell is all of this about? What it was about was the US using the Espionage Act, not for justice or for law, but for its own means of reprisal, retaliation, and that sort of thing. So it's a very hurtful experience to go through, and still is, actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you have anything to add, Laurie, but I've got a question for Barry, if you got anything to add to what Jeffrey just said. He might be on mute. I don't think we can hear you, Laurie. I'm not sure why. we're having a little technical issue. I'm not quite sure, but we can't hear you. So I'm going to go on and ask Barry this question and let you sort that out. So we have a question for you, Barry. So there's been a lot that has unfolded in the run up to this extradition. There's been allegations of an espionage operation against Julian Assange while he was in the embassy. And of course, there's a parallel case unfolding in Spain where there's been depositions that have been taken. There's all sorts of treatment and abuses that mistreatment and abuses that happened outside of that over the time that he was in the Ecuador embassy in the UK. Certain allegations that could be made about the way the US Justice Department has investigated and targeted individuals who were allegedly associated with WikiLeaks. And the question that we have right here from someone who submitted it is, how might this feature in a trial? How would you try to work this in order to defend Julian Assange from prosecution under the Espionage Act?
Well, I think it's going to be far more relevant in the UK in the extradition hearing itself than it would be if the United States is successful in extradition he's brought here. In the extradition hearing, one of the issues is whether there's been an abusive process. And another issue is whether or not this is a political prosecution. And each of the things that you've just mentioned, in particular, spying on him while he was in the embassy, listening in on his conversations with his lawyers, listening in on his conversations with medical professionals, those are all things that I hope and expect the UK court will look at and will not condone and would be bases not to extradite him, because clearly the United States has not treated this as a ordinary criminal prosecution. Unfortunately, in the United States, the motivation of the prosecutors is largely irrelevant. It is very difficult to question the motivation of prosecutors and to even raise that as an issue. Some of the abuses that you have talked to, I think, will be subject to litigation, particularly if the government tries to use any evidence that has resulted from any of these activities. But I think what you'll find is that the prosecutors will represent to the court that they have not been privy to any of the UC Global surreptitiously recorded conversations of Assange, and that will end the matter. The judge will accept that representation, and there won't be any further litigation of it. So it's certainly something that I hope will be aired in the UK.
Let's move on to the sentencing phase, or what could happen to Julian if there was a successful conviction. And I'll start with Laurie, just because we had a technical glitch, and try to bring you back in to the conversation. So Laurie, there are apparent differences in the way that the United States and the UK handle these kinds of cases, and maybe you could speak to some of those differences and speak to what it's like, or what it was like for you to know that, essentially the US was threatening you with decades in prison for these offenses, that in the UK, you don't do that kind of time. You wouldn't be facing that kind of time. And if Julian was looking at time in the UK, probably he's not looking at as severe of a sentence. Are we still not getting you? Not really sure why we can't hear Laurie. This is very strange. Okay, so I'm gonna move on and turn this back to Barry and ask him if he can speak to this issue. I still don't know, Laurie, why we can't hear you. Barry or Jeffrey, can you hear Laurie? Is it just me?
I cannot hear Laurie. Kevin, I can still hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, there's something going on technically. I'm not sure.
But
Maybe
let me speak to that, because I think that is a vitally important issue, and I want to look at a little history here. If you look at the Daniel Ellsberg case, where he leaked the Pentagon Papers, an enormously important and newsworthy leak, but in my mind, kind of pales in comparison to the importance of what Julian has published. It was a historical look at the Vietnam War as opposed to the ongoing war crimes that WikiLeaks has revealed. But in any event, Ellsberg was never convicted. But if he had been, he would have been looking at potentially probation. If he was looking at a prison sentence at all, it would have been a very modest one. The U.S. has, in the intervening years, just put sentencing on steroids to the point where the jail sentences in even run-of-the-mill cases are absolutely draconian, which is why we lead the world in prison population. And it has a tremendous chilling effect. I mean, how many people have the strength of a Snowden or a Manning to leak, knowing that if they are caught, they're not looking at probation, they're not looking at 6 months or a year in prison, they are looking at the rest of their life in a maximum security institution. And if we now extend that to a journalist, if you publish, you're looking at life in prison, journalists are going to self-censor. They're not going to publish anything that is even close to the line, anything that might be viewed unfavorably by the United States. And so it's not just their right to publish, it's the public's right to know that is going to suffer incredibly. In Jeffrey's case, under the federal sentencing guidelines, he was looking at 19 and a half to 24 years. And I suspect that Julian will be looking at substantially more than that under the sentencing guidelines.
I think you can hear me now. So
yes, we have you. Yeah. So let's let you speak to this.
Okay. So for people who don't know, I was accused of being involved in an anonymous hacktivist campaign, ironically protesting the exact problems that we've been discussing with the US federal criminal justice system after the tragic death of Aaron Swartz, who was basically hounded to death by an overreaching prosecutor for essentially nothing, borrowing too many electronic journal articles. Had I been charged in the UK, I've still not been charged in the UK, and I certainly haven't been convicted of anything, but had I been charged and convicted in the UK, my maximum liability would have been 36 months, of which half would be in detention. There would even be a possibility of a community sentence. In the United States, that 36 months became 99 years, and this kind of beggars belief. How there should even be in principle prison sentences beyond somebody's natural lifespan is a question that people should be asking when trying to reform the justice system. But what it speaks to is the power that prosecutors have to tip the scales of justice by piling on charges, and the sentencing guidelines give so much leeway and scope to have these modifiers or power-ups, or however you want to call it, multipliers added. So if you commit a crime using a technical skill, such as some sort of hacktivism, then that is considered a reason to make the sentence longer. In my case, because they tried to extradite me to 3 different states in parallel, I could have been retried for the same offences effectively, and then it's considered a repeat offence. So you're convicted in New Jersey, you get dragged to Southern District of New York, get convicted again, suddenly you're a repeat offender, and it's twice as bad. And so then it's quite horrific that they can effectively make you, in the words of The Godfather, an offer you can't refuse, by saying it's you risk your entire life. Here is the revolver, put it to your head, or you concede, you give up your right to a fair trial, and you let us win effectively by default. And it, in terms of the deterrent, certainly do not advise people these days to engage in activist campaigns against the United States because I've seen too many lives ruined because of the vindictiveness of the response. And the other thing that I wanted to mention earlier is the process itself can become the punishment. So me, an innocent man, uncharged, unconvicted, 6 or 7 years of having to fear for my life, it takes a toll. And I think Jeffrey could speak to this too, and many other whistleblowers and activists who have been through this process, is that the stress is cumulative. The human physiology, we have a fight or flight reflex, and that involves adrenaline, and it's, to get away from the tiger or to beat the adversary. If you are under that fight or flight response continuously, then the stress levels build up, and in my case, it's resulted in chronic illnesses. I have really terrible skin, as you might be able to see. I have gastritis, colonitis, and the rest of my life will be impaired because of this, and that in itself is a deterrent. And again, let's just be incredibly clear about what we're talking about here. A occupying force in a voluntary war of aggression had military personnel who committed war crimes, murdered journalists in cold blood, and then publishers revealed those war crimes to the world. And now the UK judiciary is being asked whether the publisher should be served up to the very regime which was ultimately responsible for the commission of those war crimes, to establish a precedent that this is a bad thing to do. I don't think I can imagine a more serious threat to the transparency which underpins freedom and democracy in the world.
That's a very eloquent way of putting it, and it shows the disparity. We have impunity for higher-ranking officials in the government, not just on these war crimes that you're describing, but also when it comes to leaks, by the way, where they are allowed to commit kinds of offenses that are turned into cases against lower-level government employees. And so I'd like to turn to Jeffrey, and then we'll get back to Barry with a couple questions, hopefully, before he has to go. But because we're on the part of what would happen to Julian if he was in prison, I'd like to hear from you, Jeffrey, and particularly on this issue of what treatment was like for you while you were in prison, having that experience of being someone who was convicted under the Espionage Act. And I note right now, just to set this up into a context, that the Bureau of Prisons has completely lost control of the coronavirus inside prison facilities. And maybe it wouldn't be a threat any longer if after Julian's convicted, because this is something we expect to take potentially 5 to 7 years, a separate issue alone. However, prisons have always been a petri dish for the spread of diseases and viruses and allowing those to spiral out of control. Healthcare is completely horrific inside of US prisons. Perhaps one of the reasons why Julian might be able to convince an appeals court or the magistrate court that he should not be extradited, because his health would not be protected if he was brought to the US. So why don't you speak to that, your experiences? And I also know that you had a heart issue that you were trying to get attention for and were initially not taken seriously for requesting medical attention.
Yeah, absolutely. Prisons are nothing but human warehouses. You're basically tossed in for the time being of your sentence, and it's continual punishment. And for me, being in prison, healthcare is a joke. It's an aside. It's a check up the box that they're supposed to provide. For me, I had previous heart issues prior to going to prison. When I was there, they recurred. And the attention given to it was pretty much passive. They did not care. It took the efforts of my wonderful wife, Holly, and thousands of people who barraged the prison with emails and phone calls and the eventual attention of a US senator for them to get me the health care that I needed while they're in prison. I mean, to feel so powerless to even take care of yourself. I had episodes of passing out, episodes of clearly almost like as if I was having a heart attack, and the test did indicate I had there was indication of a heart attack. But to the prison, that was nothing. They go out of their way to find a reason not to help you, to have the justification of their inaction. But when you confront them with their actions, they're always on the defensive. They even tried to say to my wife that I was a liar, that I was not having such conditions. They changed some of the medical records to remove the indications that I was having chronic heart issues. And so they're only on the defensive. And all you had to do was give me the medical care that I had the right to in prison, instead of having to go through all the machinations of putting pressure on you. The Bureau of Prisons, their emphasis is just punishment, put you away, and keep you there. What happens after that, they will blame the inmate, the prisoner, for that. And then when you turn to the judges who put you there, it was so tragically funny. My wife sent a note to the judge that sentenced me in the fourth EDVA, talking about the conditions, and I needed health care. She immediately said, well, she doesn't have jurisdiction. She had no problem finding jurisdiction where there was none to convict me and sentence me to prison. But when it came time for me as a human being who needed something, I was of no regard to her, as I had been previously. So the conditions there will be horrible for anyone. And even the aspect of mental health. I met with the counselor there, of course, as part of the intake. I was, of course, having some ideations of suicide and very depressed. Their answer to that was either feel better, or we're going to put you in solitary confinement. And my response to that was, so you're going to take my plea to you for help, and your answer is to put me in solitary confinement, which would make me worse. And her response was, absolutely. So it is not an environment that is going to have any sort of concern for your health and mental well-being. It is just there to house you and degrade you and continue to punish you.
Can I add to that?
Sure. Well, so Lori, can we come back to you? I want to finish with Barry because he's got to leave at the top of the hour, and then we'll pick up on this thought because it's really important to stick on the nature of the mass incarceration system in the United States. But we have a question here, Barry, and then I'll allow you to do closing thoughts that you may have before going. But the question is, if Julian was held under these special administrative measures before and during his trial, is there any truth to this idea that he may not have access to his legal team, or sorry, that
Hello guys, and welcome back to the center of London, the Royal Courts of Justice. We're here still reporting on the Julian Assange extradition case and whether he will be granted permission to appeal. As I've said in the past, he's been waiting and appealing to just be able to be heard for the last 18 months. 18 months of his life he spent in a maximum security prison. This case has taken now 5 years. I'm here with Sabrina Tucci from Penn International, and she was inside court. So I want to ask you, Sabrina, what were your impressions of inside court?
Well, it's been another long day. The second day we are here. It's been a day with really a roller coaster of emotions. A lot of fears, a lot of hopes. Basically, the prosecution say that Assange case is not politically motivated. They claim that Assange basically supported Chelsea, aided and instigated Chelsea Manning in stealing information from the Department, the Department of the State of Defense of the United States, and that Assange literally helped Manning in hacking the computer system. They also claim that the information that was published was not leaked, but rather stolen. Therefore, according to them, Assange has jeopardized and put in danger U.S. defense and intelligence. They also accused him of jeopardizing the life of those whose names have been mentioned in the WikiLeaks report, claiming that a lot of people have lost their jobs as a result, disappeared, or have been arrested or persecuted. And for all this reason, basically, they claim that Assange would not be qualified to be protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. First Amendment, and that basically journalism is not conventional journalism. Therefore, it deserves to be extradited. And lastly, they claim that if extradited to the States, it would be subjected to a fair trial, a fair hearing before an independent and public tribunal, and within a reasonable time frame.
What is Penn's position on these allegations from the court?
Penn International, English Penn, Penn Norway, and other Penn centers have been here, and yesterday, today, we believe that Assange case is politically motivated. It should not be persecuted, it should not be imprisoned. We believe in the right to publish information, and we believe in the right of people to be informed. And we believe that these rights cannot be separated. They are necessary to inform a functioning and democratic society. We've been calling since 2019, since Assange was arrested, we've been calling for his release. We've been calling on the UK authority not to extradite him. And we've been calling on the US authority to drop the charges against Assange and to just set him free. We want Assange to be released from Belmarsh prison and to be reunited with his family.
Sabrina, thank you very much. So I spent most of the afternoon listening also to the prosecution handing their points. They say that Julian Assange is no journalist and that the prosecution is not political because both Trump and Biden accept it. We know that there could be bipartisan agreement on many issues, but prosecuting somebody under the Espionage Act, a journalist, can only be political. This was what the defense came and said afterwards, that Julian Assange cannot be extradited under using the treaty, but not being defended under the provisions of this treaty that obviously protect political opinions and his work. And also, they highlighted that you cannot have a disconnect on what Julian Assange published, the war crimes that he published and the criminal conduct at the highest levels of the US and UK governments to this extradition. They called this prosecution a persecution from the highest levels due to the fact that we know that President Trump asked for plans and options on how to assassinate him, murder him inside the embassy, and the charges were only brought when they wanted to make sure that they had a legal framework to kidnap him from the embassy or even murder him. That's when the charges were dropped, and the fact that a Republican and a Democratic administration continue this case is really not any argument to discount the fact that the espionage is a political offense. It cannot be anything else than a political offense, and charging a journalist under the Espionage Act and not allowing him to protect himself on public interest, because the Espionage Act does not have a public interest defense, is absolutely ridiculous. So the judges were told that if you would allow the extradition of this journalist, he would be handed over to the country that planned his murder. We will keep you up to date, and shortly the court will be in recess. We will get statements. We will follow the demonstration down to number 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister works, and we will have more speeches and coverage of the rest of the day. Thank you.
His legal team would be banned from speaking to the press, either about the mental or physical conditions that he's going through. Are there certain limitations to which you can say about his treatment if he is put into the SAMS procedures?
Yeah. So the SAMs are the special administrative measures, which I love that phrase because it's just so Orwellian. It governs the inmate and the ability of the inmate to communicate with the outside world. It shouldn't interfere with his ability to meet with counsel, although it is very, very difficult in a case where you have large volumes of evidence, and particularly large volumes of electronic evidence, to have sufficient access to your client and for your client to have sufficient access to electronic media to be able to review the material. And the SAMs can make that more difficult. You know, in terms of his lawyer's ability to communicate, that's not governed by the SAMs, but in a lot of cases, the court will enter a protective order in the case, or people call it gag order, that will limit what public statements can be made about case. Obviously, I have no idea if that's going to happen in this case or not, but that is something that courts have done in high-profile cases.
So anything you would like to say before you leave us? So you only have like 4 or 5 minutes left, Barry.
Yeah,
But
so,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, let me just respond to a couple of points that have been made. You talked about COVID, and what Jeffrey described, he experienced where they give you this choice. You can be honest about your mental health, and effectively that will result in solitary confinement and something that only exacerbates your mental health. Or you can lie, you can be dishonest and pretend that you don't have issues, which of course is destructive. Well, think about that in the COVID context, because that is happening all over the country. People do not want to submit to whatever social distancing regime the prison comes up with. They don't want to say that they believe that they might have been exposed, because the result of that is they end up in administrative detention. And so you have prisoners who have every incentive in the world not to honestly talk about who they've had contact with or whether they have symptoms. And that is part of the reason that COVID is out of control in prisons in this country. It's a very frightening prospect.
Well, thank you, Barry. I appreciate you sharing your insights with us during this hour. So, Lori, I know that you wanted to add some more detail about the treatment and what you see happening to people who are sentenced, and yeah.
So I have a good friend who does a lot of prison support for political prisoners, activists in the United States, and I had a conversation with them recently, and I was shocked and appalled. And let's just say it's quite hard for me to be shocked and appalled these days. And specifically on the coronavirus, COVID, prisoners are not allowed to use hand sanitizer because they are classified as potentially alcohol that could be abused. Prisoners cannot wear masks to avoid transmission. A political prisoner had COVID-19 and felt unable to disclose it to the staff because they would have been put in segregation effectively, and that would have been deleterious, damaging to their mental health. Another story was there were some prisoners who it was known that they had COVID-19. There was an air ventilation system, that was very short passage to the cells where other prisoners were, and a complaint was made about this, and there was no attempt to do anything. And these are not exceptions. The general pattern, as Jeffrey told us, in the Bureau of Prisons is there are procedures for making complaints and seeking redress. They are, I would say, Kafkaesque, not just Kafkaesque, but also catch-22, because simply by trying to seek to improve something, you get yourself put on a shit list effectively, and you will be bullied systematically just for trying to resolve a grievance or to try and correct some mistreatment. And if you want to find out more about this, someone to speak to is Barrett Brown, who's another information activist who was detained and went through quite a lot of wrangling with the Bureau of Prisons, trying to fix some of the mistreatment that he received, and no success at all. And so we see this all the time, that I mean, I'm just going to lay my cards on the table. I'm an abolitionist, and this is a sentiment that's growing, that I think prisons are a testament to failure of society. They are a place where somebody cannot be treated as a human, because it is effectively you become an animal, as Jeffrey said. You become subhuman when you're in that system, and we know from quite notorious psychological experiments, the Stanford Prison Experiment, that the minute you create this division between the detainees and the officers or the people staffing the prison, even if they are the best, even if they're the most moral person at heart, they inevitably begin treating these people as less than human. It's just an artifact of the way the system is structurally composed. So this is bad enough if you're in a short time. If you are looking at spending the rest of your life there, then there's no other way of describing it as except as protracted torture.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, I am going to have to sign off, but I wanted to thank you very much for leading this important discussion. Thanks, Lori and Jeffrey, and I hope the dialogue will continue. Thank you.
And, unfortunately, I see a question that probably should have been posed to Barry. Nonetheless, I think Jeffrey and Lori will be able to handle it, and I'll be able to give some of my thoughts. So I wanted to note that we've had a superseding indictment that has been issued against Julian Assange, and it has at least expanded the timeline of the case, and it's upped the effect, the sort of character assassination that the Justice Department is after in their case. I do actually think that I'll start with Lori on this, because it does seem that this new indictment, in their description why there aren't any charges, what they're directly trying to do is make Julian out to be a hacker, so that they can use that to their advantage in prosecuting him under the Espionage Act, and pretend like he is not owed the First Amendment rights or the press freedom protections that are recognized the world over. What would you have to say to that, Lori?
So, I mean, people watching may not know the differences between the legal systems, but in the UK, the idea of publishing publicly an indictment where the charges are laid out is unthinkable, just because it must have an effect of prejudicing people. And as you say, it is a character assassination. There is no way for Julian to challenge the assertions made in these indictments, and so they effectively steal a march in terms of the public perception of the case. And we have all these protections for people that are on the jury to try and stop them from being exposed to information that will prejudice them. But there's no way you could form a jury of 12 people that have not already had formed an opinion of Julian Assange based on 7 years or maybe 5 years of persistent character assassination, sadly aided and abetted by people in the journalism industry, which is to their eternal shame, in my opinion. The other problem procedurally is, again, in a very Kafkaesque manner, the UK-US extradition system proceeds in an entirely evidence-free manner. And what I mean by that is this is exceptional. No other extradition relation in the world has this, and the UK does not have this for any other country. But the United States has no requirement to meet any evidentiary bar to prove anything to any standard. The usual standard is what's called prima facie, which is on the face of it something that would convince a reasonable person that there is something to suspect, if not to be convinced beyond reasonable doubt. This does not have to be met, and from my personal experience, that claims were made in the indictments that were not just untrue, they were meaningless. They were so far removed from facts that they're not even sensible, and to have to sit in that court being lied about and being unable to say, stop, this is not true, I object. And on one occasion I actually halted proceedings, dragged all the journalists out and explained to them that they were being lied to and there's nothing I can do about it. And some of them were quite surprised by that. And what's happened with this latest superseding indictment is, hopefully it will convince the judges that they have really pushed too far and have, what's the polite euphemism, taken the mickey, shall we say, because they may have to drop the request after Julian has been in Belmarsh prison now for nearly a year, and put in an entirely new extradition request to have these charges entered into the record because they've left it so late. And that's another abuse because it draws out the process even further. And yeah, it's deeply troubling from many points of view that, that this ability to enter things into the public record that are not able to be challenged, and to then pretend that there is going to be a fair process at trial is morally and intellectually dishonest.
Jeffrey, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, well, I think the new round of the indictments that they produced was really just to show it is character assassination. They have to attack Julian. They have to portray him as a terrorist to justify this extraordinary measures being taken to try him under the Espionage Act. During my proceeding, the point that they were making over and over again was that I lost my discrimination suit. So I was a disgruntled employee trying to get back at the CIA by leaking classified information. Nothing was further from the truth. One thing the prosecutors didn't want the jury to realize was that during the time that I supposedly leaked this information, my discrimination case was still going on. It was still in the courts. But they didn't want the jury to know that. They wanted to have the impression that I lost, which I didn't. The court said I couldn't go forward because it posed a threat to national security. And then my trial basically turned into that discrimination case that I tried to bring before the courts, but it was completely one-sided because the government was allowed to have every description of me in, of course, a bad light from employees at the agency, but I wasn't able to counter any of that with any evidence or anything because of the national security aspect and the CIPA restrictions that I was facing. So it's incredibly unfair. It's a system that doesn't make any sense. So they have to characterize Assange as one of the most evil persons in the world. So maybe the courts there will agree with it and go through with the extradition. Hopefully, as you said, they will see through that smokescreen.
And I think it really speaks to, it betrays really that they know they don't have a case, that they have to play these dirty tricks. And it just adds to the information asymmetry. We were talking earlier about in any cases where there is digital information, then there will be vast amounts of evidence entered into the records, and if you're not able meaningfully to assess that, then you're trying to fight with both your hands tied behind your back. And in my case, and in Jeffrey's, we were able to have legal meetings and conferences and to engage in campaigning and other efforts to try and fight our cases. Julian doesn't have that ability. He is detained in Belmarsh prison in not very pleasant conditions. His mental and physical health is deteriorating. He cannot speak to these latest allegations. He cannot speak to much at all. Even his access to lawyers here is, I would say, a joke. He's barely been able to see them in the last 4 or 5 months. This would just be much worse in the United States. So there would be no fairness. The prosecutors have all of the power. They have all of the information. They have, as was mentioned earlier, the judges defer to them far more than they will defer to claims from the defense. And so I think even though there's an important legal principle to be settled as regards the Espionage Act, and part of the purpose of law is treating these problems and coming to a conclusion, I think this case is not the right case for it, because it will be fought so unfairly that it risks setting a terrible precedent.
Yeah, I think that raises the issue of how heavily politicized this case is. Although I suppose it gets into the question of whether, cases are ever not politicized. I mean, you could argue that there were politics involved in your case, Jeffrey, but to a degree right now with Donald Trump and his administration, I know that the legal team is making this argument that, Donald Trump and Bill Barr have so compromised the Justice Department in the way that they're pursuing this case, that the politics alone, I mean, this is one of the few ways that they think they might be able to challenge the extradition, but they're highlighting the politicization of the Justice Department. I don't know. I mean, being that you were a target of the Justice Department, do you have any comments on how political this case is just on its face?
I think it's completely motivated by politics. Again, the desire to get Julian Assange for what he supposedly did to the United States. During my trial, during my experience and my ordeal, there were other individuals who there are far more evidence, and even they're admitting to wrongdoing, to leaking classified information. General Petraeus, great example. But individuals who are seated highly within the government receive nothing more than slaps on the wrist. They don't have to go through the same sort of ordeal. Individuals like General Cartwright, who ironically leaked information regarding Iranian operations, which is what I was convicted under, yet he is given a full pardon by the Obama administration. So yes, there is absolutely political aspects to this. You're going after as you said earlier, the lower individuals with a deadly fervor, if you will, yet individuals who are highly placed may have a good position within the party or within an administration. They are treated with kid gloves. And I think we've seen a little bit of that politicalization in the previous sessions. I was quite offended when the Queen's Counsel raised my name, and I believe Manning's and Reality Winner, as to quell any concerns about the amount of time that Julian could be sentenced to, by saying that the 42 months I had were the benchmark for what he would be facing. I was offended by that because you're going to use an injustice of a trial, a travesty of a trial, to say as a benchmark to what Julian is facing. It was laughable in the most tragic sort of way. And I think they're trying to do everything they can to, from the character assassination to saying, oh, we're going to treat Julian quite well here under trial with all the rights that we decide to give him. I think it's all showing that the basis for going after Julian is completely one-sided and completely immoral, if you will, for them to go after Julian Assange using the Espionage Act. They have to do everything they can to make themselves to seem not as a bad guy in this situation. And I think it's quite telling and quite political.
There's a saying think maybe from Turkey originally, but that the fish rots from the head, and I think that's what we're seeing here, is that there is complete impunity to leak. In fact, a lot of the narrative in the press is done by selective, systematic leaking, sometimes of classified information. So whenever you see a reporting about Washington politics and it says sources say, then that is usually someone who is leaking to set a particular narrative. And the pattern that we've seen in all of these cases and all the people we've discussed, it's been people trying to fix a problem. Chelsea Manning acting on her conscience, having seen
to wrap this discussion, that they used WikiLeaks and then later the disclosures from NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden as a catalyst to clamp down on the ability of government employees and contractor personnel to speak to the media, to control their interactions, to enforce ignorance about the information that was being disclosed by WikiLeaks, but to also use it to set up a system in which senior officials are allowed to engage in leaks, but the lower level people are criminalized if they're caught talking to members of the press. And that's, I think, comes back to the case against Julian Assange. It's an effort to enforce and create this normal and defend this normal of saying that we're not going to allow journalists to publish this kind of information. And they're using the sources of information as deterrence by going after them. And then now they're escalating it to going after the publishers. So saying even to the sources that if you give information to people who are like Julian Assange, look at what you've done. You have now made them targets who we are going to destroy their lives systematically and irreparably so that they can never come back from us focusing our crosshairs on them. And I think, we have a realistic sense of what could happen with this extradition case, but we also have idealism too about what we can do if we struggle and fight and show support for Julian Assange so that we don't see a precedent set. And that brings me to, I think, our final questions, which I have two here that have been submitted. I'm going to fold them together, and then both of you will have an opportunity to comment, and we'll wrap the discussion for this afternoon. But essentially, looking at this question of what happens if the extradition, so as we see this unfolding in a realistic sense, you really feel like it's ordained, like there's really no way that it's going to be avoided because, for one, this judge, Vanessa Baretzer, has a pretty solid record, 96% of the time, I think, of approving these extraditions. So mostly a rubber stamp. You look to the appeals process and say that's probably the best hope that Julian has of avoiding this. But then in a hopeful sense, I think we'll start with you, Lori, here. What happens if Julian walks out? I mean, what happened to you when you were able to know that you had beat this? Did it mean that you had defeated the US government and that you didn't have any threat anymore? Or does it mean that you just survived this round and there could be another one coming soon from the US government?
Sure. I mean, so somebody else also asked, what's my ability to travel? And there's nothing legally stopping me leaving the country. But I know that the minute I set foot in another legal jurisdiction, there's nothing stopping the United States sending another extradition request. So I have family in Finland. I haven't felt confident to go there, even though the protections against extradition are much stronger. I would be afraid to go anywhere in Europe. If I was somewhere a little further abroad, I don't think they'd even use the legal process. The US government has straight up snatched people from airports in places like Thailand and Vietnam. In terms of the rubber stamping, I am afraid to say the process is incredibly one-sided and in favor of extradition to the United States. Somebody asked what needs to be proven. As I mentioned earlier, none of the assertions and the allegations in the indictments need to be proven. They are all treated as hypothetical. So the actual scope to defend is very limited, and that's why my defense was based upon my health. And somebody else spoke to that. We had to establish. We had to make it incredibly clear what the risk was that I would come to an untimely end in detention, and there are overlaps. It's not for me to speak to Julian's condition, but there are certainly similarities in, let's say, the character type between us, and I think that will form a part of the defence. And you can only fight the things that you're allowed to speak to, and so it will come down to the conditions and the health, and then there's the question of dual criminality, which is that is the offence the same in the UK as the United States, and we don't have an espionage act or anything really close to that, so that's something that might be argued. And I would add that, speaking again to the sentencing differences, can you really say it's the same offence when you would spend a very short time in this country in prison for it, and you would spend the rest of your life in prison for it? And I would say that that's sometimes a quantitative difference can become a qualitative difference, and certainly as a deterrent to discourage people from acting on their conscience. And all of the people we've spoken about have acted on their conscience. In my case, when I look back on it, it's not the effect it's had on me that would put me off repeating it. It's the effect that it had on my family and my friends, and putting them through the hell of having to worry that they would never see their son, their friend, their lover again. To be locked up for the rest of your life in the country where you have family is bad enough, where people can visit you. If Julian was extradited to the United States and detained for long periods, his family would not be able to visit, because they wouldn't be allowed into the United States, because they're family of someone who's been convicted of an espionage offence. So this further removal from society just aggravates the horrificness of it. But I don't want to. We've said a lot of kind of sad things. I want to kind of turn it around a little bit towards the end here and talk about the strength that we do have, and that is solidarity. And I've really started to see it grow again through the efforts of the campaigners, and we're seeing a lot of organisations starting to really see the bigger picture here, especially amongst journalists who for a while were tricked into treating this as some kind of sordid soap opera when Julian was in the embassy, and reducing it to a kind of mockery. And now they're starting to see that actually maybe some of them entered the field of journalism because they really believe in the power of truth to make the world a better place. And starting to see that if the precedent is set that publishing war crimes and abuses will result in you being punished horrifically and spending the rest of your life in conditions of torture, then that means that their profession is not safe and meaningful and true in the way that we used to believe it was.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, there's so many things to talk about with regard to all of this. It's extraordinary moves by, shamefully, my government in their efforts to quash dissent and a free press. And one thing I want to bring up that I hadn't yet, forgive me for that, the other aspect of the one-sided nature of being on trial in the Eastern District of Virginia. Every member of the jury that I had some connection. Either they had a previous government job or they had a family member who at one point had security clearances. So that within itself will be against Assange if it goes that far. These are individuals who have taken the oath with their security clearances and know, especially with the retaliation going against whistleblowers, especially in the national security realm. And so there's an automatic fear they better go along with what the government is saying and not think about it because they may be
one of the banners that you will be marching behind. You will perhaps be able to see the electricians' trade union banner at the front. That banner is over 100 years old. It's a heritage of a trade union movement in this country, and the reason that it's here today is because the last time it was outside this building, the last time it was outside the Royal Courts of Justice, it was because Ricky Tomlinson and Des Moore were Shrewsbury 2 had come out and were convicted and sent to jail for being pickets in an industrial dispute. Eventually, their case, after more than 40 years, was quashed, and they were proven innocent. Although while he was in prison, Des Warren resisted the prison regime, was repeatedly injected with a liquid tosh, and suffered and died later of Parkinson's disease, partly induced by his treatment in prison. And the reason that's important is because it reminds us that the struggle for justice is long. But no matter how long and hard you fight, eventually you can win. As the Shrewsbury pickets have their convictions quashed, we are determined that it will not take that long for justice for Julian Assange. Behind the sound of band, very shortly when Stella and the others come out of court, we'll be ready to march. So take
Come on.
Today, we should be able to gather to celebrate the work and freedom of Julian Assange. We shouldn't be having to meet here to protest against his incarceration. We shouldn't be having to meet here today to think about the way he, Stella, and the family have been robbed of their family life. And why has Julian Assange been robbed of his freedom? Why has Julian Assange been robbed of his family life? Why has Stella been robbed of her husband? Why have their children been robbed of their father? The reason that they've been robbed unjustly of all of these things is because Julian Assange spoke the truth to power. Julian Assange exposed war crimes. Julian Assange did his job as a journalist. Julian Assange did his job of holding the powerful to account. In our parliament, we hear very often the grand themes bandied about of freedom of the press, the rule of law, the importance of journalism, democracy, freedom of speech. Anybody who believes in these things should know that Julian Assange should be free. And we rightly focus on the misery inflicted by the establishment on Julian. But we also need to reflect upon why they are doing it. They want to send a chilling message to every journalist in this country and around the world. Don't expose war crimes, because if you do, what happened to Julian Assange might happen to you. So we see around the world horror unfolding. We see what's happening in Gaza. We see what's happening in Rafah. Don't we need more Julian Assanges, not fewer Julian Assanges? And don't we need journalists and whistleblowers out there reporting upon and exposing war crimes, not languishing in Belmarsh prison, and certainly not being sent to the United States to face a sentence of 175 years in a super maximum security prison? I'll finish on this. The words of Julian when he said, "If wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started by telling the truth." We're gathered here today to tell the great truth that Julian Assange is not a criminal, as well as a father and a husband and a friend. Julian Assange is a journalist, a whistleblower and a hero, and should be free. Free Julian Assange.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Zara Sultana. I am the MP for Coventry South, and I bring solidarity to Julian Assange, Stella, and everyone who believes in the power of journalism. Revealing war crimes is not a crime, it is journalism. It is what we say when we talk about speaking truth to power. But we know Julian is being targeted for exposing US war crimes, the crimes of empire and abuses of state power, from torture in Guantanamo Bay to the killings of civilians in Iraq and Afghanistan, a region ravaged by what the US and the UK and its allies have done. The public, we all of us had a right to know about those appalling crimes, yet Julian has been locked in Belmarsh since 2019 and faces the rest of his life in a US prison for bringing that damning information to light. And this isn't just an attack on Julian, like so many others have said already. This is an attack on the very essence of journalism, on the free press, and what it means to hold the powerful to account. So everyone who cares about free speech should care about Julian, should care about this very important case, and should be calling for an end to this prosecution and the persecution of Julian, for the charges to be dropped and for Julian to be free. So thank you and solidarity, and let's keep fighting.
Wow.
Thank you, everyone, for coming here today for Julian. He'll be very moved to know that so many people showed up today. Whatever happens today and tomorrow and this week, please keep on showing up. Be there for Julian and for us and for you until Julian is free. Free Julian Assange. Thank you. Thank you. We have 2 big days ahead. We don't know what to expect. But you're here because the world is watching. They have to know they can't get away with this. Julian needs his freedom, and we all need the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for showing up today at this extremely important hearing where the future of journalism and the freedom to express will be decided. Julian Assange has been denied justice for so long that it's about time that he receives some justice. There is a glimpse of hope, and when I look out at all of you who have shown up here to observe and point a finger at the justice system, do the right thing, continue to do so. This is
Hi everyone, this is amazing. What an incredible turnout. I'd love to see everybody here tomorrow as well. This is really heartwarming and yeah, it really gives us a lot, inspires us to keep going as Julian's family. As John just said, last week the entire Australian Parliament voted on a motion in the Australian Parliament that 2/3 of the parliamentarians voted in favour of, including the government, including all the cabinet ministers, defence ministers, and all of the crossbench. And that motion said very specifically that Julian is an award-winning Australian journalist, that Julian is being persecuted, is being held for exposing the misconduct of the US in its wars abroad, and that the UK and the US should bring this to an end immediately so that Julian can be returned home to Australia. This case, this treatment and this case, this persecution of Julian has made the UK and the US an embarrassment on the world stage. It is their shame. And they can bring it to an end simply by letting Julian go and re-establishing themselves as human rights advocates that can be powerful around the world. So, free Julian Assange.
Good morning, everyone, and it's good to see so many people lining up the streets this morning, showing the strength of the feeling here. But I know it's not just in London, but it's across our country and it's across the world as well. If Julian Assange is extradited to the US, there will be far-reaching human rights implications and a chilling precedent will be set. It will have profound consequences for freedom and democracy all around the world. Potentially every newspaper and every outlet could be at risk in future if this prosecution succeeds. And this goes to the crux sort of the issue for so many. It's about whether we value and support press freedom or not. And for me, it's been long clear that the charges related to Julian Assange's publishing activities must be dropped, and the UK authorities must reject any notion of his extradition to the US. There must be an end to the suffering and torture of a person for the simple act of telling the truth. Because it is Julian Assange's whistleblowing activities about illegal wars, mass murder, murder of civilians and corruption on a grand scale that have put him where he is today. And when it comes to those wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, it is clear that they were in breach of international law and resulted in large-scale death and destruction, including human rights abuses committed on a large scale by occupying troops. It's also clear that we were misled, and even now, the truth continues to be obscured and suppressed. In 2003, I was 13 years old, I was a teenager, and I marched against the Iraq war. I know how that war destroyed the lives of so many Iraqis and caused destruction to the region. But it also devastated my constituency and community in East London, and the consequences of it are still felt to this day. I think it's utterly obscene that whilst those that pursue Assange for publishing information about serious human rights violations, you've got those responsible for those crimes itself continuing to enjoy impunity. That's why I think today and Julian Assange's case is so important for us all. Because really it's about people and their power versus state power and imperialism. It's about truth versus deceit and cover-ups. And ultimately it is about seeking justice in an all too often unjust world. Solidarity.
You ought to be up here with me, such a wonderful visage you've never seen. Beautiful faces, all concerned with bringing justice to the man. 15 years approaching that Julian's been incarcerated in one form or another, without charge, by the way. 15 years. This scandal has engrossed the world. We take into consideration the Australian Parliament last week voted 84 members to 42 for the United States to drop the charges and bring Julian home. This is considerable courage exhibited by the Australian Parliament for three very important reasons. Resisting the extraterritorial application of the United States laws. 1. 2. In defence of freedom of speech and the capacity for each of us to speak to each other, bounded on knowledge that we pass to each other, and consequently building within our communities and within our nation an understanding of where we stand. 3. Julian Assange himself, a global difficulty created by the United States and the United Kingdom Crown Prosecuting Service, brought upon themselves a worldwide scandal. All of those elements, the courage of the Australian Parliament to take upon itself criticism, fundamental criticism of the United States and implied criticism of the United Kingdom's Crown Prosecuting Service. Considerable grant. We together, hope is the wrong word, we together insist that the United Kingdom and its judges honour their own laws with the same fortitude, the same courage, the same uprightness as demonstrated by the Australian Parliament and the Australian people, all of whom stand 84% behind us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. As you all know, my country, South Africa, recently took Israel to the International Court of Justice. And the highest court in the world, led by an American judge, concluded that there is a plausible risk, that there is prima facie evidence, in other words, that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. This is something that we can all see every day with our own eyes on our screens. It's not something we needed the highest court in the world to tell us. But let us also remember what was included in South Africa's submission: the intentional targeting and killing of Palestinian journalists on the ground. Why are they doing that? Because they do not want us to know what they are doing on the ground to innocent Palestinians. Those journalists are informing the world of what is happening. This is exactly what Julian has spent his life doing. In the 23 years that I've been investigating and researching the murderous and corrupt global trade in weapons, the most effective, the most important truth teller on the global arms trade, on the warfare committed in our names with our tax pounds, has been Julian Assange. And while those who committed the war crimes have not only all gone free, but have all profiteered from their war crimes, it is Julian who speaks truth to power who is on trial. But it is not only Julian who is on trial. It is the British system of justice, it is the British government, it is the US government, it is our entire system of war-making, of imperialism, and of deep-seated corruption. Forgive me for paraphrasing my former boss, Nelson Mandela, but the reality of our democracies, of our world, is that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Julian Assange.
Thank you so much, Sean, and thank you all to everybody here for still being here. It's been a really long 4 years. It's been an even longer 13 years. On one hand, I'm dismayed that it's still at this point. We would have hoped that the British judicial system would have delivered justice by now. We're hoping very much that that is still possible here. But of course, as we all know, this is a political case and it may, in fact, still require a political solution. So we're not letting the US government off the hook today, no matter what happens here in London. The responsibility still lies with the US Department of Justice. At any point, they could drop the charges, they could close this case, they could let Julian Assange free. This it never had to be a matter before the courts, and it does not have to play out in this inevitable way. So let's continue that call on the US to free Assange. Of course, we all know what is at stake here. For my organization, our mandate is press freedom, so we're engaged because of Julian Assange's contributions to journalism. The publication by WikiLeaks in 2010 of the leaked classified documents informed extensive public interest reporting around the world. We know that that exposed war crimes and human rights violations, crimes which have never been prosecuted. Only the publisher is being pursued here. And if he is sent to the US, of course he is the first publisher that will be pursued in this way. This will set an alarming precedent that could be applied to any journalist, any media organization, anyone who works with stories based on leaked classified information, which is of course a normal journalistic process. So when we say that it's the future of journalism at stake, that is what we mean. This case has been going on for far too long, as we're hearing many politicians finally starting to concede now, but 13 long years. We will already never know what stories have not been told as the result of this endless legal persecution of Julian Assange. But if this continues, if he is extradited, if he is put on trial in the US, the chilling effect will be enormous. It will impact media around the world, and it will impact all of our right to know, because of course this is ultimately about the public's right to information. We have a right to stories in the public interest. I've been asked to hold this closer, sorry. One thing as well is to remind the world actually where Julian Assange is today. We, after a fight with the prison, similar to our fight for court access over the years at Reporters Without Borders, we were finally able to visit Julian in prison 4 times between August and January. A lot of people, especially in the US, have lost sight of where he even is, but he is in a high security prison in the UK, in London, some miles from where we are now. Surely, even...
Move to your left onto the area here. You move to your left onto the area here. Just move to the left onto the area here, that'd be great. Move to the left, please. Can see the ETU banner there. Thanks for coming. Move on to the pavement. Croydon Trades Council banner. Move on to the pavement. Thanks very much. Guys, follow these banners. See the big banner with Julian Assange's face. Just follow that banner onto the side here. Just follow the EPPU banner onto the side here. The Samba Band, thank you very much. Just move on to the pavement here. Brilliant work. The Samba Band, move on to the pavement, that'd be great. Just move to your left, that'd be fantastic. That was fantastic. Thank you so much to the PCS Samba Band. Thank you so much for all your support. Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange! And now I want to introduce our first speaker this evening, Richard Medhurst. He's been carrying through the work of the Assange campaign. He's been reporting on the trials, being his account of what's been happening in court. Richard.
Thank you very much. Look at you! Look at all of you! Look at all of you! Wonderful. You know, I got to admit, I'm kind of sick and tired. I've been sitting all day listening to the CIA argue why, you know, Assange is a criminal and exposing war crimes is apparently a criminal offense. How boring and disgusting that they come into our courtrooms and tell us, you know, that they want to give Julian Assange a walloping. They want to prosecute him with US laws, but no protection under US laws. So you can try him with the Extradition Act, with the Espionage Act, but he gets no First Amendment protection. What kind of rubbish is that? What kind of rubbish is that? You need to understand something. A lot of you are holding Palestine flags, and it makes me very happy to see, because these two things are not disconnected. They are connected. The same people that are prosecuting Assange are the same people bombing Gaza. You need to understand that. These are the same corporations, the same banks, the same arms dealers that put Julian Assange in jail. They're the same people that killed 130 journalists in Gaza. This is a war on journalism. And it's not just against Julian, it's against the people covering the case as well. They make it impossible to get in the courtroom. They make it impossible to hear what's going on. How the hell do they have £1 million per missile to shoot down Yemeni drones, but they can't fix the microphones in the bloody courtroom? What the hell is that? Are you serious? No, what is this? They really want us to believe they can't fund the NHS, they can't fix the transport, all of this crumbling, they've got time to go make wars and kill people? Rubbish! Rubbish! Absolute rubbish! You need to understand something as well. This case, this is a violation of UK sovereignty. The Americans have no business coming here. The extradition treaty says you cannot take someone to the United States. That is what the law says. You cannot send someone to the United States for a political offense. You can't do it. And they're playing a double game here. They think that, we're just going to okay this. No, you guys coming out here, this is an act of resistance. You being here, you raising your voice, you coming out with the drums, chanting, that's an act of resistance. And when Julian Assange was being taken out of the embassy, he said, resist. He said, UK resist. So he asks that of you guys. Do you understand? You have to keep resisting. You have to make your voices heard. Because that's the one thing that they do not have. They don't have numbers. Yeah, they've got money, they've got bonds, they don't have numbers in power. Do you understand? They have no power in numbers. That belongs to all of you. So you have to keep coming out, you have to keep showing your support for Julian and keep showing your support for Palestine. Free, free Julian Assange! Free, free Julian Assange! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Ben Westwood. Vivienne Westwood is a fantastic campaigner for this cause. Ben is a fantastic campaigner for this cause. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hello there. Yeah, exactly. My name is Ben Westwood. Unfortunately, my mother Vivienne is not here today. She was a close friend to Julian Assange and a long-term campaigner for a free press and against his extradition to the United States for the crime of revealing American war crimes, which included torturing prisoners of war and shooting unarmed civilians, not to mention revealing that the CIA can spy on you through your TV and smartphones. Julian is a lovely man. I've met him. He's a human being revealing the truth for us all. He is a real hero. Julian has been in Belmarsh maximum security prison for nearly 5 years now. And he got married to his partner Stella Assange there. But Julian wasn't allowed to be shown in his Vivienne Westwood kilt, wedding kilt, because you could see his painfully thin legs brought about by his treatment, which UN Special Rapporteur Niels Mesler has described as torture. Unfortunately, this issue is not just about the injustice perpetrated to Julian. This is about our collective democratic right to real facts and truth. In a true democracy, the people need unrestricted access to facts and information in order to make informed choices. As Julian has said, the aim of war is not to win it, it's to have a never-ending war. War is a great way to launder the public's money into private hands and to maintain sources of cheap natural resources and cheap human labour for the profit god. Afghanistan and Iraq were great successes for them. And now it's Ukraine, Gaza, and the next project, China. Loads of money rolling in, not to mention for the Western contractors, awarded the contracts to repair the damage caused. The fact that Julian is being charged with the crime of espionage is very telling. During times of war, public information can be restricted. Are we at war? The US has been conducting one war after another continuously since the end of the Second World War. Now they are trying to step into our country's law. If this appeal fails, America can disregard the laws of any other countries. Why is our government disregarding our own laws to suit America? What happened to Magna Carta? What happened to habeas corpus? Now I feel even more disgusted to be British. What are you doing to our country? A friend of my mother coined an acronym, a pill called NINSDAL, a pacifier used to control the world's populations. It stands for National Idolatry, Non-Stop Distraction, Organised Lying. The mainstream press is controlled and lies by omission and misinformation. They just don't do reports on something that is being hidden, as in Julian's case. When they do report, it has a bias. Now you hardly hear about the war in Ukraine. All the men there with no arms and legs for the rest of their lives. Gaza is just a background story now. All those people buried under the rubble. War journalism is strictly under control these days. No war photographers like Don McCullin allowed to take photos on the front line anymore. They learnt that in Vietnam. The case against Assange is the final end of the pretext that democracy exists. If he is convicted, it is the beginning of darkness for us all. The attack on Julian Assange is also an attack on us. Next time this could be you.
Thanks very much. Now listen, we need you all to be safe, so there's plenty of room over this side. Can you all move to your left? People can come out of the road and be safely onto the pavement. Just move over, please. Thanks very much. I can see you moving. Please do that. Come on to the pavement, guys. It's night time. It's Whitehall. We want you to be safe. Come on over this side. It's not really within my power just at the moment. Although it's a good thing. Okay. Now I'm sure that you've all been waiting to hear from Stella Assange about her impressions, both about what's happened in the court and about what we should do next. So please do give her a very warm welcome. She's been through the hell of that court case for the last two days, and she wants to be with you here tonight. Stella Assange.
Wow, you guys are amazing. Not just the turnout this evening coming here to Downing Street, but also over the past 48 hours. It's been incredible. Every time I got to court, I was greeted by this incredible supportive crowd that was cheering us on, and I told Julian all about how much support he has, and also how much attention the media has given this case this time around. The world is watching. And finally, there's a realization about what this is really about, which is an attack on the truth, an attack on the public's right to know, and a country's attempt to further their impunity and their cover-ups and continue to kill with impunity without the threat of a media that will scrutinize them, of a public that will demand change. That cannot stand. Everything turns on the outcome of this case. Whether states can criminalize journalism and put journalists in prison like they've been doing in the UK with an Australian citizen, a publisher who's won many, many awards for his journalism, and they've stuck him in the deepest, darkest hole of the UK prison system, and the US threatens to put him in the deepest, darkest hole of the US prison system for 175 years. Shame. Julian's imprisonment is a result of people with too much power who lost the plot, who got power thirsty and are guilty. They know they're guilty and they want to continue to live their their lives without any consequences for the crimes they've committed. This case is about whether state crimes can continue unpunished, unscrutinized. Julian's freedom is the only antidote. We don't have a decision today. Julian's life is at severe risk every single day he is in prison. He is a political prisoner. He is the world's most famous political prisoner. We know what happened to the other most famous political prisoner last week. That cannot happen to Julian. It cannot be allowed to happen. The world is watching. Julian has to be freed. Now, whatever happens in the coming days, we can't know, but we can know that we will be there for Julian and be there for our own democracy, our own future, our own ability to change policy, to change decisions, to change governments. Because if there's no scrutiny, we can't be informed. We can't be able to change, make an informed decision about who we elect. Our rights are at stake, but Julian's life is at stake. If he is extradited, he will lose his life. He will be killed. He will be killed by the country that has been plotting his assassination. And the court heard how the United States, under the previous administration, which may be the next administration, had plotted to assassinate him, who had plotted to poison him, who had plotted to kidnap him, who had plotted to rendition him. Shame. Shame on those who put journalists in prison. Shame on those who murder journalists. Shame on those who are afraid of the truth. That's not a society I want to live in. We're better than that. The UK courts are also under scrutiny. They have heard about the murder plots against my husband. They are on notice that the country that is trying to extradite him has planned to murder him. They don't deny it. They just change the subject. The whole time we were in court, the other side somehow avoided to talk about what the documents Julian published revealed. They didn't talk about the war crimes. They didn't talk about the 15,000 civilian killings in Iraq that were revealed. They didn't talk about their torture and rendition program. They didn't talk about Guantanamo Bay. They simply changed the subject. Shame. This case is brought by criminals who want to maintain their impunity, who want to avoid the courts. They are the fugitives from justice, not Julian. Julian is justice. He is transparency. He is us. He is the public. And as long as Julian remains in prison, we are all in prison. And they are free. It cannot be. Free Assange. Be there for Julian. He would be there for you. He is there for you. He needs to be free. Free Assange.
Free Assange, free Assange. And my next speaker has observed many of these hearings in the Assange case. For Reporters Without Borders, please give a warm welcome for Rebecca Vincent.
In these past 2 days, we have heard nothing new from the US government. We have heard them double down on the same arguments that they've been making for 13 years, and in particular since the superseding indictment was issued. Again, we're seeing attempts to make exceptions for Julian Assange. Why his human rights don't matter. Why normal protections for journalists don't matter. We've heard this before. We heard how even though they knew his state of mental health, they knew his risk of suicide, how, oh no, it would be okay, send him here anyways. Now we're seeing that in an attempt to distance the journalistic community from him and all of us. But let me be very clear, this case is about journalism. It is about press freedom. If they make an exception of Julian Assange, the rule will be broken. And no one, no journalist, no publisher, no journalistic source, no media organization can ever be confident that their rights will be respected again. We will see an immediate and distinct chilling effect, in particular on national security reporting. This is absolutely about journalism. We are deeply concerned for Julian Assange's current situation. This is the first time he was granted permission to attend court in 3 years. So the fact that he wasn't there speaks volumes about his current situation. The fact that he couldn't even attend online tells us how he's feeling. I saw him myself in prison a few weeks ago with a broken rib, in pain, and coughing a lot from a respiratory illness. So we're concerned about his physical health as well as his mental health. So while this case is being decided in these courts, and while the strings are being pulled 4,000 miles away in Washington, D.C., this man is in a prison cell tonight, a few miles from us here. We must remember him. We must not let his situation deteriorate further. So we still hope that at this late stage, there can be some justice delivered from the British system. The world is watching. And if not here, then Strasbourg. And it is imperative that if these courts fail to protect journalism and press freedom by protecting Julian Assange, it is imperative that his right to appeal to the European Court of Human Rights is respected, that the UK abides by its European Convention obligations, and that no move is made to extradite him whilst that process is ongoing. It is essential. If this country is going to stand for the rule of law, they must abide by this, by their international obligations. And we are here at Downing Street. This is still within the UK's power to do the right thing, but let's not let Washington off the hook. I hope they're watching from across the ocean as well. This is a political case, and if justice isn't possible here in the British courts, our call still remains on the Biden administration to drop these charges, to close this case. A political solution could be found. It is a question of political will. So let's not let them off the hook either. Our call remains to free Assange. And there is only one decision: no extradition.
No extradition!
Thank you, Rebecca. And there is no one who's reported as effectively, has campaigned as effectively for Julian Assange as Craig Murray.
Thank you, everyone. Absolutely wonderful to see you all. And I want to start off by thanking you from the bottom of our hearts, all of you who have stood out in the cold and the rain this last 2 days to support Julian Assange. It's been a really, really fantastic effort. Thank you. And we are a community that shows the sort of democracy that Julian dreams of, where freedom of information empowers people, puts power back from the hands of the politicians into the hands of the people. And I see here people I have been seeing for more than 10 years, people who I saw standing in the cold and the wet outside the Ecuadorian embassy, people I saw day in, day night who have been campaigning. And it has not been without effect. We have turned around public opinion on Julian Assange and on this case. And we have done that to the extent that the establishment now have to listen. And yesterday and today in the court, I sat there in the courtroom, I wish you could all have been there, because firstly, Julian's legal team did a fantastic job. And secondly, I saw something I would not have said in 5 years of these legal processes. For the first time, I saw judges who were actually listening intelligently and paying attention to what the defense says. And we have done that. We have done that because they can no longer ignore us. They can no longer scorn us. And we heard, in a UK court, we heard Julian's defense outline the war crimes of the United States. We heard lawyers, eminent KCs, speak to the bench and talk of massacre, and talk of torture, and talk of drone killings, and talk of killings of journalists, and talk of systematic war crimes committed by the United States and its allies, and what Julian has done to expose that. You know, yesterday in the United Nations, the United States vetoed a ceasefire resolution on Gaza, and the United Kingdom, as its cowardly little henchman, abstained alongside it. And we are fighting the same thing. We have here the United States trying to destroy Julian Assange, and the United Kingdom as its cowardly little henchman, keeping him in Belmarsh jail. We will not stand for it. This will not last. It is essential to the freedom of all of us that Julian is released, because he stands for freedom of information and for the right of people to know what governments are secretly doing in their name and with their resources. We are fighting a noble battle, and it is a battle which is turning, and a battle which will win, and it's a battle fundamentally for the very kind of society we wish to live in. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Craig. And now, for the last speech of this evening, I'm very pleased to welcome back to the podium the organiser of the Free Assange campaign in the United States, Vince DiStefano.
Thank you, John. Brothers and sisters, I stand before you in shame for the government that represents me. I wish to quote the words of President Joe Biden stated on May 3rd, World Press Freedom Day. Journalists, uncover the truth, check the abuse of power, demand transparency from those in power. They are indispensable to the functioning of democracy. He and his administration go forward and say that journalism is not a crime. Those words are ashes in their mouth. The utter hypocrisy of my government shines in that courtroom. And it is incumbent upon us, all of us, to say no to the hegemony of the United States, say no to the Biden administration, and say yes to the freedom of journalists and journalism around the world. Julian must be free. Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange now! Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for demonstrating for the last 2 days. You've been outside that court for 2 days. You've done absolutely brilliantly. And nothing that we say from this platform is as important as you being there. Every speaker on this platform is simply a mirror to the protesters and the demonstrators and the activists who are fighting to free Julian Assange. So stay strong and stay mobilized and stay fighting. And remember, one of the slogans, one of the oldest slogans in the business of popular mobilization is educate, agitate, mobilize. Take that home with you, continue to do it, stay safe, stay fighting, solidarity.
outside Downing Street. We've just had the protest march outside the Royal Courts of Justice. We've come all the way down. The protest was huge, massive amount of media, which is fantastic. You guys will have just seen speeches from Stella, from Craig Murray, from John Rees, from Rebecca Vincent. It's been a wet and cold day outside the court today, but inside, I think there have been some noteworthy things that we will be discussing on here at a later date, on X, on Twitter, on all social media that we can find and you can follow. So I think the one thing I just wanted to mention was that the prosecution today, the judges asked the prosecution today for clarification over whether Julian Assange could face the death penalty upon arrival in America. The prosecution was forced to admit that that is an actuality that could happen, although I'm sure at some point they will come in with further assurances. The question is, can we trust those assurances? The answer is absolutely not. So anyway, for today, we've come to the end of our two-day hearing. Things look as positive as they possibly could. We need you guys to stay motivated, stay mobilized, stay fighting, stay engaged. We need you. More than ever, we need you to free Julian Assange. Free Julian, free us all. Thank you.